Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you are enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So today we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter grown up as Draco Malfoy's closest secret? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. From childhood neighbors to hidden confidants, Harry and Draco share a bond that could change everything the wizarding world thought they knew. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry lay on a thick bed of grass. He was BPD, which no longer came as a surprise, as he'd had this same dream for several weeks now. He delighted in the way the sun-warmed grass comforted his bare skin. Trees and birds and swaying vines of jasmine surrounded him. He smiled. Had it not been for the low hum of longing that curled deep within him, he could lie there forever, content. But he was waiting for someone to join him, a lissom presence that was as familiar as it was foreign. The perimeter stretched taut as the person Harry waited for drifted in and ghosted around him. Harry's stomach squirmed and his muscles twitched as an indefinable ache became more pronounced the closer the person came. He yearned for release from the longing, the ache. The person drew closer. Harry shuddered and begged with the curve of his mouth, the flush of his cheek, and the sprawl of his legs. A long-fingered hand skimmed his bare chest before dropping down and cupping his balls. Fingers curled around his cock. Yes, Harry whispered, relaxing a bit as he urged the hand to move more, to touch more, to do more. The hand responded. It stroked Harry's cock up and down, up and down. Harry tried to move into the hand, making him feel so good, but his limbs were heavy with sleep and dreams. The person curled up against him while the hand continued its languid strokes. A fall of soft blonde hair swished over his chest, making his nipples harden. He heard himself moan and gasp. The being like that, its amusement voiced in the silent ripple of muscle. He didn't know who the person was. He knew it wasn't Pammy. She didn't have owned hair, and she smelled of gardenias, not the mix of grass and sunshine and earth that scented Harry's dream. Cho Chong, maybe. No, she'd smelled of ripe melon. Cecilia, perhaps. Before Harry could think on it any more, soft, dry lips teased his. The touch was electric, not at all like Key. Dotting Pammy or Cho or Cecilia. Harry wanted to cry out, wanted to know who was Key. Dotting him, but didn't dare. He didn't want to wake up. Not yet. Harry, the person whispered, teasing him. Harry couldn't make out the voice. It was too soft, too breathy. Harry, it said again as its hand pulled harder and faster. Harry, it groaned before there was a bright flash of light and exquisite pleasure rushed through him, cresting in effervescent waves. As the last wave washed over him, Harry woke, sticky and panting. It was the middle of the night. He was in his dorm room. He could hear Ron snoring and Blaze rolling over. Harry groaned. It was the third time that week that he'd had a wet dream, 3 more to add to the growing list he'd begun to accumulate over the last several weeks. F.K., he whispered as he tried to clean himself up without getting any on the sheets or his green throw. Bloody F.K., he muttered, embarrassed that he was having wet dreams like some pubescent. He hadn't had dreams like that in years. He didn't understand why he was having them now. It wasn't like he wasn't meeting girls and snogging them silly. After the first cottage party, Harry had been brave enough to go to others. He'd met Cho Chong at one, who'd been visiting a friend at Collinton. They'd hit it off and had spent the night snogging in the cottage rose garden before she'd rushed off in tears, wailing about a boy named Cedric. Then he'd met Cecilia, a friend of Hermione's. He liked Cecilia best, so far. She didn't giggle and didn't seem made of spun sugar. Best of all, she didn't cry when he ed her. Pleasantly buzzed, they'd engaged in some mutual groping the week prior at the Halloween party at the cottage. It had been nice, Harry decided. But something was missing. Cold stickiness roused him from his musings. He had yet to wipe away the evidence of his dream. He pulled off his shirt and tried to lift his ass so that he could slip his pajama bottoms down and clean himself up with his shirt. The lifting up idea was a poor one. He hissed in pain and landed heavily on the bed. Draco hadn't been kidding when he said he'd be sore after his first few riding lessons. He could bear it, though. After all, he'd lived with far worse. No, the almost unbearable aspect of his riding lessons was the constant arousal he had while riding. The bobbing up and down, the sleek undulation of the horse's muscles as she trotted and cantered, was nearly enough to drive him insane. He hoped no. He prayed that he would get used to it soon so that he didn't have to jolt off of the horse and scramble for the changing rooms in order to toss off before Draco noticed how king hard he was. Harry had almost dozed off again before the cold stickiness splashed across his stomach reminded him that he still had something to do. Before he could attend to it, though, his bed curtains were snatched back as a familiar pale blonde head stuck through. "You okay?" Draco asked, not paying attention to Harry's frightened gasp. "Why yeah," Harry stuttered, shifting slightly and pulling his blankets a bit higher, having a vague sense of how Ron must have felt. Draco frowned. "You didn't sound it," he whispered. "I heard you. Ning and hissing over here. Are you still sore from the lessons?" Harry was mortified. Draco had heard his wet dream, his disgusting, adolescent, glorious wet dream. Yeah," Harry said eventually, his eyes wide and round with apprehension. Draco made a noise in the back of his throat before going back to his bed. Harry relaxed. Thinking Draco had gone back to bed, he pulled his pajama bottoms down in front and wiped himself clean, tossing the shirt to the side. He took a deep breath and ran his hands through his sweaty hair, ready to try to go back to sleep. "Roll over," Draco whispered as he climbed into Harry's bed with a tube of something. Harry started in fright and nearly rolled off the bed. "Shish. You'll wake everyone else, too. Now roll over." What the K is wrong with you? Why are you in my bed?" Harry demanded in a furious whisper. "I'm tired of listening to you and groan. Lower back and upper thighs, right? They're the worst when you first start riding. Looks like the hot showers aren't working. Time to take more drastic measures. Now, don't make me ask again. Roll over." Harry thought this a very strange request, and almost said so, but who was he to say whether this was strange behavior? Draco didn't seem the least bit concerned, so why should Harry think anything of it? He sighed and rolled over, still tense beyond measure. Before he could settle in, Draco straddled his legs and cool hands slicked with something that smelled of cinnamon began kneading at the base of Harry's spine. It hurt like hell, and he tried to wiggle away. "Stop that," Draco hissed, kneading with more insistence than before. "It King hurts, you wanker," Harry spit out, still trying to get away not only from Draco's hands of pain, but from the absurdity of the ridiculous situation. "Course it does. Your muscles are all knotty. But it's got to be done. Mum comes tomorrow and I want her to see how far you've come. Uncle Severus has a lovely chestnut mare that I think you'll like riding. I've only had 3 actual lessons, you know." "Yes, well whose fault is that? I can't believe you told Hagrid that you wanted to know all about taking care of the horses first. That's what he's there for, Harry. He gets paid a bloody lot so that we don't have to worry about grooming and mucking stalls and things." "I wanted to know," Harry murmured. "Mr. Hagrid has been very nice to me, letting me visit whenever I want. And it seemed a nice way to get to know Eloise." Draco snorted. "Right. And the fact that Buckbeak's stall is next to hers has nothing to do with it whatsoever." Harry twisted around, wincing as he did so. "So what if I like Buckbeak? Mr. Hagrid said I might be able to ride him someday." "Lie back down," Draco admonished. "You're undoing my work." Harry grumbled but did as he was told. "You're not ready for him, Harry. I'm serious about that. I mean, if little old Eloise can scare you, Buckbeak would throw you in an instant. How many times must I tell you? I wasn't scared. She was about to chuck me in the pond," Harry hissed furiously. Draco chuckled. "She was bending down for a drink of water." "Well, it didn't feel that way to me." "Of course it didn't." Silence lapsed between them as Draco concentrated on a particularly stubborn muscle, leaning into it all the harder the more Harry winced and tried to wiggle away. "So, you and Cecilia," Draco began conversationally. "You seem to get on quite well." Harry nodded. "I suppose. She's invited me to go skiing over the winter holiday. Draco's hands stilled for a moment. Going to go? He asked, both his voice and his hands a bit rough. Hey, watch it, Harry said, as he twisted away in pain. And no, I don't think so. I don't know anything about skiing to begin with, and I don't know. She's all right, I suppose, but there's nothing there. I mean, the key. Ing's good, but it still doesn't feel like it should. Like it does in my dreams, Harry added to himself. Not this rubbish again. How many times must I tell you, Harry? There's nothing magic about key. Ing. Then why do people do so much of it? Why does Ron stagger around as if struck dumb after he and Hermione snog? Ron. You're using Ron as an example. Shut it. I know what I'm talking about. Whatever. Besides, what about you and Patricia? She seems quite taken with you. And, you seem to like her quite a bit, too, Harry said, feeling a pang of something indescribable. It wasn't very pleasant, no matter what it was. She's all right, I guess. Won't marry her or anything. She's just a bit of fun, just like I am for her. No promises. No declarations of undying love. You should take lessons. Harry rolled his eyes. Silence returned. The constant kneading lulled him. He relaxed. It wasn't hurting so much anymore, and the cinnamon cream was warm and soothing. Just before he slipped into sleep, Harry started and opened his eyes. He cast his gaze about the room, noticing how the moonlight glinted off the packed valises. Everyone was leaving for fall holiday the next day. Are you sure it's okay for me to go with you over the holiday? Harry asked in a soft murmur. His eyelids were drooping again. Stop asking that. Mum wouldn't hear about you not coming. I've held her at bay as long as I can, by the way. She complains that your letters aren't sufficiently informative. That's not true. I tell her all about my classes, the friends I've made, that Neville and I have been made Professor Snape's assistants, my little garden that I got to plant in the back of the school, Mr. Hagrid, everything. How much more informative could I be? Girls and social calendars. That's what's missing from your correspondence, you Burke. Now stop twisting around. I don't want to have to tell you again. This is weird, Harry mumbled as made himself relax, reminded again that it was the middle of the night and his best friend was straddling him while rubbing his lower back and thighs. Draco let the comment go. He didn't see what was particularly weird about it. Harry needed a bit of massage. Draco was his best friend. That's what best friends did. The fact that he'd never been so familiar with Ron or Blaise didn't enter into the equation. Harry was special. Besides, Draco continued as if their previous conversation about Severus Snape hadn't been interrupted, you've not seen Uncle Severus's house. It's nice, though a bit old and stuffy. It's the grounds that are the real treasure. Go figure. I'm looking forward. Ow. Christ, that hurts. Draco, Harry muttered. Sorry. That one was a bit more twingy than I'd anticipated. You'll thank me for it tomorrow. Besides, Uncle Severus won't let you ride over holiday if you can't prove some basic competence on a horse, and no way could you ride tomorrow this stiff. Harry tried to quell the hysterical laughter that bubbled up, but a few silent giggles escaped. The idea of being stiff while riding a horse meant something entirely different to Harry than it did Draco. It was such a mortifying thought, that Harry found it hilarious. What's so funny? Nothing, Harry said. You, tickled me. Oh, sorry about that, Draco said, making his strokes harder than before. Sake, Harry mumbled, letting go the last of his tension. Harry couldn't stop the drowsy feeling from washing over him again. He found his mind wandering, as it so often did when he was right on the edge of sleep. The rhythmic kneading lulled him and brought him closer to the edge. Harry slipped off and tumbled into dreaming. He was back on the soft grass again. He could smell the jasmine. A familiar sense of arousal tickled and teased him. Dreamy haze, thick as gauze, cradled him. Warm, long-fingered hands reached out. Harry took a step closer before a terrifying sense of falling overtook him and jolted him from sleep. He woke with a start and gasped as he remembered where he was and what was going on. F.K. This was getting out of hand. What the F.K. was wrong with him? How could he be thinking of such things while Draco was giving him a bit of a rub down? That hurt? Draco asked, frowning at Harry's gasp. Harry panicked. No, sorry. Tickled it. Tickled. When'd you get so sensitive? Draco asked, pressing harder. I think that's enough, Harry said as he rolled over, dislodging Draco in the process. I feel loads better. Thanks. I'm not done yet. Well, I say you're done. This is weird, Draco. I mean look, I'm fine, okay. Feeling much better. Don't be such a prude, Harry. It's just a bit of a rub down. If you'd feel better about it, you could always pay me, I suppose, Draco joked. Harry made a strangled sound in the back of his throat. His face burned with embarrassment. The night was getting worse and worse, what with Draco's unintended innuendo. It's not that. I just mean I feel fine now. You sure? You look awfully tense still. Why, yeah, I'm sure. Feel great. Thanks, Harry stuttered, terrified that Draco might discover that he was half hard. He did not want Draco to get the wrong idea. I'm not so sure, Draco began, but Harry interrupted. Leave it. I'm fine, Harry hissed. Draco shifted backward and climbed out of bed. Barmy wanker, he muttered under his breath as he shuffled back to his bed. Night, he called as he settled under his blankets. Night, Harry said, praying that he wouldn't have any more dreams. Neither Harry nor Draco noticed that Ron was awake and had seen the whole thing. Ron sighed. He'd put it off long enough. He wasn't leaving for break until later that afternoon. It was time to have a long overdue talk with Draco. Draco woke. The dorm room was unusually quiet. He sat up and looked around. Blaze was gone. His bed was made and his luggage no longer sitting at the foot of his bed. Both Ron and Harry's beds were made, but their luggage remained. Harry, he knew, was tending to his botany project. Draco yawned and stumbled from the bed, passing Ron on the way to the shower. Morning, Draco mumbled. Morning, Ron replied. He caught Draco's shoulder with his hand, stopping Draco from going further. Do you have a minute? After your shower, I mean. Yeah, sure. Everything okay? Ron nodded, though his pensive expression said otherwise. Just need to talk to you. Give me a few minutes, then. Ron nodded again and wandered over to his bed. Draco watched him go, wondering what in the hell was going on. Freshly showered and dressed, Draco sat in the small club chair near Ron's bed. Ron was perched on his bed, staring hawk-like at Draco. Draco stretched out his legs and propped them on the edge of the bed. What's going on, Weaselby? He quipped as he folded his hands behind his head, hoping to break the odd tension. I thought we agreed you wouldn't call me that anymore. I was 11, and that wasp was bloody huge and out for death, Ron grumbled as his face flushed with embarrassment. Draco shrugged, an amused smile playing at his lips. It was a bumblebee, Ron, and you were wearing that awful yellow and black jumper. The name fit. Yes, well, I'd be careful if I were you. There's loads of stories I could tell, lots of names I could call you, Ferret Face. Speaking of which, has Harry heard about the killer ferret? You know, the little white one, 3 weeks old, I think, who crawled up your trouser leg for a bit of biscuit you were taunting it with. Right nasty beast that little ball of fur was, Ron said with a snigger. You've made your point. What do you want? Draco snapped. Touchy this morning, I see. Not enough beauty sleep. If you must know, I didn't sleep particularly well last night. I'll bet, Ron muttered under his breath as he stalled for more time, hoping divine intervention would strike and give him the perfect way to open the "have you ever thought you might be gay?" conversation. Ron, seriously, what did you want to talk to me about? My mother will be here soon and I've got to get down to the stables to help Harry saddle Eloise. Burke won't cinch the saddle right, he's afraid he's hurting her. Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Ron said, leaning forward with such ferocity that Draco lost his foothold and pressed himself to the back of the chair. You want to talk about Eloise? Draco asked, bewildered by Ron's odd behavior. Ron rolled his eyes. No, you idiot, Harry. I want to talk to you about Harry. Draco's back stiffened. What about Harry? Nothing bad, Ron said as he groaned inside. Not the best way to open the conversation. He was going to have to take a more indirect approach. Looking forward to the break. Isn't Harry going with you? Yes and yes. What's your point? Draco asked as he crossed his arms across his chest. Ron nodded and bit his lip, ignoring Draco's question. I'm going home. Charlie's going to be there. Been a long time since I've seen him. Did you ever meet my brother Charlie? Draco's eyebrows shot up as he tried to figure out what Ron was getting at. Yeah, Ron. I've met Charlie. What's that got to do with Harry? Ron pressed on. Do you know about Charlie? Have I told you about Charlie? David's coming as well. You know, about Charlie and David. Draco pursed his lips and stared at Ron. I just meant, well, I mean Charlie and David are together. Did you know that? Draco sighed. Yes, Ron, I know that Charlie and David are partners. I know that Charlie is gay. What's got into you? You know they met at school, right? This school. Yeah, well, they were friends before. You know, special friends. Okay, what do you think of that? Finding a special friend like that at school. I really haven't given it much thought, Ron, Draco said as he stood, tired of the strange conversation. I'm going now. Wait, I'm not done yet. Draco turned and tapped his foot. How long have you known Harry? Ron blurted, floundering for a proper transition. Draco reeled from the abrupt topic change. What's that got to? Oh, never mind. Since I was 8. Why? What the F? K is wrong with you? Just please, Draco. Just this is important, okay. Draco rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath. Fine, he said, flopping into the chair again. You've been friends the whole time, right? Draco glanced to the side and shifted in his seat a bit. More or less, he hedged. Best friends. Ron pressed. Yeah, you could say that. Harry's a good guy, isn't he? I mean, you seem to care about him. A lot. I do. Look, I don't have time 20 questions, Ron. What the hell is going on? Ron squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. It's okay. You know, to have a special friend, Draco. I mean, you know that, right? He asked, his eyes still closed. When Ron opened his eyes, he saw that Draco's head was tilted to the side and he was staring at Ron with unguarded curiosity. Just what are you saying, Ron? Look. I just mean, haven't you ever thought, well, maybe you haven't thought about it and then Harry I. Quick as lightning, Draco darted forward and leaned close to Ron. Do you want a special friend, Ron? What? Ron croaked, as his brain stopped working for a moment while it processed what Draco was asking. Is it Harry? Draco pressed, relentless. Draco, you've got it all WR. It is Harry, isn't it? Is that why you freaked out when he caught you wanking? No, I'm not talking about. Is that why you and Granger haven't done it? She's your beard, isn't she? Oh, for K's sake. Ron screamed, not me, you bloody idiot. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you. You want a special friend. You want Harry. Draco fell back into the chair, his eyes wide. That's your now. Look here, how could you? That's a load of I'm not gay. He sputtered. You sure about that? Ron asked in a near whisper. I wouldn't care. Blaze wouldn't either, he added. Why would you think that? Why would you think that I was gay? Draco demanded. Ron sighed. You and Harry. It's just look, Draco, I grew up with 5 brothers. Sometimes, depending on Dad's assignment, quarters were tight. Add to that we're a close family. But I gotta tell you, mate, I've never been as close to my brothers as you are with Harry. What in the hell are you talking about? Last night, I saw you. What did you see, exactly? You giving Harry a massage. In his bed. In the middle of the night. After he sprayed his pants, of course. What's wrong with wait. Sprayed his pants. Have you lost your mind? You've got it wrong. I've been giving Harry writing lessons. He was in pain. What are you doing listening, anyway? Just what kind of beep sod are you? Ron held back a snigger, but only just. Yeah, he was in pain, all right. And as Harry so kindly pointed out at the start of term, this is a small room and velvet hangings don't muffle that much sound. Draco opened his mouth to argue again. 5 brothers, Malfoy. 5 older, Randy brothers. I know what I heard. That's just ridiculous, Draco sneered. You just don't understand. You misheard him. And what does it matter, anyway? So what if he had did? What's that got to do with me being gay all of sudden? It's not all of sudden. You're very possessive of him. You touch him all the time and, by the way, you're about the only person he tolerates getting that close. You get all growly when he's attentive to someone else. Add to that the first cottage party when you nearly bit Pammy Smithwick's head off. Oh, and of course, there's the Jordan factor. F. King Christ, Weasley. Not this shite again. Ron reached over to his nightstand and rummaged in a drawer, pulling out a photo. He smacked it into Draco's hand. Before he could say anything, though, Draco started in. What's this prove, then? Just because I have my arm slung around Harry's shoulders does not make me gay. Ron's eyes narrowed. That's not Harry. Of course it is. See, clearly a cottage party. Harry's wearing that. Draco brought the photograph closer to his face. Well, I don't know what ghastly thing he's wearing, how the hell he made it out of this room in that I'll never know. It's not Harry, Ron said a bit louder. Get your bleeding eyes checked. Yes it is. Ron ripped the photograph from Draco's fingers. It was taken last year, Draco. Last year. Harry wasn't here then. This is Jordan, UF. King idiot. Look at the date stamp in the corner. Draco's face twisted into a sneer as creative expletives gathered in his throat, and then he saw it. The date. The picture had been taken a year prior. It wasn't Harry in the picture. F.K. It wasn't Harry in the picture. It wasn't Harry whom Draco had his arm around. I'm not gay, Draco murmured as his fingers clutched the sides of photograph and his eyes searched in vain for some sort of trick. Ron sighed. Draco. I'm not gay. Look, you just don't get it. You don't get the friendship Harry and I have. You're just jealous. Then explain it to me. F.K. knows the two of you do enough to keep his past hidden. What? Was he some sort of juvenile delinquent? You don't know what you're talking about. Maybe not, but I know this. You can dress him in all the fancy clothes you like, teach him all the unwritten rules, but he didn't come from money or a family that used to have it. He's got some sort of tortured past, I'm sure of it. What I can't quite figure out is what role you play in all of this. Draco looked away, unnerved by Ron's perception. None of your business, he grumbled. Ron sighed and rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. Look, I don't think any less of him for it, and I doubt anyone else has noticed, but there's something weird between the two of you. If you say you're not gay, then fine. But there's something there. Draco bit the inside of his cheek and pulled at the fraying edge of the chair cushion. He grew up next door to me. He's an orphan or sorts. His parents died when he was a baby. His family they didn't treat him well. So he was abused, Ron surmised. Draco bristled. I didn't say that. Ron gave him a look that made Draco's eyes slide to the left while he slunk further down in the chair. Yeah, he was, Draco said. So what happened? What did you do? Did your mum know? Draco made a strangled sound in the back of his throat and shook his head. There was an incident when we were both 11 right before I came here. A man, an associate of my father's, Draco bit out with venom and anger, tried to kidnap me, both of us, maybe. At least, I think he did. That's what mother always said. Anyway, he was my father. He wasn't a good sort, I suppose. Harry gets that, you know. Anyway, mum sent me here, to keep me safe. I didn't see Harry for a long time and then I did. And Uncle Severus noticed that things weren't right for Harry, that they'd never been right for Harry. That he had no one to help him. So we decided to help. So you brought him here, Ron said. Draco shrugged. He needs looking after, and he understands me more than anyone I know. He needs to know that he's cared for, that someone else understands him. I do. Ron nodded. He was convinced he was right now more than ever. But Draco and Harry would have to figure things out on their own. He'd done what he could do. I understand. Well, I suppose I should be off. He stood and collected his luggage. Draco stopped him. You can't tell anyone what I told you. Ron nodded. Course. I understand. And, Ron, I'm not gay. Really? Draco said. His eyes searched Ron's, willing him to believe him. Ron saw so much fear in Draco's eyes, so much uncertainty. Maybe Draco was right, but well, it wasn't for Ron to figure out. He nodded. Wouldn't matter if you were. Mate, he said, as he patted Draco on the shoulder and turned to leave. See you, he called out, wondering what the future was going to bring. Ron was AF. King idiot, Draco thought as he stormed through the halls and made his way outside. He wasn't gay, he assured himself over and over as he fought to get the photograph out of his mind. They look nothing alike, he muttered under his breath as he kicked at a small stone he decided was in his way. Draco didn't like boys. He didn't. And he especially didn't like Harry, not like that. They were close, like brothers. That was all. Ron, as he always did, had just gotten it wrong. Draco was going to prove it. He made his way to the stables and small riding ring. Mr. Hagrid was helping Harry mount Eloise as he approached. His mother was there, cooing and fussing and driving Harry crazy from the look of things. Draco would have laughed if his stomach hadn't dropped when Harry turned and gave him a wave. Mother, Draco said as he stood beside her, his gaze locked on Harry. Heels down, toes in. Draco snapped, startling everyone. How many times must I tell you that? Harry rolled his eyes and muttered something under his breath that looked to Draco like, F.K.U. Nevertheless, he dropped his heels and turned his toes in a bit, before taking off. Draco. What's got into you? Narcissa admonished. He needs to learn, Mother, Draco said as he continued to stare at Harry, filing away every detail, assessing every feature, and cataloging the differences between Harry and Jordan. His mind was coming up with far more similarities than differences. Draco took a shaky breath, continuing to stare, sure that he was right. He needs riding clothes, Narcissa said idly as she watched Harry ride. Those jeans won't last long. He'd look quite dashing in a proper riding costume, don't you think? That was the last thing Draco wanted to think about. He ignored his mother in favor of bellowing at Harry to tighten up on his reins. He's got a good seat, Narcissa commented as Harry pushed Eloise into a slow trot. What did you say? Draco gasped. His seat. On the horse. What has got into you? Nothing. I thought you said something else. Draco turned back to his narrowed-eyed assessment. But it wasn't long before he was swept up in simply watching Harry ride. For all his hesitancy, Harry belonged on a horse. The way he moved with Eloise was breathtaking. He'd be a natural at posting, Draco wagered. His legs were good and long, he was slender and not too top-heavy, and moved with such natural grace. Draco's lips curled into a sly smile of appreciation as Harry jostled and swayed with Eloise's every movement. When he found his gaze dipping lower, still appreciating everything he saw, Draco panicked and looked away. He did not like boys. He was not gay. Harry was nothing like Jordan. Draco just needed to pay a bit more attention. Yes, there it was, Harry's legs were longer than Jordan's. His skin was paler, creamier, softer looking. F.K. That horse is far smaller than Severus's horses. I worry that Harry won't be able to handle either of them, Narcissa murmured. He'll be fine with Morea, and I'll be with him, Draco said, never taking his eyes from Harry's form. You seem awfully cross, today. Critical, too. And with the way you're staring at Harry with that scrunched up face, very low brow. By the way, my dragon, it's no wonder the poor boy is hesitant. I would be too if you were shouting at me about my heels and toes. You don't know what you're talking about, Draco snapped as he continued to stare. He's too thin. We need to fatten him up, he declared. Can't we make him taller, as well? Isn't there some vitamin or something that will make him grow? And his hair, it's too long. It needs a good cut. Can we see about straightening it or something? He looks like a damn girl. Draco. Language. Have you and Harry had a row? Is that what this is all about? Must you interfere at every turn? It's none of your business, Draco snarled. Harry was facing them now, his cheeks pink with cold and exhilaration, his lips curved in a soft smile. He looked just like Jordan did after they'd Draco made a choking sound in the back of his throat and turned away. I've got to pack, he said as he stormed away, not paying attention to his mother's calls. If you don't want me to go with you, there are less dramatic ways of telling me, Harry roared as he stalked into the dorm room and slammed the door. What was all that shite at the stables? What the F? K is wrong with you? Draco tensed. He kept his back to Harry. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play stupid. I had to console your mum for nearly half an hour. She thinks we've had some sort of row. Is that what you told her? Of course not, Draco muttered, but even to him it didn't sound particularly convincing. You know my mother. She's just reading too much into it, is all. So the fact that you were staring at me as if I were a rotting bit of flesh baking in the heat, I imagined that. She imagined that. F. K. Eloise imagined that. Is that what you're saying? Don't be so disgusting, Draco said as he closed his valise. Harry snorted. Right, he said in a low voice as he stomped over to his bed and opened his luggage, tossing things out, not caring where they skittered. What are you doing? Draco asked, whirling around at the sound of shoes smacking the stone floor. What does it look like? I'm unpacking. I've got quite good at knowing when I'm not wanted, Harry said with a sneer as he turned to face Draco. Draco stopped breathing for a moment. Harry stood there, breathless, his eyes blazing and his cheeks flushed with anger and hurt, his hair wild, and with several buttons of his shirt undone. Draco almost cried when he was gripped with overwhelming desire to know what the hollow of Harry's throat tasted like. Draco squeezed his eyes shut as his knees buckled. Bloody hell, he swore, before he caught himself. Draco, you okay? What's wrong? Harry's voice sounded frantic. And far too close. Draco opened his eyes and staggered backward in surprise. All he could see was Harry's huge, green eyes. All he could feel was the electric burn of Harry's hands gripping his forearms. Draco, you okay? Are you ill? What's wrong? Draco stepped away from Harry and turned his head to the side. He swallowed. I've got a monster of a headache. I've had it all day. Woke up with it. Sorry, he murmured, thinking one might not be too far off. Don't be stupid, Harry said as he dashed around the room, searching for his discarded shaving kit. I've got some paracetamol tablets around here somewhere. I just took some, Draco lied, realizing that he had to fix this. Soon. I'm going to be fine. Sorry for barking at you at the ring. You looked good. On the horse, I mean. Harry sighed and sat on the floor. I can stay, you know. I've got loads to keep me busy. If you want this time to spend with your family, I mean. And that Draco would not abide. No matter the weird, terrifying sensations rushing through him at that moment, Draco would never let Harry think for one moment that he wasn't a part of their family. Don't be stupid, Harry. Not my family, our family. Harry looked down and blushed. Don't say things like that. I'll say what I like, thank you very much. Let's get you packed again. I think I should stay. No, Draco snarled. You're coming and that's final. Harry bit his lip and nodded. Draco looked away and swallowed. He was freaking out over nothing, he told himself. Ron had mucked everything up again, causing confusion where there didn't need to any. Draco would sort it out and that would be that. There was no reason to ruin anyone's holiday. No reason at all. Harry woke with a start. He glanced around as he pushed his sweaty hair from his brow and got his breathing under control. He wondered what had woken him. Then he shifted a bit and felt cooling stickiness in his pajama bottoms. Bloody F. K. Not again. He'd had that dream again. He couldn't believe it. He sat up, causing the bedsprings to creak, their sound ricocheting off the walls of Professor Snape's guest room. Harry stopped moving, afraid he'd woken Draco. He cocked his head to the right and listened. Long, slow breaths told Harry that Draco was still asleep. He looked over at the small clock by his bed. It was 4:30, no use going back to sleep. With a weary sigh, he gathered his shower things and a change of clothing. It was going to be a long weekend. Severus stumbled into the kitchen at 5:45, desperate for coffee and the morning paper before having to spend a tedious day collecting tissue samples for his most recent hybridization project. He stopped short at the sight of Harry hunched over a collection of books and several of his school journals. If the crumpled balls of paper were any indication, he'd been there for quite a long while. Severus stood silently, weighing whether it might not be a good time to talk to Harry about a few things he'd been meaning to get around to, but which were inappropriate for classrooms or strolls to the hothouses. Things that couldn't be put off any longer, not after Narcissus' rendition of events at the Woolsford stables the day before and his own observations as they'd driven to the house. His mouth quirked when Harry mumbled under his breath, "Who gives a flying F.K. about the art of the Etruscans?" If only Draco were as dedicated to his studies. Severus sauntered into the kitchen and put on a pot of coffee. The book Harry was reading toppled to the floor as he leapt back in his seat, making the wooden chair hop backward. "Professor Snape. Sorry. You startled me." "Yes, well, imagine my surprise at finding a teenager poring over textbooks before the sun was up." "Sorry. I'll be out of the way in a moment." Harry began gathering his books. Severus sighed and fought the acidic retort poised to spring from his lips. It was difficult dealing with Harry and his bouts of insecurity at times, like now, when Severus was bleary-eyed and caffeine-deprived and feeling rather sharp-tongued. "Don't be daft. I never said you had to move," he said instead, pleased with his self-restraint. Harry's hands hovered over the books he'd gathered. He bit the inside of his cheek. "You sure?" Severus turned and faced him, coffee mug in hand and a barbed quip at the ready. His eyes narrowed as he took in Harry's face. He was paler than usual, and had dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept at all the night before, or possibly the night before that. "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you sleeping?" Severus stalked closer and stared. Harry looked away. "Nothing. New surroundings, different sounds. I just had a hard time getting to sleep last night, that's all. And the early morning. So excited about." Severus leaned over Harry to get a good look at his books, the history of the Etruscan civilization that you couldn't possibly sleep past for this morning. Harry's face colored. "I do have a paper due next week. Has this anything to do with Draco's surly attitude yesterday?" Severus wasn't in the mood for beepfooting. What? Don't. It's far too early to test my patience, I assure you." "No. I mean, Draco just had a headache. We didn't have a row or anything. Not much of one. Not really." Severus's eyes narrowed. "You both seem to have a fair number of debilitating headaches as of late." "How interesting." Harry looked away. "Close those books. I'd like to speak with you." Severus sat next to Harry and picked up Harry's botany journal. "We don't have to hand that in for 2 weeks," Harry cried as he tried to snatch his journal back. "It's not finished. I have 2 more weeks. The perils of spending your holiday with a professor. Now back to what I was saying. There are things of import I wish to address. I understand you've been invited away for a skiing holiday with Cecilia Buttersley's family." Severus didn't look up, instead focusing on the lab assignments in Harry's journal. "How did you? I mean, yes, I was invited. You've been spending a bit of time with her, haven't you?" Severus turned a page. Harry wriggled in his seat. "A bit," he hedged. "And before that, I believe you were quite taken with Miss Smithwick." Well, you see, that didn't work out." Severus set down Harry's botany journal, pretending not to notice the speed with which Harry grabbed it and shoved it under his other journals. "Has any other young woman caught your eye? Or perhaps someone else has?" "No, sir," Harry said, as he ducked his head and cleared his throat. Severus gathered that Harry hadn't quite caught the meaning of his last question, which answered some things but left larger issues unresolved. "I assume you've been careful." "Careful? I don't." Severus watched as understanding dawned on Harry's face. "Oh, I haven't. There's not been. Yes, I've been careful." "So, you haven't?" "No, I haven't. No, I haven't." Severus cleared his throat. "There is no shame in abstaining from say.ul activity." Harry's nervous laughter rang throughout the kitchen. "Tell that to the other boys in my dorm. Have any of them pressured you into having say? Has Draco?" "No, not really. In fact, Draco stopped something from, going too far once." "Well, at least someone has the sense God gave him. Bear in mind, Harry, there isn't any shame in having say.ul feelings. It can be quite confusing. But I want you to understand that having those feelings is natural. No matter what. We shouldn't be having this conversation. I mean, you're my teacher and stuff. If not me, then whom?" Harry ducked his head again and rubbed the back of his neck with his hand. He shrugged. His discomfort was palpable. You can always come to me, Harry. Whenever you have questions about relationships, say. Ul or otherwise. Severus hesitated. Even if the problem or question involves Draco. What's that supposed to mean? Harry's response was sharp. Far too edgy, Severus thought. You tell me. You two are either thick as thieves or carping at each other as if you were an old married couple. Things are fine. All friends have rows now and then. We just seem to have more of them lately. There's no need to get so defensive. I'm merely inquiring about the state of things. The state of things. Yes, and that leads me to my next topic. Arrangements need to be made for the Christmas holiday. You can't stay at the school. I know. I assumed you didn't fancy returning to the Dursleys for the holiday. I'd rather not. Well, then, where shall you go? I'd hoped that you see. I assumed. Well, I shouldn't assume, I suppose. You are not a babbling baboon, but a young man of some breeding. Spit it out. The Malfoys. I'd thought, perhaps, that I could stay with the Malfoys. And what if Draco decides to spend his holiday away? I understand he's quite taken with a young lady who's invited him on holiday with her. He might accept. What then? I hadn't thought of that, sir. Severus watched as Harry sagged in the chair at the idea of Draco going away, his eyes flashing with what Severus could only term jealousy. Lucky for you, he is not leaving, and Narcissa has already inquired about your holiday plans. I shall write to your relatives and secure the necessary permission for you. Thank you, Harry. Yes. Severus shook his head. He'd seen the way Draco gazed at Harry the day before, equal parts desperate lust and staunch loathing, while Harry stared out the window, oblivious. And when Harry wasn't being oblivious, he stared at Draco as if he were the very sun. Boys discovering they liked boys was nothing new. He'd seen it before. He was employed at an all-boys boarding school, for God's sake, but up till now, his discoveries had always been from afar. He never thought something like this would hit so close to home. For the moment, Harry and Draco seemed content to stare longingly at each other and engage in a bit of pigtail pulling. There was no need to force anything to light. Thinking it was best to leave sleeping dogs where they lay, Severus changed the subject. Now, why are you up so early whilst on holiday? I told you, I couldn't sleep. Bad dreams. Nightmares. Yes. No. I don't know. Just dreams. Severus let the conversation drop. He swallowed the rest of his coffee while Harry fiddled with the edges of his books. I have much work to do. I understand you're going riding today while Narcissa spends the day in town. Yes, sir. The horses are spirited, though Draco assures me that you can ride well enough to handle at least one of them. I expect you to be careful and not do anything beyond your ability. Yes, sir. Be back in time for lunch or I will come looking for you. Yes, sir. Avoid the back pasture, there are a fair number of spots where the horses are likely to get spooked. I will be most upset if I have to escort you to the hospital. Yes, sir, Harry responded dutifully, though this time with a bit of a chuckle. Severus scowled. He checked the small temperature gauge sitting outside the window. Wear a jacket. It's supposed to be cold. I've no intention of playing nursemaid, either. I expect you to eat breakfast before you go. Harry nodded and Severus swept from the kitchen, hoping that for a long time yet he could simply counsel Harry on riding safety and the necessity of jacket wearing rather than what to do when Harry discovered that he liked boys better than girls. Draco felt like shite. He hadn't slept more than a few hours, consumed as he was with thoughts of Jordan and Harry and what the f*** all of that meant. When he'd finally drifted off, it was to dreams of having with Jordan, watching her face morph into Harry's as he pounded into him. Him. Damn it. If the dreams hadn't felt so goddamned good, Draco would have insisted that they'd been nightmares. He staggered into the kitchen at 8:30, stumbling at the sight of Harry's jumper riding up his torso, his head thrown back in pleasure as he stretched his arms high above his head. Heat pooled in Draco's groin and he felt himself harden. F.K. Not now. Not F. King now. What the F.K. are you doing up so early? Draco stalked around the kitchen in search of a coffee mug, slamming doors and cabinets as he did so. Somebody didn't get enough sleep. Who could sleep with all that goddamned mo? Ning and flopping about you did. There were a few moments of silence before Harry asked, "Do you have another headache, or something?" "No. Though if I did, it'd be your fault." "All right. So I'm a restless sleeper. Let it go." "It's hard to let it go when I can't even think straight, sleep deprived as I am." "You know what? F.K.U. I'm not in the mood for your shite this morning. Go riding alone. I've got other stuff to do." Harry stood and started gathering his books and journals. Draco pursed his lips, trying to get himself under control. There should be no reason at all for him to think about how soft Harry's skin probably was, or whether he would be able to feel his ribs if Draco were to skim his fingers across Harry's stomach, or whether Harry made any noises when he got off, or anything else as remotely beeped. But that was all he seemed capable of thinking about, and it was making him angry. God, you're such a little prat sometimes. Not everything's about you, you know. The King world does not revolve around Harry King Potter. Okay. So that wasn't much better. In fact, on balance, it was far worse, as he realized when he heard the kitchen chair scrape across the floor and topple over. Who could forget that with Draco narcissistic, sodding Malfoy hovering everywhere? Now who didn't get enough sleep? What's your King problem with me? You say you want me here, but all you do is insult me. If I wanted that I could have stayed. Draco whirled around. Don't you King say what I think you're about to say. Don't you ever compare me to those people. Harry's face crumpled and the angry spots of color that made him so beautiful went away. He righted the chair and sat down. Draco turned away and closed his eyes. What's going on, Draco? I don't understand. Have I done something? Do I need to change something? Just tell me. I can't just tell me. I can't stand whatever this is that's going on. One minute you insist on me being here and then the next, you act like I discussed you. Draco hated how unsure Harry sounded, but he'd been the cause of it, hadn't he? A rather large part of him wanted to reach out and do something as ridiculous as hug Harry. He dismissed such an abhorrent thought. He would admit to being a bit touchy with Harry, but on the whole, he knew that boys didn't hug other boys. Of course, boys didn't think about wanking other boys or watching other boys come, either. Not normal boys, anyway. Draco wanted more than anything to be normal. I do want you here, he said eventually, joining Harry at the table. You don't understand. I can't explain it, okay? It's not you. It's me. Then tell me what's going on so that I can understand. Draco looked away. The earnestness in Harry's gaze was too much to take. I just said I can't explain it. That's stupid. Of course you can explain it. Just try. Is this about Patricia? Are you having problems? Is that why you were so upset yesterday? This isn't about Patricia. Oh. Harry fiddled with the edge of the table. Draco braced himself when Harry started fiddling with things, it was a sure sign that he was uncomfortable. Had Harry figured it out? Had he somehow seen the things Draco imagined doing to him? It was hard to breathe as he sat there, waiting for Harry's pronouncement. Is this about Jordan? Harry asked. His stare bored into a textbook on ancient civilizations. What? Draco felt like he was choking. Had Harry actually figured it out? Oh, God. Oh, F.K. Oh, bloody F.K. That's it. You miss her, right? You haven't heard from her all term, have you? Draco closed his eyes in relief, trying to ignore the trace of disappointment coiled deep within him at the realization that Harry hadn't figured out anything. I don't really miss her. But, you're right. It is about her. Indirectly. Want to talk about it? Not particularly, no. Oh. Harry started fiddling with the cuffs of his jumper. Professor Snape says it's okay to, have feelings and such. It's natural. What? Feelings. Harry cleared his throat and stared at the wall. It's natural to miss having say with her. I'm sure you find yourself comparing others to her. It must be hard. You have no idea. Harry nodded. Course. I'll make breakfast, then. Toast all right. Draco reached out and grabbed Harry's forearm, squeezing a bit as he did. Listen, Harry. I'm sorry, okay? I've been a right git the last few days. I'm sorry. Harry quirked his lips in a soft smile. Sake. Sleep on the couch or something, so that you can get a good night's sleep tonight. Don't be stupid. You sure? Yes. I told you. I was just being a prat. Okay. Harry stood, gently shaking his forearm from Draco's grasp. Draco started, not realizing he'd been holding on to him for so long. Severus was on his feet the moment he heard Harry cursing and Draco saying, "Careful. Let's get you settled." "I can do it myself," Severus heard Harry say, though the words sounded pinched. "No, you can't. We tried that, remember? Come on. Let's get you sorted out before Uncle Severus sees you." "Before Uncle Severus sees what?" Severus said as he stepped into the hallway. Harry and Draco's heads shot up, both their mouths hanging open in surprise. Draco's arm was around Harry's waist, while Harry's arm was around Draco's shoulders. Severus might have thought it was a lover's embrace, but for the fact that Harry was dirty and mussed, and his trousers were torn in a few spots. Harry tried to take a step, but hissed in pain as he faltered. Draco pulled him closer, clutching at him and keeping him up upright. Severus didn't waste a second moving to Harry's other side so that he could help get him to the sofa. "I'm fine," Harry groused as he tried to pull away from both Draco and now Severus. "The hell you are. Sit. Now. Draco, get the ice packs from the freezer and bring a few tea towels." Draco nodded and darted from the room. Severus sat on a small footstool and pulled Harry's ankle to him. He turned it gingerly, ignoring Harry's hiss of pain. "A mild sprain. I told you I was fine." Before Severus could rebuke Harry for his sharp tone, Draco was at his side, the ice packs in his hands. "Put those around his ankle whilst I wrap the tea towels around." Draco nodded and began covering Harry's ankle with the ice packs. He flinched at Harry's yelp. "Pay no attention, Draco. Do as I say." Draco nodded again and went back to work, obviously upset by what was happening. When Severus was satisfied that Harry's ankle was sufficiently iced and elevated, he sat back and fixed both boys with his most malevolent gaze. "What happened?" The boys traded glances. Severus sighed. They were going to try to lie about what happened. Wonderful. Just what he needed on the first afternoon of his holiday dressing down fibbing, recalcitrant boys who thought they could pull a fast one. The only question was which of the two would make the opening gambit. Draco was biting his lip, fascinated apparently by the trim of Severus's throw pillows. It was Harry who looked up, a sheepish smile already plastered on his face. "Morea got spooked by something. I wasn't ready for it and I fell off when she reared. Really stupid of me, I know." There was that sheepish, chagrined smile again, the one Severus knew Harry had used over and over and over again to charm others into looking the other direction. He curled his hands into tight fists, never letting his expression show his anger. Harry continued. "Draco's always after me about tightening up on the reins, too. Guess I learned my lesson the hard way. Isn't that right, Draco?" Severus's gaze swung to Draco, wondering if he'd be complicit in this shameful mockery. Yes, that's right. Harry, he always holds the reins too loose. Morea saw a bird or something, I don't know what, and it startled her. She reared and Harry fell. Landed on his side and twisted his ankle. Sorry, sir, Harry added. He bowed his head in contrition. Severus's eyes narrowed into little slits. He was furious. How dare Harry try to treat him as if he were another adult passing through his life, who only wanted to hear Harry's words and not understand them. Severus bit back the insults and barbs he had at the ready. Instead, he swallowed his anger and decided to use the situation to his advantage. That's what happened. Harry and Draco traded glances again. Yes, sir, they chorused. Well, that answers that, I suppose. Severus stood. Draco, please get Harry some pain relief tablets from the first aid box in the linen cupboard. I need to call Dr. Anderson. I told you, I'm fine, Harry said as he made to get up from the sofa. Sit down. Dr. Anderson is a veterinarian, not a physician. Draco stopped short. Why would you need a veterinarian? Well, I can't have a horse that spooks at the sight of a bird. Imagine what she'd do if a fox came ambling by. No, it's better if I call Dr. Anderson. He'll know a good place for her. Severus took a step. Wait, Harry cried. Yes. Is there something you wished to say? Harry's gaze darted to Draco and then back to Severus. It might have been bigger than a bird. We couldn't see it, of course, but it was probably something much more startling than a bird. And I wasn't holding the reins right. Draco said. You heard him. Nevertheless, I think it wise that she no longer be stabled here. Severus turned and took another step, wondering which boy would speak next, and hoping it was Draco. Uncle Severus, wait, it's my fault. Please don't send Morea away. Unless you have something else to add, I really see no other choice. It's my fault. Like I said. Draco. Harry hissed. Quiet. I'm not going to let you or Morea take the fall for this. It was my fault we had that row. Another row. You boys seem quite combative lately. Now are you going to tell me what really happened today, or shall I keep up my ruse to call Dr. Anderson? You were lying. Harry asked, his voice cracking with incredulity. Yes. You inspired me. What? Do not take that tone with me. Do not forget that I know you, Mr. Potter. I know how you were treated by those awful people, and I know of the lies you told to cover it up. I will not tolerate such duplicity. Not in my home, and certainly not from you. I would hope, Mr. Potter, that you thought more highly of me than that. Harry's head bowed again. Severus was sure that the contrition was genuine this time. I didn't mean I just wanted I'm sorry. Severus returned to the footstool and patted Harry's back, an awkward attempt at comforting. Don't do it again. Severus turned to Draco. And you. Don't help him. There was another chorus of, yes, sir. Harry was such a remarkable young man that it was easy to forget what he'd gone through all his life. Despite an outward display of swagger and confidence, he was a vulnerable, needy boy who was desperate for a little acceptance and love. Severus worried what dynamic Harry's past would add to what was happening between him and Draco. The sound of someone clearing his throat brought Severus from his thoughts. You wished to say something, Draco. We went out for a ride and got into an argument. I was trying to teach Harry how to post. I was behind him, watching him anyway. I said something I shouldn't have and one thing led to another and Harry picked up where Draco left off. And I got upset, pushed Morea into a gallop, and I couldn't quite control her when she took off. I fell off and landed on my side. Severus let the silence linger, not saying anything until both boys were sincerely regretful. I see, he said at long last. I started it, Uncle Severus. It was my fault that Harry took off like that. Please don't be angry with him. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Severus was taken aback by Draco's protectiveness, though he shouldn't have been when he thought about it. I think a twisted ankle and the rest of the day in bed is punishment enough for Harry. Bed. I don't need to go to bed. It's a twisted ankle. Nothing more. Severus ignored Harry's protests. To Draco, he said, and you can take care of the horses by yourself. I imagine you didn't take the time to brush them or anything else. No, sir. They're both still saddled. I wanted to get Harry back to the house as quickly as possible. Off you go, then. I'll see to Harry. Draco opened his mouth, as if to protest, but shut it quickly and hurried out the door. Don't move, Severus said to Harry. Severus left the room, only to return a few minutes later with a glass of juice and 2 small, white tablets. These will help with the inflammation and the pain. It's not that bad, really. I can even move it around now. See? And besides, what happened is my own fault. Fault has nothing to do with whether you are permitted relief from pain. That is not an acceptable method of punishment. But, there is no but in this, Harry. You and Draco both did stupid things today, and for that I think no more riding for the rest of the holiday is sufficient punishment. Keeping you in pain for pain's sake is not appropriate. Do you understand? Harry rolled his eyes and muttered a curt, yes, under his breath as he reached out to take the tablets. Severus pulled his hand back. Do you understand? Do you really? Harry looked up at Severus and stared at him a long while. I'm beginning to. Good. Take these and then we'll get you in the bath. You're dirty and chilled. Yes, sir. Severus drew Harry's bath and then helped him to the bathroom. Are you fine on your own, or do you need assistance? I can do it. It's really not that bad. I can put pressure on it and everything. I don't see what the fuss is about. You were hurt. You need a bit of looking after for the afternoon. That's what all the fuss is about. Now, I've left you some fresh pajamas. I see Draco's used all the towels. I'll get some more. When Severus returned, Harry was in the bath and the shower curtain was pulled halfway shut. He placed the towels on top of Harry's pajamas. I've left you towels. Thank you, came from behind the curtain. Sir, I was wondering if you had a few minutes to talk. Severus hesitated for a second. Of course. He sat on the sandalwood stool by the bath. Mind, there are a few things I'd like to talk about as well. Of course. Why don't you start, then? What happened today? We told you. We had a row. I got upset. No, I mean, what was the row about? What preceded it? Water splashed as Harry shifted. Severus could see the toes of his good foot flexing against the cold porcelain wall tile. He was barking at me about my posting. He said something about me always showing my ass. It's really weird. Actually, this was sort of what I wanted to talk to you about. Go on. Things have been so strange lately. I think he doesn't want to be friends with me anymore, but doesn't know how to say it. He's always been a bit possessive even when we were kids. But now it's as if he either can't get far enough away from me or he wants to be on top of me. Severus bit the inside of his cheek, hoping to hold his tongue about what Draco wanted. Sometimes he looks at me as if I disgust him. I mean, I know I'm not much to look at and I don't act posh enough. But I didn't think those things mattered. They don't. You are very important to Draco. Never forget that. What's wrong with him, then? Harry, remember our conversation this morning? About it being a confusing time for you and the rest of your friends. Well, it's confusing for Draco, as well. Confusing how, exactly? Severus looked up at the ceiling, cursing God and the heavens above. Perhaps confusion is the wrong word. The point is that all of you are going to be feeling things that you might not think are normal, perhaps. But I don't want you to think about that. Normal is a relative term. There was more water splashing and toe flexing. I'm not sure I understand. You will. In time, you will understand everything. And when you do, Harry, there will be nothing wrong with what you find. Okay. Professor. Yes. Is it do boys my age still have dreams? Severus pursed his lips and knitted his brows as he tried to puzzle out what Harry was asking. He opened his mouth to say as much, when it hit him. Do you mean dreams about? Yes, those kinds of dreams. Are they just dreams, or are you having nocturnal Not just dreams. Dreams with the other. Well, of course it's normal. It's just your body's way of, helping you along in that department. Dreams help us face what we're afraid to see in our conscious lives. Oh, so, it's normal, then. Yes, it's normal. But remember what I said, Harry. I know normal is a relative term. Thanks for the talk, Professor. And for taking care of my ankle and everything. You're welcome. Severus watched Harry's toes flex again. It means a lot to me. I guess I always imagined that this was what fathers and sons did. Severus closed his eyes. Not that I think, that we're that way, just that. It's fine, Harry, really. These are the things people do for those whom they care about. It's okay to feel that way. And I do care about you. I thought that was evident. I don't bark or sneer at you nearly as much as anyone else. Harry laughed. Yeah, I suppose so. Thanks. Anytime. Severus heard the back door close and the sound of booted feet walking into the kitchen. Draco was back from an afternoon of taking care of the horses. How's Harry? Draco asked as he opened the door to the refrigerator and stared at its contents, as if waiting for the eggs to start tap dancing. Sleeping. Draco said nothing as he continued to stare into the refrigerator. There's a horrific storm in London. Your mother's stuck there for the night. She rang a few minutes ago to say she wouldn't be back before tomorrow. Draco nodded. He grabbed a bottle of juice and started to leave the kitchen. Stop. Sit down. Draco hesitated, but did as he was told. I want to talk to you about Harry. And you. The juice bottle stopped halfway to Draco's mouth. He set the bottle back down. What about us? All of these headaches and rows, do you know what they remind me of? No. When you were a little boy, you were entranced by Pansy Parkinson. So much so that whenever you wanted her attention, which was all of the time, you pulled her pigtails, or flung mud patties at her, or stomped on her feet. I did not. Severus chuckled. Oh, but you did. And then when your father took you to task for it, do you know what you said? No, I don't. You said you loved her. The words hung in the air for a long stretch. Fine. So when I was 5, I told a girl that I loved her. What's that got to do with me and Harry? Think, Draco. Substitute rows and insults for pigtails and mud patties, and what do you have? Nothing. You have nothing. Draco huffed and ran his hands through his hair. His gaze darted around the room. Are we done? No. Severus leaned forward. I know, Draco. I don't know what you're talk. I know. Draco stared at him before lurching violently from his seat and backing into the closest wall. His sneer was full of false confidence. So what? So what? Draco. Does Harry know? Is that why you made me leave? So that you could talk about me? Stop this. Now. Sit down. I am not angry with you, or disappointed in you, or any other ridiculous thing you've conjured in your mind. But we need to talk about this. Harry could have been seriously hurt today. This is no longer a bit of pigtail pulling. Draco's defiance left him. He shuffled towards the table and sat down. Does Harry know? He does not. He's hurt and confused and is sure that you don't want to be his friend anymore. I know you're dealing with something very confusing at the moment, but you must stop and think about Harry. With everything he's been through, he doesn't make the same assumptions or react the same way that others do. All I do is think about Harry. I can't get him out of my goddamned mind. I am trying to have an open and non-judgmental conversation with you. Do not insult me with your adolescent vulgarities. I'm not gay. I didn't say you were. What is it you said, then? I was referring to your attraction to Harry. I did not say that you were gay. That is not a determination that I can make about or for you. But you said you could tell I was attracted to him. Doesn't that mean I'm gay? I mean, that you think I'm gay. Attraction can mean a lot of things. You are so insistent on pushing away these feelings that you haven't figured out what they mean. As a consequence, you're lashing out at everyone around you, most especially Harry, who is only now grappling with the idea of any sort of sexuality. So, what are you saying? I'm saying that you need to stop pushing away these feelings. You need to figure them out. Draco snorted. Yeah, right. I can see the conversation now. Hello, Harry. Guess what? I have dreams about King you. Sorry, Uncle Severus. That's not entirely what I meant, but having a conversation with Harry might not be a bad idea. You've lost your mind. There is no way I'm ever going to have that kind of conversation with him. These feelings, or whatever, aren't normal. I don't know what they mean, but I am going to make them go away. No way am I in love or lust or whatever with my best friend. My male best friend. Draco. No. Draco stood and backed away. I'm not gay. They're just feelings. They're not important. I wouldn't care if you were gay, neither would your mother. Neither would Harry. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because this attraction, or whatever it is it's nothing. Now if you'll excuse me, I think I need a bit of air. Severus heard the front door slam. He massaged his temples, wondering what had ever possessed him to try and sort this out. Draco couldn't sleep. He kicked away his blankets and flopped onto his back. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop thinking about his conversation with his godfather, which made him think about his conversation with Ron, which inevitably led him to think about Harry. Harry. He'd almost choked at dinner when he'd passed the salt to Harry and their fingers had touched. He wasn't attracted to Harry. Not like that. He just wasn't. He rolled over again and huffed as the bedsprings creaked. God. He couldn't stop thinking about him. What had possessed him to try to teach Harry to post anyway, knowing that he was having all of these confusing, unnatural thoughts? He'd been behind him, watching his ass move up and down in sync with Morea's laconic gait. All he'd wanted to do was reach out and give Harry's ass a good, hard squeeze. He'd screamed in frustration and told Harry that posting did not require him showing his ass like some sort of cheap tart and to stop doing it because it was disgusting. Draco snorted and rolled over again. Why was he hiding like this? Did he really think there was any substance to what his godfather had said? Of course not. He'd simply got spooked and had made this issue into something far larger than it was. No matter what it was, he had to get some sleep. It felt like forever since he'd got any sleep. He was just starting to drift when he heard the rustle of Harry's sheets and the creak of his bed springs. HarryMo.Ned. Draco felt himself harden. He squeezed his eyes shut and willed it down. It was just another example of how he'd let this run away from him. The more he tried to make it go away, though, the harder he got. The harder he got, the more he thought about Harry. Images of him touching Harry, of Harry touching him, flew past his mind's eye, exciting him and gutting him at the same time. And then he remembered what his godfather had told him earlier. If he kept pushing the attraction away, it would only get worse. Draco sat up. Of course. Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? He'd been so afraid of touching Harry, or getting that close to him for fear of what might happen, that he was making it worse. That was the answer. He would go over and give Harry a bit of a massage. He knew he was sore from the fall. Harry obviously needed it given all of the rolling around he was doing, and Draco would prove to himself that he wasn't attracted to Harry at all. He was lying on the grass again. Something whispered at the back of his mind that he would be upset when he woke if he didn't leave the dream right then, but Harry couldn't be bothered with it. Nothing that felt this good could be wrong. He smiled as that familiar but not presence caressed him with its phantom touch. Fingers trailed along his back, leaving Harry with the sensation of electric eddies swirling across his skin. He shivered. Hands kneaded at the base of his spine. They were strong and long-fingered. This hadn't happened in Harry's dream before, but it felt so good, so right, that he didn't think on it anymore. He let himself relax. The soft grass started to fade and the summer sun waned. But the presence behind him didn't waver. If anything, it felt stronger, more real. Harry blinked. What was happening? As sunshine gave way to night, as grass transformed into sheets and blankets, Harry tumbled back into reality, though still not quite awake. As he was coming around, he noticed that the room was cold and the shadows sharp and slanted. He missed the grass, warmed by summer sun. The bed creaked and his muscles tensed, as if he were about to be struck. That same heavy sensation was still there. He still felt the haze of arousal. He didn't understand. Was he still asleep? Was he dreaming? Stop tensing. It's just me, Harry, the presence. No, the person whispered into his ear. He knew that voice. He knew it. Soft hair brushed across Harry's shoulder. The combined smell of sunshine, grass, and earth wafted by his long-fingered hands kneaded and kneaded and kneaded. He heard his name again. Harry gasped. Reality and fantasy superimposed, stealing Harry's breath and stopping his heart for a moment. Holy Mother of God, Harry was having wet dreams about his best friend. It was Draco touching him, dotting him, arousing him, in his dreams. It wasn't Pammy, or Cho, or Cecilia. It was Draco. It was Draco. Well, Harry had no idea what to make of that. Professor Snape's words from earlier in the day came back to him. Professor Snape knew. He knew that Harry was attracted to Draco. F.K. That meant that Draco knew, too. What was he going to do? Tears of frustration and anger pushed at Harry's eyes. He fought them back. He scrambled out from under Draco and leapt from his bed, knocking away his blankets and Draco in the process. F.K., he said loud enough to wake Professor Snape, if Draco's strangled cry hadn't already done it. I'm so sorry. Sorry. For what? Draco asked, looking slightly dazed. And then Harry realized that Draco didn't know. Sorry. Leg cramp. Harry blurted as he sped towards the door, calculating the fastest way out of the house and the best place to hide, hoping beyond hope that Draco wouldn't follow. What's wrong with you? Harry paid no attention as he sped from the room, turned left, and ran straight into Professor Snape. Sorry, sir. Harry stuttered in abject embarrassment as he scrambled to keep his balance, his ankle twinging with pain. I need and excuse me, he finished in a rush as he pushed past and ran out of the house, slamming the front door behind him. Severus stared at the door, bewildered by the disheveled Harry who had just run past. Fate seemed determined to make what was between Harry and Draco play out over the course of a school holiday while Draco's mother was stuck in London, leaving the hard work to Severus. His mouth set in a firm line, Severus marched into the room the boys were sharing intending to find out what was going on. He stopped dead, though, when he saw Draco sitting on Harry's bed amongst tangled sheets and blankets, the pillows half off the bed. What happened? Why did Harry run from the house? Draco looked up, startled from his thoughts. Sorry, Uncle Severus. Harry had a leg cramp. A leg cramp. That must be why he tore out of this room, hobbling along with a tender ankle, slamming the front door behind him. I suppose, Draco murmured, distracted and distant. Why are you in his bed, Draco? Why does it look as though a windstorm has traveled through? What has been going on in here? What have you done? Oh, Draco said as he looked around. Harry needed a bit of a rub down. Severus's steps faltered. What did you say? Harry's sore from when the horse threw him. He needed a bit of a rub down. I gave it to him. Did Harry request such a thing? No, I suppose not. I just wanted to figure it out, you see. The attraction. If it was real. Uncle Severus. It's real. I know, Draco. Draco nodded. They sat in silence for a long while. Uncle Severus. Yes. I think I'm gay. Severus's face softened. And what has led you to this conclusion? Harry. Severus sat next to Draco. I see. It's fine, Draco. I don't think any differently about you because of it. I don't want to be. I know you don't. But if you are, it's fine. It is not an easy road, I imagine, but it's not one that you'll have to walk alone. I promise. Uncle Severus. I think I love Harry, too. Severus chuckled. Perhaps you do, Draco. But the question is, what are you going to do about it? We had this conversation. Remember? Severus looked away and cursed whomever had put him into this situation. He was not a goddamned matchmaker. However, there was the little issue of sleep, not to mention his hybridization project. He was already behind schedule, having played bloody counselor and nursemaid all day. If this was going to happen, then it would happen when it was convenient for Severus. I think you'll find that Harry is more receptive than you think. Draco's eyes lit up. What are you saying? I'm saying that you should find Harry and talk to him. Draco bit the inside of his cheek for a moment before leaping from the bed and tossing on whatever clothing he could find. He's at the stables. I'm sure of it. It's where he goes at school when he wants to think about stuff. I better take a jacket for him. And some shoes. I don't think he was wearing shoes. Only Harry runs out of the house without shoes. I'll be back. We'll be back. Don't wait up. And with that, Draco flew from the room. Severus smiled when he heard the front door slam again. Draco entered the stable, breathless from having run from the house. Gas lanterns were lit everywhere, casting a cheery glow across the dark wood of the stalls and infusing the hay bales with light. Morea was in the center of the stable, calmly standing there as Harry made long sweeping strokes with a grooming brush. Her black, glossy coat and long mane shone in the soft light. Any other time, Harry would have looked ridiculous standing there barefoot in his pajamas, dwarfed by Morea, but now it only seemed to add to the alluring surrealism of the scene. Harry stiffened, but made no other acknowledgement of Draco's presence. He continued brushing Morea, murmuring endearments to her as she swished her tail and bent her neck in pleasure. Harry, do you know what Morea's name means? Harry, please. She's named for Morea iridioides, the fortnight lily, a pure white flower that only blooms at night. It's quite clever, really. A solid black Frisian, graceful and powerful, named for a pure white flower that only blooms at night. I figured that out on my own, you know. Harry, I want to talk to you about something. The brush faltered for a second. What about? About what's been happening the last few days. Weeks even. Harry dropped the brush and turned around. There was a smudge of something high on his cheek. Draco quelled the impulse to walk over and brush it away. What? Harry dropped his gaze and stared at the ground. He fiddled with the hem of his pajama top. Draco tried to order his thoughts. He had no idea what he was going to say, how he was going to explain to his best friend that he was in love with him. He ran his hands through his hair and turned away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Harry lift his head and stare at him. He turned a bit and started at what he saw. Harry wasn't looking at him any differently than he ever had, but Draco had only just noticed what was hidden in his gaze all along. Desire. For Draco. Suddenly, Draco didn't feel much like talking. Draco crossed the stable and stood in front of Harry. He let Harry search him with his gaze. He didn't want Harry to be frightened. Not of this. Morea whickered and pressed her front hoof into the ground. Draco lifted his hand, letting it hover close to Harry's face. What are you doing? You've got a smudge. Draco leaned forward and cupped the back of Harry's head with one hand, letting his thumb sweep over Harry's cheek. He smiled as Harry's eyes fluttered shut. You don't have to do that. I know. Harry made no effort to move or to stop Draco. Draco brushed his thumb across Harry's cheek again, sweeping away the last of the dirt. He didn't stop moving his thumb, though. He'd thought the urge to touch Harry would go away when he'd removed the smudge. It didn't. If anything, the desire seemed grow stronger with each passing brush of his thumb. Is it still there? Draco didn't say anything. His gaze was fixed on the movement of his finger, watching it sweep back and forth across skin that was as soft as he'd imagined it. He felt bewitched. Draco. Draco looked up into wide, green eyes. There were golden flecks in them, he thought. He leaned forward to get a closer look, now only centimeters from Harry. He had to see if there were golden flecks, just as he had to feel how soft Harry's skin was. Draco. What? Draco tore his gaze from green eyes with golden flecks and rested his gaze on soft lips, more pink than red. The top lip was thin, while the bottom one was plump and a bit pouty. Perfect for beeping and worrying and biting, Draco thought as he leaned in, not caring a whit that this was his best friend, or that Harry was a boy. He curled his other hand at Harry's nape. Time hung, caught in the pendency of Draco's thoughts. His breath ghosted across Harry's lips, as Harry's head tilted slightly to the left. There was a moment of hesitation, a moment in which he understood that everything he'd ever known was about to change. He didn't care. He ducked his head, closed his eyes, and leaned in. He felt the soft warmth of Harry's lips meet his. There were sparks, electric tingles, something leaping and coiling around the exhilarating rush of desire coursing through him. He felt tentative hands reach around him and skim across the small of his back as they sought purchase. He heard and felt the low groan swallow deep in Harry's throat. As he pressed his lips to Harry's again, and as he felt Harry key back, Draco Malfoy knew that nothing had ever felt so right as key dotting Harry Potter. That's when he knew that magic existed in the world. Draco crushed Harry against a nearby post, ignoring Morea's stamping hooves and snorts of amusement. Harry made more noises. Little catching breaths as Draco dragged his hands through Harry's hair, clutched at him, and pulled him closer, because, he wasn't close enough. His lips smacked against Harry's, his teeth beeped in Harry's bottom lip, gleeful that it was as plump and soft as he'd thought. He felt Harry move against him, dotting back, matching Draco's ferocity. Harry's tongue darted out and licked Draco's bottom lip. Draco responded to the invitation and soon they were both ning as teeth clicked and tongues twined. They were both breathing as if running a marathon, but neither yielded. As if knowing that the world would change the moment they stopped, Draco and Harry refused to let each other go as they Ed. Finally, the electricity settled into a gentle hum. The need for proper breaths trumped desperate need. Draco pulled his lips away, shivering at the sensation of the sparks still dancing between them. He began, but Harry shushed him with another key. This one clumsy, sweet, and agonizingly slow. They broke apart, but held each other in loose circles of arms. Draco felt warm contentment as Harry's eyes flashed with wonder. You Ed me, Harry said. Harry's eyes looked glazed to Draco, like maybe Harry thought he was in a dream. Yeah, I did, Draco said. Why? I wanted to see if what I felt was real. Oh, I'm sorry about the key. Harry looked down with a slight frown. He let his arms drop and stepped back, forcing Draco to drop his. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Experiment over, right? No. I mean, I Ed you without asking. That's why I'm sorry. Draco blurted, struggling to find any words that weren't wrong ones. Oh. Morea stamped her hooves again and whinnied, unhappy that she was no longer the center of attention. Outside the stable, something moved through the underbrush. Harry scuffed his foot across the floor. Did you like it? Draco asked. I don't know. I think so. I don't know what to think. Draco saw the uncertainty in Harry's eyes. It made his heart pound and his lungs burn. I liked it too, you know. You did. Of course I did. I want to do it again, actually. If you'd let me, of course. I should have asked before I did that, that's why I said I was sorry. You mentioned that. Yeah, sorry. Forgot. Sake. Harry shifted closer. Without thought, Draco's arms encircled Harry's waist. Harry didn't object. He brought his arms up and did the same to Draco. His touch was tentative and reverent, Draco thought. He lifted one of his hands and brushed Harry's fringe from out of his eyes. So, can I key you again? To help you figure it out, of course. Whether you liked it or not, I mean. Yeah, okay. Harry smiled. I think I'd like that. Draco leaned in and Harry met him halfway, the dazed look still in his eyes. Their lips touched and that same familiar tingle of magic followed. Draco closed his eyes and key. Ed, warmth suffusing him with Harry key. Ed back. It was too early to think about what key dotting Harry meant in the grand scheme of things. For now, it was better just to key. Because nothing had ever felt so perfect. The morning sun crept over the horizon as Harry made his way to visit Morea. He needed a place to think and something to do other than stare at Draco while he slept. Draco. The thought of him produced a delightful lurch in Harry's stomach. Caught in his thoughts, he nearly lost his footing as he tripped over a rock. He laughed, the sound giddy and nervous. He couldn't stop thinking about Draco, or the fact that Draco had key. Ed him just 5 hours prior. They'd key. Ed. Draco had key. Ed him. Another delightful lurch and Harry nearly lost his footing again. He was smiling like a loon, like a girl probably would after meeting someone, dreamy, but he found he didn't care. Nothing had felt as right as key dotting Draco. It was everything he thought a first key was supposed to be, a little sloppy, but magical all the same. Harry let himself into the stables, his eyes lingering on the post that he'd leaned against while Draco key ed him. Morea snorted and whinnied and stamped one of her hooves. She was restless. Like Harry. Morning, girl. I brought you some apple. Morea tossed her mane, as if to say, of course you did, you silly boy. You wouldn't dare come without bringing me something yummy. Harry slipped into her stall, grabbing a curry brush along the way. Morea flipped her tail and whickered. You're spoiled, you know that. I bet you think you deserve a good brush. Morea nudged Harry's shoulder with her nose. All right. Brush first, though, apple later. Harry let himself get lost in the rhythmic motion and sound of the curry brush combing through Morea's coat. His thoughts returned to the night before, to the key. He had never considered key dotting another boy. Of course, 4 months ago, he hadn't really thought about key dotting girls, either. The whole concept of physical intimacy was foreign to him. He'd assumed that the reason he never got as excited as Blaze and Ron on the nights before cottage parties was because he hadn't yet experienced the full effect of a Collinton girl's feminine charms. Now he figured it had far more to do with the fact that they were girls, or more to the point, that they weren't Draco. His stomach lurched again. He smiled. Later, while feeding Morea her apple, Harry wondered if key dotting Draco made him gay. He'd not thought about that, not really. Was he gay, in that he liked boys in general, or was it just Draco? He gave Morea a good pat on her left flank and left the stall. He sat down and leaned against the post, deciding that some empirical research was necessary. Harry closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and let himself drift. He concentrated on the way Draco made him feel, filtering out everything else other people said was proper. He thought about the key. With Draco, the way his tongue darted into Harry's mouth, the way his thumb caressed Harry's cheek. Heat suffused his skin and that pleasant lurching he'd experienced earlier became a constant roll of arousal. His head slipped into his trousers, moving up and down his beep. God, He wanted to wank. Remembering the way Draco had commanded the key, but how vulnerable he'd looked after, Harry's hand gripped his beep harder. He mowed Ned and let his head fall back against the post. Wanking had never felt so good. He now understood Ron's incredible preoccupation with it. He closed his eyes and let himself go. Harry woke with a start. He was still in stables. He looked down and saw that his hand was covered with sticky ejaculate. Christ, he'd wanked and fallen asleep. He was officially an idiot. Frowning, he cast about for a clean cloth, and leaned over to grab one from a nearby linen bin. He shook his head and cleaned himself up. Well, that was successful, he muttered to himself as he looked for a place to hide the soiled cloth. He hadn't accomplished anything he'd meant to. He already knew he liked Draco. The whole point of his research was to figure out if he liked other boys. After he was comfortable again, he closed his eyes and ran through the list of boys he knew. Blaze. Harry smiled and cocked an eyebrow. There was a definite stirring, but nothing significant. Ron. Nothing. But Harry had never had a thing for anyone ginger-haired. Neville. A laugh escaped. Okay. Not interesting in Neville, but only because he was Neville. Other faces and bodies whirled past, each provoking unique responses, but it was when that boy from Harry's old secondary school popped into his head that he knew he was gay. His name was Raker. Harry was certain that was the boy's last name, but it was the only thing he answered to. He had long brown hair that he kept tied back, a silver skull in his right ear, and a tough swagger that Harry coveted. Harry admired the way Raker never let anyone pull anything over on him, the way he talked to the teachers, and the way he handled girls. Harry had caught him dotting a girl one afternoon. He'd pushed her against the brick wall and had her head cupped with his large, rough hands. Harry just knew his hands were rough. Raker's leather motorbike jacket crinkled with every move and brushed across the girl's throat as he leaned down and at her. Harry imagined himself against that brick wall, his face cupped in large, rough hands, and the way the cool leather would feel brushing against him. As phantom lips descended, Harry felt himself begin to harden again. A lazy smile curled across his face. Harry liked boys. What's got you smiling so early? Harry jumped, startled by Draco's voice. You scared me. When did you get here? Draco shifted his weight. Just now. I woke up and you weren't there, so I thought. He shrugged, as if this conveyed everything. What are you doing? Thinking. What about you? Mostly. Draco shifted again and rubbed his hands on his jeans. He nodded. You okay? You seem nervous, Harry said. I ed you last night. Yes, I remember. That's what I was thinking about, actually. You were. What were you thinking? Harry leaned forward, delighting in Draco's nervousness. He liked that he could affect Draco so. It made him feel powerful and attractive. Confident. Harry never felt confident. I was thinking about how much I liked it. Really? Course. You're not weirded out by it or anything. Should I be? We're boys, Harry. Boys don't usually boys. Harry's stomach lurched again, though this time rather painfully. His first instinct was to lash out, to defend himself, but as he was learning, that wasn't always the best way to go about things. Instead, he thought about what Draco said. He thought about how hard Draco strived to be like everyone else, to be normal. He looked Draco up and down, again noting how nervous he was. Harry cocked his head to the side. It's okay, Draco. Really. Just because it's unusual doesn't make it bad. Did you like it? Course I did. I told you that. Jesus, Harry, everything is turned upside down. I know. I was just thinking about what all of this means. Yeah, come up with any answers. Yeah, I like boys better than girls. And I like you best of all. Harry tensed, afraid of how Draco might react. Draco thought dotting boys was terrifying. Try putting your heart out there for anyone to come by and squish it to bits. That was terrifying. The corners of Draco's mouth turned up in a lopsided grin. Harry relaxed and patted the floor next to him. I was in the middle of an experiment. Want to join me? Draco walked forward, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What kind of experiment? I was trying to figure out if I was gay, or if I just liked you. Oh yeah, how'd you figure it out? I imagined Key dotting another boy. Harry laughed at Draco's growl. You should try it. I really don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Because, why? Because if you're not supposed to key boys, you shouldn't think about key dotting them, either. Something like that. Why are you okay with this? Did you know before? Did you just not tell me, or something? Harry shook his head. Had no idea. It doesn't change who I am, though. If anything, it makes me more me, I guess. And I've never really fit in. Harry shrugged. I'm used to being, unusual, I guess. I don't mind it, especially if I've got someone to share it with. Draco scratched the back of his neck. I'm still trying to figure it out. Me too. Harry shrugged again. I guess I don't see it as such a bad thing. It's not that I see it as a bad thing. Maybe I do. I don't know. I never thought. I'm not even sure. Harry grabbed Draco's hand and gave it a light squeeze. I was picturing this boy I knew at my old secondary school. He had long brown hair that he kept tied back. He always wore this old leather jacket. I was picturing what it would have been like to key him. I liked it. Draco inhaled sharply. But not as much as Key. You. Draco turned to him and stared for a long while. Harry didn't look away. He met Draco's stare with a bit of challenge. Only when he felt Draco's fingers skim across his cheek did he look away. I thought I was the confident one. You are. Most of the time. I'm just, I dunno. More accepting. More adaptable, maybe. Draco nodded, still caressing Harry's cheek. Neither said anything for a long while. They just sat there, staring at each other, touching furtively, until at last Draco said something. There was this man, at the airport when Mum picked me up at the end of last term. His clothes were beautiful and fit him perfectly. Draco snorted. At the time, I thought I was just impressed with his tailoring. Can you imagine Key dotting him? Draco let his fingers drop. He closed his eyes. I can. But. Yeah, right now the only person I want to key is you. And I don't like you thinking about key dotting other people. It was just an experiment, Draco. Just a test to see. Yes, well, experiment bloody well over. You're awfully possessive for someone who isn't even sure he wants to admit that he likes key dotting boys. Perhaps I just need a bit more convincing. Harry laughed. Using my words against me, are you? Of course. Maybe I still need a bit of convincing as well. Draco smiled. He leaned in, snaking one arm around Harry's shoulders, while the other hand cupped the back of Harry's head. Harry leaned in as well, linking his hands at the small of Draco's back. The hesitation was longer this time. It was as if they were asking each other with silence and stares and halting breaths whether they wanted to make this journey. Somehow, Key-ing in the light of day was far more real than Key-ing in the middle of the night, surrounded by the glow of flickering gas lanterns. Harry leaned in a bit farther first. Draco followed suit. Their lips touched and both groaned as they fell into the magic of their key. It was just as sloppy, just as perfect, as the night before. Caught up in what they were doing, they never heard the stable door open, or Narcissa's soft gasp. Narcissa was very pleased with herself. She wandered through Severus's house, hoping to find someone with whom she could share her good news. It was still early enough that she'd thought the boys might still be asleep. Their room had turned up nothing but unmade beds and socks and trainers all over the floor. Severus wasn't in either, but that wasn't a surprise. Narcissa assumed that he was at the greenhouse, working on some ridiculous experiment or another, which meant that the boys were likely at the stables. Knowing Severus wouldn't care a whit about the fact that she'd secured coveted holiday invitations for the boys, Narcissa began the trek to the stables. London had been a great success. She'd procured invitations for the boys to the Standard Holiday Fete, a very lucrative acquisition, indeed. The Smithwick girl would be there as well as young women from other fine families. Narcissa's mind whirred with the endless matchmaking possibilities. The boys were nearly 16. It was time that they started getting serious about the business of romance. They had only a few more years to work out the kinks of courting before they would have to do it for real. She sighed, imagining little tow-headed grandchildren playing with their little black-haired cousins. There was so much that she wanted for Draco, And Harry as well. The door to the stable was open. She heard voices inside Harry and Draco's. Smiling, she stepped inside, ready to announce that she was home. She stopped short. What she was seeing didn't make sense. The boys were sitting on the floor. Harry sat against a post and Draco was leaning over him. He had his hands on Harry's face, as if cupping it. Narcissa thought perhaps something was wrong with Harry, that he had something in his eye, but Draco shifted and Narcissa saw exactly what was happening. Draco was key. Dotting Harry. They were key. Dotting. The boys were key. Dotting as if this wasn't the first time they had done so. Narcissa's hand flew to her mouth. Tears sprung at the corners of her eyes. She backed away slowly, hoping they wouldn't notice her. When she'd made it outside, she stood there, staring at the doorway, wishing she'd never gone in. Severus. She had to find Severus. He would clear this up. He would make sense of it. He would fix it. Severus. Are you here? Severus started at the sound of Narcissa's voice. He'd been dreading Narcissa's return. The odd waver in her voice told him his apprehension was well founded. I'm in the back. A few moments later Narcissa came into view. Her face was tinged with gray and her mouth was set in a firm line. Severus suspected he knew why. When did you get back? Just this morning. She took a halting step forward. I know one was at the house. I assumed you were here and that the boys had gone for a ride. I wanted to talk to Draco and Harry both. I secured invitations for them to the Stenard's annual holiday fete. Did you find them? Narcissa bit her lip and nodded. Severus tensed. What did they say? Can you explain any set of circumstances under which my son would be? She closed her eyes, obliviously struggling to find the right words. Sissa. They were key. Dotting. Draco he was key. Dotting Harry. And Harry didn't seem to mind. What in the world is going on? Severus turned back to his lab table. He could feel the heat of Narcissa's stare. Why don't you seem surprised? What? You don't seem surprised, Severus. Why? Severus turned back, his sneer firmly in place. Because I'm not. What? What do you mean you're not surprised? How wait a moment, you knew about this. You knew and said nothing to me. I suspected. I didn't know. Not until yesterday. What happened yesterday? They had epiphanies of a sort. How do you know that? Because they told me. And yet you didn't share your suspicions with me. Are there epiphanies? I'm Draco's mother. I have a right to know about these things. What would you have had me say, Narcissa? Done. Track you down in London and say, hello, I believe your son and his best friend are gay and that they fancy each other. Is that really what you would have wanted me to say? Yes. No. I don't know. Narcissa paced across the greenhouse floor. Did you at least counsel them against this? Of course I didn't. Narcissa stopped, her expression incredulous. Have you lost your mind? You encouraged them to do this. Why? Why would you encourage them to do this? I did not encourage them to key each other. I encouraged them to embrace who they were, not to hide from themselves. You irresponsible bastard. They're 15 years old, or has that escaped your notice? They don't know what the hell they want, or what they're feeling. In my absence it was your job to keep them from making such a monumental mistake. How could you do this? I haven't done anything except help two very confused boys understand their feelings. Their behavior towards each other was getting out of control. I've been watching this unfold over the course of the term and the situation had become intolerable. They were either going to kill each other or key. Between you and me, I much prefer them alive and gay, over dead and say. You ally frustrated. That's all there is to it. That's all there's to it. That's all. You make it sound like the world is one big gay parade, simply waiting for people to discover themselves and join in. That's ridiculous, even for you. Narcissa said nothing for a long while. You have to fix this. Why are you assuming that it's a mistake? I've never known you to be homophobic, Narcissa. Does it matter if your son is gay? Does it matter if Harry is gay? That's not fair. You can't spring this on me and not expect me to react. And they aren't some experiment that you can watch and see what happens. You should have told me straight away that you suspected something like this. Perhaps I should have. Narcissa pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. God, what is happening? This can't be happening. It is happening, I assure you. And now their key. Ing. And now their key. Ing, Severus echoed. Narcissa sat in a nearby chair and stared at the floor. Severus returned to his lab table and stared at his experiment, not really seeing anything. The silence stretched so long that Severus was about to pick up his forceps and try again when Narcissa's voice cut through the quiet. How far has this gone? What have they done? Are they having, oh God, are they intimate? With each other? Hardly. With others? I'm sure of it, at least on Draco's part. I don't think Harry's graduated much beyond a bit of heavy petting. Are you saying that my son is some sort of aggressor? Are you claiming that he's pressuring Harry into this? How dare you suggest such a thing? Calm down. I said nothing of the sort. Draco is experienced. Harry is not. Neither of them is experienced with other boys. As far as Draco pressuring Harry into doing anything, you should know how difficult a prospect that is. Harry does not respond kindly to demands. Oh, so now my son is demanding. Listen to yourself. You're not making any sense. I'm sorry if I'm a bit distraught, Severus. You see, my oldest friend has just told me that my son is a homosexual and has romantic designs on his emotionally unstable male best friend, something that my friend has known about, or at least suspected, for months now, yet failed to tell me. Forgive me if I seem a bit out of sorts. I am sorry. I didn't know if what I suspected was true. It's a difficult conversation to have, even if you're sure. This conversation should be proof positive of that. And yet you seem to have no problems discussing it with the boys, one of whom is my son. I didn't want to say anything unless I was sure. If I'd been wrong. Severus shook his head. I'm sorry. I should have said something. Yes, you should have. But perhaps I wouldn't have listened. Perhaps I would have told you that you were delusional. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. What mother wants to find out that her son is in for life of cruelty and pain because others will see him as dirty, or evil, or at best, an oddity? You don't know that. You don't know that any of that will happen. Yes, well, I don't know that any of it won't. Severus didn't have a response for that. Instead, he turned back to his lab table and straightened his tools and lab notes, letting the silence enfold them again. When it became clear that Narcissa wasn't going to say or do anything else for a while, Severus tried to begin his experiment again. He was soon lost in tincture analysis and absorption rates and had nearly forgotten that Narcissa Malfoy sat behind him, coming to terms with the fact that her son was gay. Draco sat back against the hay bales stacked on the stable floor, grateful that they'd moved their activities to a more comfortable location. He looked over at Harry and grinned at what he saw. Harry's hair was mussed more than normal. There was a pink flush to his skin and his eyes looked a little glassy. Draco nudged Harry's shoulder with his. No time for naps, Harry. You said you had to help Uncle Severus in the greenhouse this morning. Uh-huh. Harry yawned and shuffled a bit closer so that he was leaning against Draco. Draco smiled and took Harry's hand in his, letting his fingers trail across the back of Harry's hand. I'm serious. The faster you get done, the sooner we can experiment some more. Harry snorted, feeling a bit more confident about all of this. I see. I suppose. But you have to admit, all of this is a little strange, different, maybe. Had you honestly thought about being with a boy before last night? No. But that doesn't mean there's something wrong with this. I mean, it feels too good to be wrong, yeah. Draco agreed. They sat in silence for a while, Draco watching his fingers trail along Harry's skin, Harry nestling closer and closing his eyes. Draco smiled at the idea of Harry taking a little nap half sprawled across him. Draco found it ironic that he'd never once cuddled with a girl he'd been with, finding the idea abhorrent, but now he couldn't imagine anything more lovely than sitting with Harry while Harry napped. It was very strange the way the world worked. When are you going to tell your mum? I thought you were sleeping. No. Just resting. Oh. So, when? What? Harry sighed. When are you going to tell your mum? I don't know. I hadn't given it much thought. What about tonight? After dinner? Maybe. Draco's hand stilled. Panic seized him. I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? Because we've just started this. I need time to get my head around it before I tell my mother. Besides, Why does she even have to know? Harry sat up and blinked. Because she's your mother. And I thought you were fine with all of this. Wasn't what all of that experimenting was about. Draco shuffled away, irritated. Of course I'm fine with this, you stupid prat, but that doesn't mean I want to shout it from the rooftops just yet. Who's talking about rooftops? I'm just talking about your mother. Don't you think Professor Snape is going to tell her? Draco stiffened. He'd not thought of that. Even if he doesn't, what if your mother finds out some other way? Are you going to deny it? No, I'm not. Look, I don't want to fight about this, okay? I don't want to fight either, but I want to know that you aren't ashamed of me. Harry tried to stand up and get away, but Draco was faster. Draco had to remind himself all of the time how skittish Harry could be. He grabbed Harry's face, cupping it with his hands, and ed him hard. There was no hesitation and not an ounce of insecurity. Harry fought him at first, before relaxing into the and fighting for dominance. Draco smiled as his tongue stabbed its way into Harry's mouth, making clear who was controlling the God, he loved the sounds Harry made in the back of his throat as Draco ed him. When he was sure he'd gotten his message across, Draco let go and sat back, watching Harry's eyes flutter open. You can be very convincing when you want to be. It's the truth, Harry. I'm not ashamed of you. I'm not ashamed of this. It's just I'd like to do things in my own time. If Mum finds out before then we deal with it. Okay. Yeah, okay. As for school, though, I think we should, well. I understand. We'll have to be really careful, though. I'm not going to stop ing you just because we don't want the rest of the school to know what's going on. Wouldn't have it any other way. Harry smiled and stood, helping Draco to his feet at the same time. Come on. Let's get the work over with so that we can, play. Severus was adding the last cutting of the batch he was working with when a shrill chortle rang out, ripping through the silence. Severus, startled, whirled around. Sissa, are you okay? It had been over an hour since she'd come in and they'd had their row. Severus feared the stress of the day had finally gotten to her. Narcissa waved away Severus's concern. I was just thinking that I was glad to have told Mrs. Stannard that Draco and Harry both were looking forward to meeting her sons, and that they might enjoy a bit of sport over the winter holiday. Narcissa giggled, a bit hysterically in Severus's estimation. I said oh, Severus, I said that I was sure the boys would be up for a bit of a tumble. Can you imagine? A tumble. Thank God we weren't discussing that grueling hunt they do every New Year's, otherwise I would have been forced to say the boys were up for a rough ride. Narcissa giggled again before sobering in the next instant. Oh, God. I've made my first homos. Will joke. I'm joking about this. Narcissa pressed the heels of her hands to her eyes. This is really happening, isn't it? Yes, it is. What now? What do I do? That depends. I'm not going to disown him, Severus. I know that's what you're thinking. Nor am I going to vilify Harry. Lord knows what that child is going through now. If they wish to see each other. Narcissa sighed and dropped her hands to her lap. She shook her head. One thing at a time, Severus. I'm not saying no, just I need some time to wrap my brain around this. I'd sort of hoped my days of coping when the world upended in the blink of an eye were over. You cannot compare, can't I? The life I thought my son would have is dead, Severus, assuming what you say is true. It's very much the same, and I'll thank you not to presuppose how something like this would affect me. Frankly, you seem entirely too calm about this. I refuse to get hysterical over something that is immutable. Need I remind you, they are 15. They change their minds on the hour. Not about something like this, Narcissa. Not Draco and certainly not Harry. Narcissa smoothed the front of her pants. I know one thing, there will have to be rules. Lots and lots of rules. Especially of the not sleeping together kind. Which means, of course, one of the boys will have to be transferred to a new room at school. Draco, I think. He's known the other boys in his year much longer than Harry and would have an easier time adjusting. Stop. There is no reason why either of them have to move. Are you insane? Randy teenage boys, attracted to each other, living in the same room, showering together, for God's sake, and you say there's no reason for either of them to move. I'm just saying that. Severus stopped at the sound of laughter and the slam of the greenhouse door. Oi, I told you I promised Professor Snape that I'd help. You helping will only make things go longer, Harry said, his voice drifting through the greenhouse, laughter ringing in his voice. Footsteps sounded at the front of the greenhouse, turning at a large bank of palms obscuring Severus and Narcissa from the boys' view. Bollocks. I can help, and you know it. Besides, the faster we get done, the faster we can do other things, Draco said. Like what? Oh, you know, Draco said in a sing-song voice. He sounded as if we were about to elaborate, but both boys had come around the bank of palms and could now see Severus and Narcissa. Draco stopped short, almost falling as an unsuspecting Harry stumbled into him. For a long moment Draco and Narcissa stared at each other, each assessing the other. Mother. When did you get back? Draco's voice was shaky, his eyes wide. Harry, Severus noticed, had gone pale. Narcissa looked at both boys, clear meaning in her eyes, as she said, this morning. I couldn't find anyone at the house. I went to the stables. It took longer than it should have for either boy to understand what was so important about those words. Harry gasped, catching on much faster than Draco. But it was Draco's reaction that made Severus want to rush over and assure him that everything was fine. He watched as terror and resolve warred across Draco's face, before settling into a bizarre mixture of the two. I see, Draco said, his chin tilted in defiance. Are you angry? Have you come to cut me off? Do I disgust you? He asked, he words faltering on the last. Narcissa rushed to Draco's side. Dragon, everything will be fine. It will be. I'm not angry. I promise. I love you. Harry took a few steps back, his expression closing off and his arms curling around his torso. Before he could get away, Narcissa went to him and pulled him into a hug, telling him the same things, much to Harry's shock. Narcissa stepped back. Well, I suppose there is much to discuss. If you thought I'd embarrassed you with the talk before, Draco, you haven't heard anything yet. You can't be serious. Mum, we cannot have that conversation here. In front of Uncle Severus. Yes we can, and we will. We're all feeling our way, here, and we're going to figure it out together. That requires frank conversation about what you. Narcissa made gestures with her hands in an attempt to convey the words she couldn't quite say. You know what I'm trying to say, and the greenhouse isn't the place to do it. So, you're okay with this? With me. And Harry. Narcissa closed her eyes. This is not the life I would wish for you. I am not entirely convinced that either of you know what you want or that this is it. However, I am willing to discuss it with you, and remain open to the possibility. Draco and Harry traded glances. Draco nodded, the movement hesitant. Well, I suppose we should go back to the house. He turned and started to walk back to the front of the greenhouse. He stopped when he reached Harry. With a toss of his head that Severus knew so well, Draco grabbed Harry's hand. This okay? Harry smiled, and it was as if the sun had suddenly shown him favor, Severus thought. Yeah, fine. Brilliant. Draco smiled back and walked back to the house with Harry, hand in hand, with Narcissa and Severus trailing behind. The walk back was quiet. The boys seemed tense, but Severus wasn't surprised. He wondered how much of the handholding was defiance and how much was simple comfort. Severus's gaze cut to Narcissa, who was unusually pensive. He feared what that would mean when they got back to the house. Narcissa, I'll be fine. We'll all be fine. Somehow we will make it through this. We're Malfoys and Snapes and Potters, we are all survivors of a sort. If nothing else, we are that. Harry watched the hills roll by from the back passenger window. He listened to the soft patter of wind buffeting the car as it drove along the narrow street. Draco made little sounds of disgust every few pages of Middlemarch while his fingers turned the pages with the staccato snap of impatience. Mrs. Malfoy's lilting voice belied the ruthless precision with which she discussed holiday plans, Professor Snape's terse commentary about the inanity of the society holiday season and acidic counterpoint. It was all so very normal, as if nothing had changed. Harry's stomach filled with a gnawing sense of dread. He sunk further down in his seat, concentrating on the bare trees whipping by. Well, we simply can't accept the Squire's invitation for the 23rd, Not when we've been invited to the Smiths. That same afternoon, Mrs. Malfoy said. Why ever not? They aren't at the same time. Surely you have enough stamina to go to 2 parties in the same day. You've managed as many as 5 or more. Though why you would want to is beyond me. Every event is the same: too much rum punch, not enough smoked salmon, and far too many society matrons done up like tarts, festooned in garish silk and ridiculous feathers. That reminds me, please tell me you've seen sense and have disposed of that horrid ostrich feather handbag. That handbag was handmade in Italy. It's one of a kind and matches everything. Translation. You spent far too much on it, and the bank refused to honor any more of your bank drafts unless you promised to use it from now until the end of time. Mrs. Malfoy snorted, rather uncharacteristically. Harry thought. You're one to talk. Shall we get into those pretty little white flowers you fussed with last year? Those were Cypripedium candidums, Narcissa. They were integral to my research at the time. I could never have finished my project without them. And have you any idea what I had to go through to get those from America? Do you? I had to. Oh, never mind. Let's return to more important topics, like why you can't possibly attend 2 parties on the same day. You do this every year. You trivialize these events, yet you never fail to escort me all the same. There was a tense silence for a moment before Professor Snape spoke again. You should not have to attend alone, especially given the circumstances. It was the first time Harry had ever heard Professor Snape sound unsure of his footing. He wondered what that meant as he tried to focus on the festooned post box they had just passed. You're a lovely escort. You always have been. Thank you. There was an odd ring in Mrs. Malfoy's voice that Harry couldn't place. He glanced over at Draco, but he was still engrossed in his book, oblivious to the gentle sniping between his mother and godfather, and the odd, unspoken things that lay beneath their words. Explain why you cannot accept both invitations. Professor Snape's voice sounded as conciliatory as Harry had ever heard it. The Smiths and the Squires aren't speaking to each other. I've known the Smiths far longer. I couldn't possibly think of breaking rank like that. Though, I must say, I never thought what Tandy Squires said about Mildred Smith's cabbage salad was that ghastly. Harry resisted the urge to laugh as he imagined Professor Snape's fingers tightening around the steering wheel. All of this drama over a curdled cabbage salad. I will never understand your preoccupation with such ludicrous, unimportant frippery. And that's what makes you such an excellent escort, Severus. You don't understand, nor do you want to, Narcissa said without missing a beat. She shifted in her seat. Harry. Harry turned, startled to hear his name. He looked up at Mrs. Malfoy, his expression questioning. Is it all right if we don't attend the Squires' party? Harry nodded, shocked that he was being asked. I don't even know them, do I? Thomas Squires is in your class, I believe. He gets on well with Draco. Harry turned to Draco, who was momentarily diverted from his task by the sound of his name. He simply shrugged and went back to reading. No burning desire to attend, then? Mrs. Malfoy asked. Harry shook his head, wondering if there would ever come a time when these ridiculous social games would ever make sense to him. He didn't even like cabbage salad, but neither did he know the Squires. Have I, do I need to send my regrets? He asked, not sure how one asked politely why, or even whether one had been invited to a party by people one had never met. No need. I'll send out all of the acceptances and regrets. My friends are well aware of your status in the Malfoy family. Mrs. Malfoy blushed and faltered for a moment. Not like that. Of course, just that you and Draco are close friends, that you are a close friend of the family. Like Severus, oh, God, not like that. I'm not implying. Mrs. Malfoy tossed her head to the side for a moment and smoothed the front of her blouse. I'm sure you get the idea of what I mean. I just want to make sure you're included in these kinds of decisions. You've always been important to us, to me. Even if I. Mrs. Malfoy bit her lip like she'd done on a number of occasions over the course of the last few days. He was suddenly aware of the stillness in the car. Draco was holding his breath, his fingers poised to turn a page, pretending as if he wasn't listening to what was going on. Harry saw Professor Snape staring at him in the rear view mirror, his gaze darting back to the road only when necessary. They were worried. They knew as well as Harry and Mrs. Malfoy that this show of normalcy was a way to cope with how swiftly the landscape of their lives had changed. Harry smiled inwardly, relieved that he hadn't dreamt everything that had happened over the holiday, relieved that all of them were feeling their ways. Harry reached out and touched her shoulder, his fingers slipping away quickly. Thank you for taking care of the regrets and things. If all of that was left up to me and Draco, you'd probably find yourself at few parties, and even then surrounded by bad cabbage salad and unhappy friends. Professor Snape's sardonic voice leapt into the conversation. Yes, Narcissa, it is a wise thing that you are here to handle our social calendars, otherwise we would be bereft of scandalous tales of misbegotten vegetables and the great honor of seeing society's highest-ranking matrons bedecked in sparkles and feathers make merry with the punch and the wait staff. Mrs. Malfoy laughed. She smiled at Harry before turning back around. I'll send our regrets tomorrow, she said before taking up an entirely new conversation with Professor Snape. Harry returned to staring out of the window, trying to reconcile Mrs. Malfoy's exceedingly frank talk with them about say, and dating and growing up with cabbage salad and holiday parties. The gnawing sensation in his stomach was still there, he discovered. He wondered when the bottom would drop out. As they passed a crumbling stone wall, he worried over whether when Mrs. Malfoy would stop liking him and stop inviting him to fancy parties. He worried about what Ron and Blaise would say. He worried about school, and the Dursleys, and what it was like to live life as a gay teenager. He worried about when Draco would discover that he had nothing to offer him and would find someone else to care about. A warm hand took his and squeezed, shaking Harry from his thoughts. He looked over. Draco smiled, looked in his mother's direction and rolled his eyes. Harry smiled back. Draco squeezed again before letting go and returning to his book. Sanctimonious cow, Draco muttered as he turned another page referring to Elliot, Harry surmised. Harry continued watching the landscape rush by, constantly changing as they made their way back. Stop pacing. You're giving me a headache, Draco said. He sat on his bed, his back ramrod straight and his ankles crossed as if fused together. Can't help it. Blaise and Ron will be here soon. And we've got to tell them. God, what are we going to tell them? You're so tense, why don't you come over here and let me work some of that out? Harry rolled his eyes at Draco's waggling brows. Is that all you think about? Yeah. In case it escaped your notice, I'm 15-16 in a few months. Shagging is pretty much all I think about. Well, redirect your energies, will you, and help me figure out something clever to say to them. Why do we have to tell them, anyway? I mean, it's not like it's any of their business. We have to tell them they live with us. You're insane if you think they won't figure out that something's odd between us. Besides, I remember what your mum said, even if you don't. I'm not risking one of us having to move because she thinks we're sneaking off to each other's beds in the middle of the night. You didn't really believe all of that, did you? I mean, Christ, she made us go to the chemist and ask for beeps. She was just overreacting. She's not going to have one of us moved. She will. I'm not risking it. We're telling Blaise and Ron what's going on. Look, I know what I said, okay. I know I agreed we should tell them. But why now? Why this very minute? Can't it wait? No. Yes, it can. No, it can't. Christ, Harry, what's the big deal? Why do this now? Why are you so intent on this? I just explained to you why. Harry rubbed his hand against his forehead. He was getting a headache. I don't understand why you don't want to tell them. Are you rethinking all of this? Draco muttered something under his breath that Harry couldn't hear, but he knew it wasn't flattering. When are you going to get it through your thick head that I am not rethinking this? Maybe when you're willing to act like you like or you know like we are in front of other people. At least in front of our roommates, if no one else. Fine. Tell them, then. I can't stop you. I told you I wanted to wait, but you're insisting otherwise, so I'll leave it to you to tell Ron and Blaise. Tell us what? Blaise asked as he strolled into their room, Ron at his heels. Harry turned around so quickly, he nearly fell. When how you're back? Yes. I thought we'd established that, what with my question and all. So, what have you got to tell us? Blaise dropped his valise on the floor and flopped onto his bed. Ron, Harry noticed, kept his head down and made straight for his bed, his face flushed almost the color of his hair. You okay, Ron? Harry asked, stalling for time. Draco was no help whatsoever, sitting cool as he pleased on his bed. Fine, Harry. You and Draco have something to tell us, do you? Fine, fine. Good stuff. Ron undid the zip of his garment bag and started hanging his things. What the bloody hell is going on? Blaze asked with a loud groan. You'd think one of you was about to, I don't know, confess some deep dark secret. He sat up straight, a hint of glee in his eyes. That's it, isn't it? Confession is good for the soul, you know. Hey, Harry, are you going to finally fess up to being a murderer or something? Killed a bloke, didn't you? Some guy trying to pinch your junk, yeah. Blaze twisted around and addressed Ron. Isn't that what they say on that cop show? Pinch and junk. Don't know, Ron said, his response terse. I think that's right. So, yeah, some bloke tried to pinch your junk, didn't he, Harry? It's all right, you can tell us, you know. We've all be speculating about it, wondering if you were some sort of bad boy, or something. Blaze narrowed his gaze. Though, come to think of it, you're awfully passive to have been involved in much rough and tumble. No, you strike me more as the scrappy type defender, not bully. Besides, you're far too keen on those plants. Blaze snapped his fingers. That's it. You grew suspicious plants, didn't you, Harry? Huh, that's it, isn't it? Blaze asked, chuckling. Yes, Blaze. You've figured it out. I'm a drug manufacturing kingpin who's been whisked away to an elite all-boys boarding school, hiding out from my former partners in crime, whom I turned on to get a better deal. I'm really 33. Did you know? Blaze laughed. Why, you sneaky little F.K. And here I thought you were some sweet little boy man. Harry was not a drug dealer, you pathetic oaf, Draco said, obviously not amused by Blaze's bizarre sense of humor. He's just trying to take the piss out of me. Calm down, Harry said to Draco. Cut it out, Blaze. I'm serious, there really is something that we, need to tell you, Harry said, though he realized neither boy was listening to him. Blaze tapped his finger against his chin. Not a drug dealer then. Ooh, a rent boy. You were a rent boy, weren't you? Did Draco find you on the street, tired, hungry, and cold? Blaze let out a low whistle. I bet you looked quite fetching all tarted up. Why, Mr. Potter, are there leather trousers at the bottom of your trunk? Did one of your regular Johns? Blaze turned to Ron again, asking, they call them Johns, don't they, Ron? In that cop show, yeah. Before turning back to Harry, did one of your Johns box your ears and toss you out? Blaze waggled his eyebrows at Harry, teasing. Is that what's so secret about your past? Harry started laughing hysterically at both the ridiculousness of Blaze's imagination and from the tension swirling around the room. It was either laugh or toss furniture around. Laughing seemed the better choice. Unfortunately, not everyone felt that way, Harry discovered. Draco lunged towards Blaze. Take that back, you sorry son -a-by.ch. How dare you say something so vile about Harry? Calm down, lover boy, Blaze said with a laugh, still seeming to think it was all one big joke. What? You wanted him all for yourself, then? Draco screamed as he rushed forward and knocked Blaze onto his bed, spoiling for a fight. Harry darted forward at the same time Ron did, both pulling Blaze and Draco apart. Calm down, you idiots, before you break AF. King nail and whine about having to see Madam in the hospital wing, Harry snarled as he tried to jerk Draco away from Blaze. What's got into you? Blaze asked before yelping at a narrowly avoided punch. Stop it, you psychotic arsehole. I was only joking. Everyone knows Harry's still a blushing pure. You've made quite sure none of the Collinton girls could touch him, poor bastard. He is not a bastard, Draco screamed, still trying to get in a punch or two. F.K.U. Zabini. I'm not some just because I haven't had say. Doesn't mean I can't pound you into the ground, Harry said, tired of having his say. Will experience or lack thereof be the subject of conversation. All of you, stop it. Stop right now, Ron yelled, finally yanking Blaze back. Now, Ron finally said. What's this all about? Harry looked at Draco, who was avoiding his gaze. He rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to start what was sure to be a very convoluted explanation, when Draco beat him to it. You were right, Ron, Draco whispered. Right about what? Harry asked, Blaise echoing his question. I was. Ron asked Draco, ignoring Harry and Blaise. Yeah, you were. Draco took a deep breath and took Harry's hand in his. You were right. Harry felt a little jolt of electricity as Draco's warm hand curled around his. He smiled and was turning to catch Draco's eye, when Blaise interrupted. What the F? K is that? Blaise asked, stumbling away from Ron and pointing a shaky finger at Harry and Draco's hands. It's two hands, Blaise, clasped together, usually a sign of affection in most cultures, Draco said. Yeah, I get that, I mean F. K, Draco, why is your hand clasped with Harry's? Why the F? K, are you holding Harry's hand? Because I want to. You have a problem with that, Zabini. I Christ, Draco, does this mean you're a goddamn shirt lifter? Both of you. I was only kidding before, about the rent boy business. Oh, F. King Christ, I wasn't, I mean, that's not true, is it? No, it's not, you stupid wanker. Well, when the F. K did this happen? Is this some sort of joke? Not funny, guys. Not funny at all. It's not a joke, Harry said. We're well, you can see that we're together. We wanted to tell you, that's all. Blaise shook his head. I don't F. K all, is this true? Yeah, it is. And as I asked before, you have a problem with it? Draco asked. Blaise shook his head again before turning to Ron. You're not in on this, are you? This really isn't a joke. It's not a joke, Blaise. Think about it. Think of all the times we talked about, well, you know, how weird Draco was around Harry, Ron said. Hey, Draco cried out. You know what I mean, Ron said to Draco before turning back to Blaise, who appeared to be thinking about something. The thing with Jordan, you mean? Blaise asked. Yeah, partly. Blaise walked over to Harry and peered at him closely, but backed off when Draco made an unpleasant sound in the back of his throat. I see what you mean, Blaise said, finally. So, you're both well, you know you're, well, like you are. We're still the same people, you idiot, Harry said. Blaise opened his mouth to respond, but Harry cut him off. Don't forget, I can still pound your limp-wristed, skinny ass into the F. King ground. Heel, Bruno. I get it. Blaise effected a voice that sounded like a poor imitation of a caveman. He pointed at Harry and grunted. You, tough and angry grr regardless of say. Dual orientation and love of flowers. Blaise pointed at himself. Me, ass-pounding material. There was a moment before Blaise's words caught up with him. His eyes widened and he immediately colored as his hand slapped across his mouth. That is not what I meant, he mumbled through his fingers. There was silence for a long moment before all four boys broke out into hysterical laughter. Blaise fell backward on his bed, howling. Draco leaned against the wall, holding his arm across his stomach as if that would somehow keep the undignified guffaws from escaping. Ron rolled his eyes and chuckled, though his gaze darted between Harry and Draco. Eventually, the laughter stopped. Blaise nodded. So, you're gay, he said, staring at Draco, who now sat cross-legged on the floor. Draco fidgeted with the hem of his trousers. I suspect that's right. You suspect, or you know. I mean, help me out here, Draco, but how do you go from betting every girl in sight to holding hands with Potter there? Draco shrugged. Don't know. I just know that look. I just know, okay. Let it go. You don't have to get so defensive about it. I don't, do I? What was it you called me? AF. King shirt lifter. You caught me off guard. 1 minute we're joking about Harry there being a tarted up rent boy and the next you're holding his F. King hand, like he's some sort of blushing pure. Oh that's right, he is one. Stop with the sodding pure jokes, Harry snapped, amid the soft sniggers. So what if I'm a pure? A gay pure? On top of that, what does it say about you that all you can think about is whether I've gotten laid or not? I'm just teasing, Blaise said in between soft chuckles. And it's not like I have anything else to tease you about, do I? Well, I suppose I could joke about you being gay, probably will actually, but the pure thing is just too much. Besides, we don't know anything about your past, really, and Blaze sobered. And I suspect that what's there isn't something to joke about. Harry looked away, missing the shared glance between Ron and Draco. He thought about all of the times he'd seen Blaze needle Ron about Hermione, Draco about his clothes, and realized something. He rolled his eyes. This is some bizarre way of saying we're friends, right? Course. You prat. You aren't going to stop, are you? Blaze smiled. Not bloody likely. Well, then okay. Blaze clapped his hands together. Brilliant. Now, on to more delicate topics. You two aren't going to key and shit here in the room, are you? It's our room too, Draco said. Yeah, but I'm really not into blokes and I have a sneaking suspicion that Ron isn't either. So, no key. Dotting and shit in the room. Unless we're, gone for an extended period of time like the summer holidays and there's no chance of us walking in on the two of you doing. Blaze made odd gestures with his hands, whatever it is you do. That's fair, Harry said, before Draco could object. Blaze nodded. You going to tell the rest of the school? No, Draco said. Just the two of you, so we'd appreciate if you kept this to yourselves. Sure, mate, whatever you say. Okay, now that this has gotten sufficiently odd and uncomfortable, I'm going to head to the library. I suspect I should have finished my history essay before we left, Blaze said as he gathered his school things and left the room, leaving Ron, Harry, and Draco sitting in a lopsided circle on the floor. So, do you think everything's going to be okay? Do you think Blaze is all right with things? Harry asked Ron. Ron pursed his lips and tilted his head, thinking. I can't imagine he wouldn't be all right with everything. I've known Blaze a long time, so has Draco. He jokes around all the time, but he's serious about his friends. Loyal. Really loyal. So you think everything's normal? As normal as it can be. It's a bit of a shock, of course. You can't discount that. But don't worry, mate. Things will work out eventually. Just be careful, yeah. There are a lot of guys here who aren't as, open-minded, I guess. Draco nodded. Which is exactly why I didn't want to say anything to begin with. There's always going to be someone who objects, someone who's prejudiced, someone who thinks he's better than everyone else. Can't get away from it, really. We can't live our lives based on what other people think of us. We do that too much already, Harry said. Draco squeezed Harry's hand. It's going to be fine. Blaze and Ron don't have a problem with it, so we just have to be careful about how we go about things. Harry snorted. You mean, we need to line up a few good broom cupboards? Something like that, Draco said with a waggle of his brows. Ron sighed. Bloody hell, it's like being around Charlie. Piss off, you know you don't care. Not if your impassioned speech before the holiday was anything to go by, Draco said. It's all true, you know. I'm happy for you. I really hope it works out. It's a hard life, I expect. Hard way to keep a relationship together. But this one, Harry, Ron motioned towards Draco, I'm sure you've gathered he's a bit possessive. Really? I never would have guessed, Harry deadpanned. Sod off, you prat, Draco said with a playful push. So, what now? Ron shrugged. Up for a game of Snap. And Harry felt that maybe just maybe things might really be okay. Harry got up the next morning as he always did and headed to the shower. He set his things down and carefully arranged his towel and angled the showerhead so that he had as much cover from the tiled walls as possible. Blaze was chatty in the morning and had this thing about looking people in the eyes as he talked. More than once, Harry had been on the receiving end of flung shampoo suds as Blaze whipped around to ask a question. He stepped under the spray and started washing. He was halfway through when he realized he was still alone. Biting his lip, he continued cleaning up, dallying much longer than normal, but Blaze never appeared. Sighing, Harry finished up, toweled off, and trudged back to their room. Found a broom cupboard on the 5th floor. Doesn't look like it's been used in ages. I think we should give it a thorough inspection after breakfast, Draco whispered in Harry's ear as he dropped down beside him in the dining hall. Harry didn't look up as he wended his fork through his scrambled eggs. It had been 3 weeks since he and Draco had come out to Blaze and Ron. Not only had Harry showered alone every morning, but Blaze had taken to changing in the washroom. Even Ron seemed a bit hesitant around them. Only Draco didn't seem to notice what was going on. He was far too focused on the upcoming holiday and key dotting and finding long-forgotten broom cupboards in which to explore. Harry, Draco said with a nudge. Did you hear what I said? Unused broom cupboard. 5th floor. Nice and roomy. I'm tired of ducking into cupboards, Harry mumbled. Well, we can't go back to the stable, now can we? Hagrid almost caught us last time and Eloise looks at me funny. It's unnerving. Harry snorted. Eloise is a horse, in case you've forgotten. She still looks at me funny. Cupboards are better. More private. Less cold and there's no hay strewn about. It was quite difficult to explain to McLaggen why I had straw stuck to the back of my shirt the other day. God, I hate that prat, Harry said, having moved to smashing the eggs with his fork. Do you know what he said to me 2 weeks ago? Do you? He called me, stable boy. Well, you were in Buckbeak's stall, weren't you? I mean, it could have been an honest mistake. Come off of it. He knew exactly who I was. We've only walked past each other about 1,000,000 times. I'm sure he was just joking. I don't know what's worse, that I know you really believe that, or the simple fact that you do. Draco sighed. Look, I don't know what's had you in such a mood lately, but I was looking forward to doing, with you for a little bit. It's been forever. It's been 3 days, you stupid prat. That's not forever. Yeah, well, it's Saturday, we've nothing to do, and there's a perfectly good cupboard waiting for us. Why does it always have to be cupboards? Harry groused, giving up on his eggs and flinging his fork down. Sorry. I know I've been moody, I don't think Blaze is taking things as well as he pretended to. Okay. Not sure where that's coming from. Itish, never mind. It doesn't matter, I guess. He'll come around. Promise. He's just, well, I imagine it's a bit like if Hermione were suddenly living with us, I'm not going to jump him. Surely he knows that. Yes, he probably does, but sodding hell, Harry, just let it go, yeah. Stop thinking about it so much. Let's talk about better things, like New Year's at Mum's house. I convinced her that we were good little boys whom could be left alone for the evening. So, nothing to stop us from dotting all night on the sofa. I might even be able to wangle a bit of champagne. Harry grinned. You're pathetic. Watch it, or I might be disinclined to share my champagne with you. How about that broom cupboard, then? Harry laughed. Yeah, okay. It was the day before the winter holidays. Harry got up early just like every morning and trudged towards the washroom. He didn't arrange his towel or angle the showerhead to shield him from view. There wasn't any point, really. He stepped under the warm spray and sighed, getting lost in the rhythmic tumble of water. Haven't you learned to ride, yet? Came somewhere from Harry's right. He yelped in surprise and almost lost his footing on the slick tile. He turned and squinted. It was Blaze. Blaze. Who else would it be? So, when are you going to learn to ride? Draco must be an awful teacher. What are you talking about? Blaze twisted around and stepped forward, flinging soap suds at Harry in the process. He pointed at Harry's hip. That huge bruise. Fell off of another horse, did you? Blaze made a TS King sound and leaned forward as if examining the bruise more closely. Harry started, shuffling away to avoid Blaze's gaze. I was doing a jump. Unfortunately, Eloise wasn't, Harry said through clenched teeth. Jumping already. And here I thought Draco would force you to do that mamby-pamby dressage business he's so caught up in. Just as well that you're not on the team. That McLaggen bloke can be a bit much. I don't know how Draco stands him. McLaggen is an ass, Harry said, still feeling awkward with Blaze washing right in front of him, facing him. Oh, so you've had a run-in with him, have you? Figured you wouldn't have run into him and his lot. Saw him in the stables. I was brushing Buckbeak. He called me, stable boy. Blaze broke out into sharp barks of laughter, leaning against the low ledge that separated his stall from Harry's. He didn't. Classic stuff. Did you come out swinging? Threatened to pound his let's see How did that go? Oh, right, did you threaten to pound his limp-wristed skinny ass into the ground? Harry laughed, relaxing. No, I reserve that for my closest friends. Pay no attention to him, Harry. McLagan's an idiot, always swaggering around school, wearing his riding breeches as if at any moment there could be a dressage emergency requiring his immediate presence at the stables. Harry laughed. Do you know what I heard him say the other day? And mind you, he was being dead serious. He said, I don't understand why this school has a scholarship policy. Poor people work in factories and things. What good is English literature to them, then? Idiot. Harry couldn't agree more, beginning to dislike McLagan more and more. Blaise stepped under the shower, washing away the soap and shampoo suds. God, I've missed these early morning showers. I've been sleeping in a bit. Staying up too late, or something. Won't be doing that anymore, I don't think. Harry smiled to himself. Yeah, I know what you mean. So are you spending the holidays with Draco and his mum? Yeah, what about you? Skiing in Austria with my cousins. I go every year. What about your mum and dad? Blaise shrugged. They're both so busy. It works out better this way. Besides, I'll spend my summer with mum traveling around Greece. We haven't done that in a few years and decided it was time to go back. What about you? Any plans yet for the summer? Harry went cold. He hadn't thought about the summer. Would he have to go back to the Dursleys? He couldn't ask Mrs. Malfoy to house him for an entire summer, could he? He dismissed his thoughts. He wasn't going to let anything bother him. Things were looking up. Things were returning to normal. He'd sort out the summer later. No plans yet. Well, I'm sure something will turn up. Blaise turned off the shower and grabbed his towel, drying off before slipping into his robe. Have a great holiday, if I don't see you. I'm leaving right after my morning classes. See you in January, he called as he sauntered out of the washroom. See you, Harry called out, smiling. Harry sat on the sofa, wrapped up in his favorite green blanket, reading one of the botany books Professor Snape had given him for Christmas, and drinking the warm cider Mrs. Malfoy had insisted on making before she left for her New Year's Eve party. He glanced up when he felt Draco flop onto the sofa, his face screwed up with petulance. Harry raised his eyebrows in question. She only left us enough champagne for 1 glass each. 1 glass. Honestly, what does she think we're going to do? Perhaps get drunk on champagne and run away in her living room. Though why she would ever suspect that we might be tempted to do such a thing, I have no idea. Piss off, Draco said as Harry chuckled. Well, at least it's 1 glass. We'll have to save it for midnight, I guess. You can't honestly have expected her to leave us with a bottle of champagne. I'm surprised she doesn't have someone popping around every 30 minutes or so, asking for sugar and things, just to check up on us. I suppose you're right. Draco stared listlessly around the room before focusing on Harry's book. Is that one of the books Uncle Severus gave you? Yeah, it's great. It's all about this new theory of cross-germination and well, you get the idea. So, was Christmas all right? You were really quiet. Harry put his book down and unconsciously drew the blanket around him tighter. Christmas was great. Did I forget to thank your mum for a gift? Bloody hell. Harry swore under breath, I forgot something, didn't I? There were just so many of them. I thought for sure. Calm down, Harry. You didn't forget a thank you. You just seemed so. Draco shrugged. It was hard to see you so unsure, like you'd never had a Christmas before. And then I thought about it and I realized that you hadn't. Harry sighed. That's over now, he said, refusing to think about the uncertainty of the upcoming summer. Look, I don't want everything I have now to be marked by what I didn't have before. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't. But, I can't let it go. Not if you don't, if your mum doesn't, even if Professor Snape doesn't. Christmas was great. I had fun. And now it's New Year's and we're alone. Do you really want to waste that time talking about stupid things that don't matter anymore? Draco cast a furtive glance at Harry. I suppose there's merit to that, he said slowly. I was hoping you'd feel that way. Harry tossed away the blanket and moved closer to Draco. There are so many other things we could talk about, he whispered as he leaned forward and brushed his lips against Draco's. So many other things we could do, he said as he ran his fingers through Draco's hair, settling his hands so that they cupped the back of Draco's head. He leaned in and brushed his lips against Draco's again, chased Key's over and over, and he continued teasingly until their mouths were mashed against each other, open and wet, and they were dotting hard. Their hands roamed across each other's torsos, over their backs as they Ned and gasped and murmured incoherent endearments. Draco took command of the pushing Harry to lie on his back. Draco followed him down, dotting and nipping and licking all the way until he was settled on top of Harry. They continued dotting, both losing themselves to the sensation. Harry shifted and inadvertently bucked his hips, coming into contact with Draco's hips and his very hard cock. Draco jumped a bit surprised before closing his eyes and moaning. Holy F. K. Harry exhaled, as a frisson of energy burned through him. Let's do that again. Feels good when we do this. Didn't know so good, Draco said, emphasizing his point by flexing his hips so that his beak rubbed against Harry's. God, you're just as hard as me. Harry's hips flexed again, startled by the feel of Draco's hips grinding against his own. He shuddered and flexed again, desperate for whatever was making him feel so good. God, you're so King hot, Draco murmured as he flexed his hips again, pressing against Harry. Harry looked up and gasped. The way Draco was looking at him made him feel a funny sort of flapping feeling at the bottom of his stomach. His hands twined around Draco's back, pulling him closer as he flexed his hips up again and again, trying to find some sense of rhythm. He didn't know what he was doing exactly, only that he wanted more of whatever they were doing. Draco pushed away and snaked his hand in between their bodies, settling on Harry's crotch. Harry's breath caught as the hand unbuttoned the fly of his trousers. Harry trembled. I want to try something new, Draco whispered as his warm hand dug into Harry's undershorts and wrapped around his cock. Harry cried out and jerked up in response. What? He started to ask, but stopped as the hand began moving up and down, up and down, up and down. He couldn't help himself as he started rutting against it. Not so hard, Harry muttered. The hand loosened a bit. Better, Harry said, shivering at the little jolts of electricity coursing through him. Quick as it came, the hand was gone, leaving Harry feeling bereft. What? He said again, before a finger across his lips silenced him. Harry opened his eyes. He cocked his head to the side and watched in fuzzy detachment as Draco undid his own trousers and pulled his cock free. He turned and looked at Harry. Harry gasped, Draco's possessive gaze pinning him. Wordlessly, Draco resettled himself on top of Harry. Harry could feel the fine tremor of Draco's muscles. It was Draco's only display of hesitancy, as his hands moved deftly with his gaze still intent on Harry's face. Ah! Harry cried as Draco squashed one of his balls. Budge over a bit. Sorry about that. Draco shifted. Better. Yeah, Harry said, as he shifted as well. Just what kind of experiment is this? Harry asked in between gasps, trying to seem smooth and collected. Draco stilled and leaned down. The exciting kind, he whispered, his breath ghosting across Harry's parted lips. Harry pushed up and licked his lips. He started to say something he wasn't sure, but it didn't matter, because the next thing he knew, Draco's lips were attached to his an instant before they both started moving. Harry's body arched up and his head dug back into the sofa. Moving like this, their cocks rubbing against each other, uninhibited, had to be what heaven was like. Like that, Draco whispered. Yeah. Yeah, Harry replied in a breathy N. Draco gave Harry a crooked little smile, one that was unguarded and nervous. Their movements were awkward. They had to stop and start as adjustments had to be made. Many sorries and sakays were mumbled between them. Despite all of that, the feeling of their cocks rubbing against each other was amazing. Hands wound into each other's hair, pulling. Oh, Draco cried, feeling his release coming. Harry wasn't quite there, but he knew it wouldn't be long. Can't wait, Draco wheezed. Don't, Harry said, having the sudden, inexplicable desire to attack Draco's neck with nipping key. Draco cried again, arching into Harry's mouth, into Harry's body. He shuddered, his eyes rolled back and his hands clutched at Harry's hair hard enough for Harry to hiss in pain. Sorry, Draco mumbled, but unable to relax his hands or stop himself from coming. Harry felt something warm spurt all over him, making the movements between their two cocks much better. He slid into that frictionless glide faster and faster, panting as Draco still clung to him. He came in a glorious rush of heat and electricity, his body jerking as the waves of his orgasm flooded him. Draco released his grip on Harry's hair and dropped bonelessly against him. Oof! Harry cried at the sudden weight, still panting from his own release. That was, he said after few minutes. Draco shushed him and shook his head. He rolled off Harry and fished around for something to clean up with. Finding nothing, he wriggled out of his trousers and pants, wiped himself off with them before tossing them aside, and gestured for Harry to do the same. Soon, both boys were lying on the sofa, BPD from the waist down, and feeling a bit dazed. Harry was on his back, Draco on his side, his head propped in his hand. His free hand carded through Harry's hair. Harry could feel the small tremors in Draco's fingers. He turned his head to look at Draco, who still bore the intense gaze from before, though it was slightly hooded now. Draco, Harry began, before the clock on the mantel began to chime. It was midnight. A new year had begun. Harry had never imagined so much would change in his life in so little time. But here he was, mostly BPD, sated, and feeling warmer than he ever recalled feeling. Draco leaned down and keyed him gently. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Harry replied, liking the way the new one had started. Draco had a style of dotting to fit every mood. There were soft, feathery that tickled Harry's skin and made him want to do stupid things, like giggle or lie tangled with Draco on warm, summer grass. The demanding ones bruised Harry's lip and made him pant and back with equal force. And then there were the long, slow ones, lips sliding against lips, tongues slipping in and out. Nothing felt more perfect. Those made Harry forget things for a little while. He liked forgetting things like where he'd go at the end of term, whether he'd get to stay at Woolsford. When Draco would wake up and realize that Harry had nothing to offer him. Fingers sliding across his cheek startled Harry from his thoughts. I'm beginning to think you like having spots of dirt all over your face, Draco said, laughter in his voice. Harry leaned away from Draco's fingers. It's just a bit of dirt and I'm in the stables doing work. I don't much care if I've got a smudge here or there. No you don't, do you? Never have. Draco's fingers skimmed across Harry's cheek one more time before retreating. Maybe one day you'll see the error of your ways, but I suppose for now I can deal with it. Didn't know putting up with me was such a chore, Harry said, amused. You're a prat. Can't help it. You're far too influential. Yet I can't get you to realize how good you look when you aren't all mussed and dirty. Harry responded, resisting the urge on principle to rub the dirt on his face away. Maybe he should pay more attention to what he looked like. Would Draco like him more? But, really, why should it matter what he looked like? Why was Draco so interested? Was he embarrassed by Harry? Was that why he acted so differently when there were other people around? What are you thinking about? Draco asked. Just stuff. Start of term, my botany project. Wondering when the bottom is going to drop out of this stolen life. You know, the usual. Draco ed him a soft, feathery one. Shivers danced up and down Harry's spine. Don't think about it. You'll define. Classes don't start back until tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I just nothing. Honestly, Harry, you've nothing to worry about. Is this what's had you all in a twist this past week? Classes. You've been worse than a fishwife. Gee, thanks. You know what I mean. You've been all moody and argumentative. Except, of course, when you're attacking me for a quick shag. You must have really liked what we did on New Year's. Harry looked away. He could feel himself blushing. It was brilliant. You know it was. Good to know that's not the issue. So tell me, Potter, what's got you on edge? Nothing in particular, Harry mumbled. Just stuff. Like I said before. Well, perhaps a proper shag will take your mind of things. Harry's lips curled into a lazy grin. Shagging sounded like a bit of all right to him. He grabbed Draco's shirt and pulled him forward, dotting him hard. You think that, do you? Yeah, everyone's at dinner. Let's go back to our room. We can shut the curtains and practice coming silently, Draco said, grinding himself against Harry. Harry groaned. Don't think I can make it that far. He canted his hips, his beak brushing Draco's. Harry. That's the general idea, Harry murmured before leaning in for another key. The door to the stable banged open. Harry and Draco sprang apart, their beeps wilting in their panic to set themselves to rights. Hello? Anyone here? Heavy footsteps came closer. Draco and Harry scrambled to make themselves presentable. Harry tried to share a conspiratorial grin with Draco, but Draco avoided his gaze, standing stiffly to the side. Harry opened his mouth to ask him what was wrong when a swaggering boy came into view. He wore riding breeches and boots as if it were perfectly normal to do so at 7:30 on a Sunday evening in January. It was that Pratt, Cormac McLaggen. Ah, there you are, Draco, McLaggen said, ignoring Harry. Zabini thought you might be headed this way. Checking on the horses, I see. Good to see someone else takes the dressage team as seriously as I do. McLaggen stepped in front of Harry as if he were invisible. Draco, he noticed, did nothing to correct the slight. Harry kicked at a nearby bale of hay, purposefully trying to make at least one of them acknowledge him. Neither did. Now, we need to decide what to do with that Davies chap. His seat's all wrong and the lunge line isn't helping, McLaggen said in an overly serious voice. Now's not really a good time. How about later? But we're both here. Now's the perfect time. I was in the middle something. How about later? Yeah, he was talking to me, Harry said, irritated at being talked about as a thing. McLaggen swung around, eyeing Harry up and down. Oh, it's Potter, he said, as if just noticing that Harry was standing less than a foot away from him. McLaggen turned back to Draco with a sniff, dismissing Harry with little more than a glance. You can talk to the stable boy anytime you want. This is an emergency, Draco. Stop calling me stable boy, Harry said, frantically trying to catch Draco's gaze. He saw Draco wince and felt a cold shock. Draco, still steadfastly avoiding Harry's gaze, rolled his eyes and huffed. Oh, all right, he said to McLaggen. They turned as if to leave. Harry didn't know what was happening. Hey, wait a minute. Draco and I were talking. Your poncy little emergency can wait. McLaggen turned back around. No one's talking to you. Go back to whatever it is you scholarship students do when you're not scurrying around, gasping in wonder at the sight of the school's crystal goblets and things. McLaggen looked him up and down again, his eyes resting on Harry's face where the smudges of dirt were. The Board of Governors really needs to reconsider this wave of charity, he said under his breath before turning back to Draco. Again, Draco said nothing. Did nothing. Harry's hands balled into tight fists. F.K.U., McLaggen. Case in point. Come on, Draco, let's leave Potter to his curry brushes and hay bales. McLaggen snorted. Probably better than anything he grew up with. Harry felt hot and sick. They were ignoring him. Anger surged through him, roaring in his ears. I mean seriously, Draco. I get that Potter here's a little project of yours, but you have to put the work aside on occasion. Harry's gaze darted over to Draco, pleading silently, but Draco was staring at the floor, a frown on his face. Every fear he had about Draco's intentions, his mum's, Professor Snape's, came to the fore in one gut-wrenching rush. A strangled cry sounded deep in Harry's throat. He sprang forward, tackling McLaggen. What the bloody hell? Harry heard McLaggen shout before they landed hard on the floor, Harry on top. Get off of me, you sodding little savage. Harry threw a punch, his knuckles grazing McLaggen's temple. I am not AF. King Project, or AF. King Stable Boy, you bloody tosser. Or a savage. Stop it. Both of you, stop it, Draco screamed, pulling Harry off of McLaggen. What's wrong with you? Draco asked, shaking Harry's shoulders hard. And you, Draco said, pointing at McLaggen, stop being such a wanker. McLaggen got to his feet. He smoothed his riding breeches. Harry scrambled to his feet as well, breathing hard and scowling. I ought to report you, McLaggen said. No one's reporting anybody. Think about it. You report Harry and Harry will be forced to tell the headmaster about your anti-scholarship sentiment. I seem to recall you getting a dressing down for that last year, Draco said. McLaggen sneered at Harry and Harry made to dart forward. Only Draco's stern gaze stopped him. Honestly, you're both idiots, Draco whispered under his breath. Those words hurt Harry more than he cared to admit. Now, Cormac, let's discuss your bloody emergency back at the school. Harry, I'll be back later. Don't bother, Harry said and turned away, grabbing a curry brush and heading for Buckbeak's stall. Oi, Potter, McLaggen called. Harry tensed, refusing to turn around. Anytime you want to fight like a civilized human being instead of an ignorant Neanderthal, let me know. I'm sure we can arrange something. Shut it, McLaggen, Draco said. Harry heard them both leave, McLaggen chuckling all the way. He could feel the hot rush of anger boil away, leaving only insecurity in its wake. Great, Harry. Just F. King great. Why do you insist on doing that oaf's job? The shush of Harry's curry brush stopped for a moment before resuming. He was surprised Draco had come back. Mr. Hagrid's not an oaf. Don't call him that. I asked to be allowed to brush Buckbeak. I like it, and if it's too offensive to your delicate sensibilities, you can bloody well get out. Harry heard Draco's sigh. He swallowed hard and kept brushing. That was really stupid, you know. McLaggen could have gone to the headmaster, regardless of what I said. Harry had thought about that. He'd thought about everything, including how he'd come dangerously close to F. King up his life because he was angry. Scared. Whatever, Harry said. Christ, Harry, he could have hurt you. Anything else Draco would have said was cut off by the stamp of Buckbeak's hooves. Easy, boy, Harry murmured, running his hand across Buckbeak's flank. You indulge that horse, you know. Though, come to think of it, he's more beast than horse. He is not. He's just spirited, is all, Harry said, continuing to run his hand across Buckbeak's flank. Harry felt like he and Buckbeak were kindred spirits of a sort. He understood what it was like to have uncontrolled emotion running through him, whose first instinct was to react rather than process. He understood what it was like to try and restrain himself and act the way people around him wanted him to act. Sometimes, though, Harry wanted to stamp his hooves and snort and bite a little bit like he'd done earlier. That, of course, as Draco had reminded him, was a ticket straight out of Woolsford and back to the Dursleys. He is a beast. Did you know that he nearly threw McLaggen at the end of term? Idiot decided he wanted to ride him, said that he was the only one who could train him into a proper dressage horse. Draco snorted. Obviously he was wrong. Harry wasn't ready to forgive and forget. McLaggen's a menace. He's just a prat, like most of the guys here. Harry whirled around, his face flushed with anger. No one else calls me stable boy, or AF. King Pro Savage. Sodding hell, Harry, he's just another idiot in a sea of idiots. You really need to let it go. He's a prat. End of story. Whatever. Fine. I didn't even want to talk about him. No, you just wanted to beat him into a bloody pulp. So what if I did? What's got into you? You didn't even defend me. You let him talk to me, let him treat me, like I was nothing. Like I was worse than nothing. Is that what you think of me? You let him get to you, Harry. You were completely out of control and out of line. I was out of line. I was out of line. You tackled him like some sort of street hooligan because he insulted you. Yeah, I'd say you were out of line. Maybe I was just upset because my goddamned boyfriend couldn't be arsed to defend me. Draco took several steps forward, a feverish glint in his eyes. I told you we can't tell anyone about that. They wouldn't understand, Harry. And that means you couldn't defend me. Harry swiped at his face, turning his back to Draco, refusing to let him see how much he'd been hurt. Look, I'm sorry about that. As a general rule, I don't get involved in stupid little spats. I'm Christ, Harry, this is all new to me too, you know. It's not like you're some girl whose honor I have to defend or something. It was just McLaggen, Being McLaggen. I know you know that, so what's really going on? Harry's shoulders slumped, the renewed anger bleeding out of him, leaving him feeling lost and vulnerable. It's nothing. Liar. Harry wanted to tell him about being afraid of having to go back to the Dursleys, about feeling sure the last 7 months or so had been nothing more than a holiday. He wanted to tell him that McLaggen was right, he didn't belong, and that was why he'd gotten so angry. But he wouldn't say any of those things. He wasn't some weak-willed, girly chap who couldn't handle life. So he said nothing, tucking away his fears. Look, let's just forget about what happened earlier. Let's just go to dinner, Draco said. No, I told you I had a job to do. We scholarship students understand hard work. What's that supposed to mean? Take it any way you like. Draco stared for a long moment before shaking his head. Fine, see you. Harry watched him leave, the curry brush dangling from his fingers. Harry stifled a yawn as he glanced around the room, silently appraising the other botany projects. Jason Duprez's graft looked rather sickly in Harry's opinion, as did George Smith's. He glanced down at his own, wondering again if there was a slight color variation in the leaf veining that shouldn't be there. God, I'm tired, Smith said, slumped against the wall. There were a few murmurs of assent, but mostly the colloquium class couldn't be arsed to respond. Instead they stumbled around half awake. Harry was half awake as well, but not because he'd been up all night finishing his journal, or putting the final touches on his project. No, he'd been thinking about Draco, and the spectacular fight they'd had the previous day. The third one in less than a week. Christ, he's a menace, Thomas Wright grumbled as he sat down on the lab stool next to Harry. Harry didn't miss Wright's obvious glance at his project. Who are you talking about? Harry asked, pushing his planter to the side. Old Snapey, of course. Look here, Wright, Harry began, intending to defend Professor Snape, but Wright continued as if Harry hadn't said a word. He just had to set the project due the first week. At 8 o'clock in the bloody morning on our first Saturday back, no less. We don't even have class on Saturdays. Harry closed his mouth. A Saturday morning class really was quite cruel, Harry thought. Better that than last Monday. I suppose. Wouldn't have put it past him, though, Wright said leaning back, making no attempts to hide his assessing stare of Harry's project. Harry scowled at him. Not bad, Potter, but did you see Coatfields? He'll make us all look bad. A moment of panic surged through Harry. No, I haven't. It's good. Wright nodded in that irritatingly grave manner he had. Best get to my seat. See you at study group next Monday. See you, Harry said, trying to catch a glimpse of Dennis Coatfield's project. Harry, Neville cried, stumbling as he made his way over to their lab table. I was up half the night finishing my journal. Bet you've had yours done for ages, though. Harry craned his neck, still trying to glimpse Coatfield's project. I was up late, too. I'll be glad to get this done. My nerves are shot. Harry resisted the urge to chuckle at that. He quite liked Neville, but had come to realize that nervous Neville wasn't just a schoolboy taunt. I know what you mean. Harry sighed. Too many people surrounded Coatfield and he couldn't get a proper look. Your graft looks really good, Neville said. Harry turned at the compliment, shifting his focus. Thanks. Your project looks good, too. Neville blushed. I don't know about that. Your stem's nice and straight. Mine's a bit wonky, I think. Wonky wasn't the half of it. Neville's graft was thriving, but twisted at such an odd angle that Harry couldn't conceive of how he'd done it. I'm sure it's fine. Thanks, Harry, but it is a bit wonky. Harry did chuckle then. Yeah, I suppose it is. Hey, a bunch of us are going to the village for that cinema festival tonight. The school's arranged transportation and everything. Want to come? Thanks, Nev, but I've got, plans already. Cottage party, right? Harry's face heated in embarrassment. Yeah, sorry. Don't look so apologetic. I've long given up on being invited to one of those. I'm just surprised you're going, is all. Thought you might be feeling a bit lonely tonight. What do you mean? Why would you think that? Well, I didn't mean to. I wasn't spying, or anything. I just, well, you and Malfoy get pretty loud when you get into it. I just assumed, Considering you were fighting, I just assumed you weren't going. A new kind of panic surged through Harry. It was just what did you hear? Neville shrugged, keeping his eyes on the lab table. Only that you didn't want to go. I agree with you, by the way. Cormac McLagan is a complete wanker. I can see why you wouldn't want to go to party when he's going as well. Neville hesitated and looked up. If you don't want to go, why are you agreeing to? You don't strike me as the sort to follow Malfoy's orders. He didn't order me, Neville. He just. Harry scrubbed his face. Everything was so jumbled. Nothing made sense. He just made a good point about trying to get along with difficult people. Why do you care, though? I mean, so you don't get along with McLagan, hate him even. Why would Draco care about that? Harry was saved from having to respond by Professor Snape's impressive sweep into the room. I trust all of you have your projects. Professor Snape asked. Yes, Professor, they said. Good. Present them, please. Project to your left, journal to your right. There was a mad scramble to present journals and small planters of peach wood with grafted almond branches. Professor Snape stalked around the room, scrutinizing each project, making unkind assessments of those he didn't like, and nodding at those he did. Coatfield, Harry noted, received an exceptionally sharp nod. Before long, Professor Snape made his way to their table. Will wonders never cease, Mr. Longbottom? Your graft appears to be thriving. Neville beamed. Amazing, considering the contorted angle at which you've grafted this poor little almond branch. Why, it looks as if it's staining against invisible bonds, a captive South Avenue of the sturdier peach wood. There was a titter of laughter. Neville crumpled a bit, and Harry's face flamed with embarrassment for his friend. Do take care, Mr. Longbottom. What we do here is as much art as science. You must possess a certain aesthetic sensibility if you wish to excel. Yes, Professor, Neville said, staring at the lab table. Professor Snape turned to Harry's project, his cool gaze assessing every leaf, vein, and tendril. He nodded his head sharply. Harry let go the breath he'd been holding. The graft appears stable and well formed. The color in the veining is a bit off, however. You'll need to watch the nutrient intake over the next few weeks to stave off rejection. Otherwise, this is passable, Mr. Potter. Harry refused to give in to the grin threatening to cleave his face in half. Yes, Professor, he said in a breathy rush. Professor Snape's lips quirked at the corners of his mouth. He strode to the front of the class, his arms resting on the mammoth podium. You must take extra care in this phase of the grafting. We do not want rejection. Before leaving today, please take note of Mr. Coatfield's project, which is by far the best of the group. Harry resisted the urge to scowl. For my assistants Mr. Coatfield, Mr. Wright, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Longbottom, if you fail to complete this stage of the project, you will be stripped of assistant status and I will have to seriously consider whether to keep you in the colloquium. Neville made a sound in the back of his throat that conjured the image of a pig being strangled. Neville nearly knocked over his grafting project in his haste to cover his mouth with his hand, but Harry reached out and kept it steady. All right there, Nev. Harry whispered as Professor Snape droned on about the precariousness of grafting. Yeah, sorry about that. Just Goddy's just so intimidating. Harry gave Neville a warm smile and returned his attention to Professor Snape. Now, before we begin the next part of our project, I wish to share an opportunity with you. I have received a summer research fellowship to study a new species of flora in Chile that has appeared spontaneously. The research required will study whether this particular specimen is new or merely one that has adapted in response to changing climate patterns. Professor Snape paused, his eyes skimming over every student. Harry thought they rested on him a bit longer than the other students. I am permitted 2 assistants and will be choosing them from this group. Excited, furious whispers broke out, sounding like a swarm of adolescent bees on their way to cross-pollinate for the first time. To Harry, Professor Snape's words sounded like the answer to a silent prayer. Quiet. The buzzing stopped. My decision will be based on your project work and regular coursework. I must stress that this will be hard work and much will be expected of my assistants. The lodging will be substandard, the meals poor at best, and the work will be dirty, hot, and unrelenting. But on the other hand, If any of you are serious about botany as a profession, a research opportunity like this is unparalleled. Anyone in this class may express interest, not just my current assistants. To that end, I expect each of you to let me know by next class whether you'd like to be considered. Harry didn't hear much of what Professor Snape said after that. He was already dreaming of a summer in Chile. Harry made slow work of gathering his books and project. He waited until everyone was on their way out before approaching Professor Snape. Professor Snape. Yes, Mr. Potter. I just wanted you to know that I'd like to be considered. For the research project, I mean. Harry swallowed as Professor Snape stared back at him, his expression blank. Are you sure about this? Yes, sir. Absolutely. Professor Snape hesitated. The work will be very, very hard and, to some extent, tedious. This will not be a holiday. Harry snorted. Since when are any of my summer's holidays? He said under his breath before he could think. There is that. In fact, I want to make sure that this isn't about the Dursleys. Of course not. I want to be a botanist. I want this opportunity. I work hard and I think I'd be good. A good assistant, I mean. I have no doubt of your work ethic or your career desires. I just want to make sure you've thought this through. Well, I have. Do not take that tone with me. Sorry, sir. Professor Snape paused, staring at Harry again with that blank expression of his that made Harry want to apologize for something and stand in the corner. Very well, he said eventually. You will be considered. Thank you, sir. Harry turned to leave. Harry, I know you're worried about this summer, but you shouldn't be. Things will work out, no matter. Do you understand what I'm saying? Harry smiled, thinking he did understand. Yes, sir, of course. Red, or black? Blaise asked, stripping off the black shirt he'd just been wearing and pointing to the red one in his hand. Harry rolled his eyes. Why are you asking me? Because you're gay and you're supposed to know these things. Harry looked down at his rumpled t-shirt and back at Blaise, as if to say, you can't be serious. Blaise shook the red shirt at him and canted his head in response. Do I look like someone who knows these things? Just pick one and put it on. Blaise sighed, tossing the red shirt to the floor and putting the black one back on. He turned back and looked Harry up and down. You're not going like that, are you? Why is everyone so concerned about the way I dress? Someone's knickers are in a twist. Maybe it's because you're asking stupid questions. I doubt anyone's going to care about whether you wear a red or black shirt. Blaise laughed. Yeah, maybe. But seriously, Potter, go shower, or something. My brother will be here in half an hour. Thinking about not going at all, Harry said, not looking up from the book he was trying to read. K. Potter. Not this again. Look, just don't drink your weight in alcohol, and you'll be fine. Harry turned a page. It's not that. What is it, then? Because we're supposed to leave soon. I just don't want to go. This isn't about that fight you and Draco had yesterday in Bloomsbury Hall, is it? For K's sake, was the whole school there or something? What? Nothing, Harry said, tossing his book to the side. Not important. So, what? You know, you can be a right bastard sometimes. Harry grinned, making sure his lips curled back from his teeth. Part of my charm. No wonder Draco likes you, then. But seriously, Potter, is this about that fight? Or any of the others you've had this week? Harry's fingers plowed through the folds of his green blanket. Yes, and no. Blaise pounced on Harry's bed, the expression on his face eager. Tell me the yes part, then. Draco won't say a word, just stomps around and sneers at birds and things. I dunno. Part of it's the McLaggen thing. I told you, McLaggen's brother and my brother are good friends. The party would have been cancelled if I hadn't invited that wanker. Killed me to do it. Yeah, I know. Draco told me all about it. So all of this is about McLaggen. Harry hesitated. I know. I suppose not. What is it? Draco says no one can know we're together, and I get that, I guess, but that doesn't mean that I want to spend the night watching all of those little trollops hanging all over him. Blaise clapped his hands. I knew you'd be the jealous type. Are you sure you're not gay, Blaise? You're awfully poncy. Ha. Thought I'd fall for that, did you? You should know by now, Potter, that it takes a lot more to get me off track than a slur against my manhood. Actually, I wasn't talking about the size of your cock. Blaze laughed, falling back against the bedpost. Good show, Potter. Finally catching on. And you didn't even stumble over the word cock. Blaze pretended to wipe a tear from his eye. My little Harry's all grown up. He can say cock without blushing or stammering. Harry pushed Blaze's shoulder, trying very hard not to chuckle. Shut it, you perv. I'm trying to be serious, here. Blaze straightened up, all sign of playfulness gone. Yeah, I got that. But the thing is, Harry, you've got to let this go. You of all people should know that you can't make Draco do anything he doesn't want to do. So what are you saying? That I should just stand by and smile as he flirts with all of those girls, like there's nothing wrong with that. That I should do whatever he tells me to do. Come off it, mate. There are very few people who can tell you want to do. You're rather resistant to being ordered around. I heard Draco grumbling about it all night. Good for him, Harry spat. You two are UNF. King believable, you know that. Before the halls, I was worried that I'd come in here and find the two of you tangled in the sheets. Now I just worry about you killing each other, and it's only been a week since we got back. What's with you? Harry looked away. He didn't understand why they'd been fighting so much, especially when he was the one instigating most of it. It was like everything had been perfect at New Year's, and that terrified him, because Harry Potter's life wasn't allowed such brilliance. Sometimes he felt as though he were simply waiting for the axe to fall. So what should I do? Harry asked. Blaze shrugged. Don't know what to tell you, other than you're either going to have to deal with the trollops, or be prepared to tell the world that you and Draco are gay, knowing that you'll lose Draco over that. He shouldn't be ashamed of me or what we have. Blaze stood. He fiddled with his belt and smoothed his trousers. Never said he was, mate, but he's Draco, he said, as if that explained things. Unfortunately, Harry thought, it did. And I'm me, Harry said to himself. As far as Harry was concerned, agreeing to go to the cottage party ranked high on the list of worst possible ideas he'd ever had. He sat in the corner, nursing a beer, wishing he'd never agreed to go. First, there was that McLaggen prat, swaggering about trying to shake everyone's hand and cornering some of the more popular boys, no doubt pressing them on their opinions of the dressage team. Harry could deal with that, actually. He'd gotten out the worst of his anger the week prior. At least it felt that way at the moment, when he was pleasantly buzzed. What was much harder was watching girls flutter their sparkly eyelashes at Draco, or shimmy their blobby little easts at him, or, worse, try and key him with their sticky, glossy pink lips. While Draco had done a good job of fending off the little harlots, he'd not looked at Harry at all. Not once. Hadn't even spoken to him. Hadn't spoken to him since their fight the day before, actually. A girl with impossibly owned hair laughed at something Draco said, sounding like a feral hyena. Harry growled. He finished his beer and stood to get another. As he reached across the table, someone called his name. Oi, Potter. Harry tensed and cursed under his breath. What do you want, McLaggen? Surprised to see you here, is all. How'd you get an invitation to a cottage party? Is it charity night, or something? Familiar anger bubbled up in Harry, the feel of it thick and acidic. He stepped closer, not sure of what he would do, but ready to do something. Anything. He opened his mouth, prepared to spew every foul word he could think of, but Blaze interrupted. Yeah, McLaggen it is, glad to see you got your invitation, Blaze said, strolling up behind them. My brother has a soft spot for sods like you, well that and your brother basically begged him for an invitation for you. Something about you not playing well with others and needing all the help you could get. Harry sniggered as McLaggen went red in the face. Now unlike you, Harry here has been to all the cottage parties he has a standing invitation, Blaze said. McLaggen's eyes narrowed and darted between Blaze and Harry. He snorted. Figures Potter would have an invitation to such a pitiful excuse for a party. Cheap beer and cider. Yeah, great party. McLaggen sniffed. The only thing missing is the cheap whores and the snakebite. You can leave then, if you're having such an awful time of it. I don't think anyone would mind, Blaze said. McLaggen tossed his head looking a bit like a horse for a moment before sneering at Blaze and wandering off. What a tosser. All right there, Harry. Yeah, fine. Good. Got to keep the aggro to a minimum, you know, Blaze said with a wink. Have a bit more to drink, not too much, though, and at least pretend to have a good time, yeah. Sure. Blaze ruffled Harry's hair. Good boy. My work is done here. Now to try and reconcile Ron and Hermione. I think he tried to touch her knickers. Harry laughed, raising his can in silent salute. For a moment he was having a good time. The good feeling faded, though, when he turned back and saw that horrible little bee owned been affixed to Draco's side. At least Draco seemed to be suffering. Harry smiled a bit grimly. Suddenly the music seemed too loud, the crowd too stifling. Right, Harry said to himself, swilling down the rest of his beer, grabbing another, and heading out to the back garden. He strolled down the path, the noise from the party diminishing with each step. If he remembered right, there was a bench on the other side of the large tree he was rounding, perfect for sitting and figuring things out in the quiet. Only when he got there, the bench was already occupied. Harry sighed. Lo, Pammy. Pammy Smithwick turned at the sound of Harry's voice. Her hair and makeup were mussed and her blouse looked a bit worse for wear. She had a glass of cider in her hand. Harry was by her side in an instant. You okay? You look like well, you okay? Pammy laughed and took a drink. Harry noticed that her hand shook a bit. I didn't realize I looked so bloody awful. That is you look. Bugger. Pammy laughed again. It's all right. I'm fine. Really. My, date just got a little over-enthusiastic, I guess. Harry had no idea how to respond. Oh, he said eventually. Oh, is right. Did he hurt you? Pammy waved away his concern. This is nothing, Harry. Really. Don't worry. It's not like he didn't have cause to think I might be a bit easy. Harry thought he might have preferred to watch the giggly bee owned flirt shamelessly with Draco than deal with this. He had absolutely no idea what to say, so he said nothing at all. Pammy didn't seem to mind. So they sat there, drinking silently. You ever think you're masquerading as someone you're not? Pammy asked after a long while. Or, that you've become someone you never set out to be? Harry laughed ruefully. You've no idea. I rather suspected that you weren't manor born, but I liked that about you. You have a certain amount of scruffiness. I liked that. I liked you. I'm sorry, Pammy, I don't. Don't worry, I'm not making a declaration of love. I just wanted you to know that I really liked you. Harry had no idea what Pammy was talking about, and the expression on his face must have said the same thing. You have no idea what I'm talking about. Sorry. No. Probably just as well. As this is this about the, dotting and everything. At the first cottage party. Pammy's smile twisted to one side. In a manner of speaking. Oh, I don't. It doesn't matter. Anyway. I always meant to thank you for that. The key. I mean. The rest is a bit fuzzy and, in some ways, involves things I'd rather not think about. Yes, well, water under the bridge and all that, but whatever are you thanking me for? Harry looked away. He could feel his face burning with embarrassment. Just that, God, I can't believe I'm admitting this, you were my first key. Harry turned back and looked at Pammy. She had an unreadable expression on her face. You're joking, she said eventually. Believe me, I wish I were. Well, that's just the icing, now isn't it? What? Pammy waved him away. Nothing. Nothing. So I was Harry Potter's first key. I know a lot of girls who would be very jealous to learn that. Great. Thanks a lot. I'm already having a great time of it, and that little bit of gossip would make things loads better, I'm sure. Harry's shoulders slumped. I told Draco I'd never fit in with well, no offense, Pammy, but with people like you and Draco and everyone else at Woolsford. I don't belong here, and sooner or later everyone's going to figure that out. Pammy set her drink down and turned, clasping Harry's hands in hers. Sod them, Harry. Sod them all. I wish I could say that it doesn't matter, but to some of these old families it does. But that shouldn't stop you from thumbing your lovely nose at them all and telling them to sod off. You're great just the way you are, Harry. Thanks. What about you, then? Why do you run around? Doing, what you do if you don't want to? Pammy shrugged. It's not that easy. No, strike that. Part of me likes it very much, but there's no easy place to draw a line, I suppose. She gave Harry's hands a gentle squeeze. But enough about that. We should get back. Yeah, you should, Pammy. Harry's head whipped around at the sound of Draco's voice. In the moonlight, he could see Draco glaring at Pammy. What are you doing out here? Harry asked, surprised at how tetchy his voice sounded, even to him. I could ask the same of you. I'm surprised you even noticed I was missing, what with Miss Laughing Hyena all over you. Speak for yourself. You're practically in the lap of the mother of all barracudas. Pammy cleared her voice. I think this is where I slip into the night and let the two of you finish your spat in private. I don't think I'd care to know where this is headed. Harry saw a flash of genuine fear in Draco's eyes. Shut it, you vapid cow, Draco said with a sneer. Go back and find yourself another little F.K. Harry stood. That's enough. You're such an utter ass, Draco. Pammy hasn't done anything to you, leave her the F.K. alone. If you're angry with me, take it out on me, not her. Defending her honor. Are you surprised you figured that out, seeing as how it's such a foreign concept to you? Okay boys, Pammy interrupted, I'm leaving now. Give me about 5 minutes and then you can bash each other's brains in. I have no idea what you're fighting about and, believe me, I have no desire to know. And don't worry, Draco, whatever's going on here stays between us. Too right, you are. I'm not doing it for your benefit, Draco. It's for Harry. He's got quite enough on his plate, especially if he has to deal with you. With a wink at Harry, Pammy turned her head and flounced off, ignoring Draco's sputtering. Well, that went well, Harry said. Draco rounded on him. What were you doing out here with her? I wasn't out here with her, Draco. I came out here to get away from you, and McLagan, and that ridiculous party. She just happened to be out here. How convenient. Draco paced back and forth, staring at Harry the whole time. You looked awfully cozy. Wanted to give her a chance to beat you off, did you? You've lost your mind. Right. And she was holding your hands because something scary jumped out of the bushes. Things fell into place in that moment and Harry realized that he and Draco weren't so different after all. He smiled, his first genuine smile in what felt like a long time. You're jealous. Draco's eyes narrowed. I am not. You take that back. You are. You're jealous. Harry walked forward, causing Draco to back up into the tree. You can't stand the thought of Pammy Smithwick touching me, can you? Draco swallowed. His breath was ragged. Can you? Harry asked, leaning in and biting the side of Draco's neck. God, it had been ages since he'd touched Draco. Ed him. He wanted to have say. Against the tree, wanted to feel connected to Draco in a way that didn't involve words or subtext. She was touching you, Draco said, his voice rough with anger and what sounded like lust to Harry. Harry nibbled his way up Draco's neck. And you didn't like it, did you? When Draco didn't respond, Harry canted his hips forward. Draco groaned as their beaks pressed against each other. Of course I didn't. I don't want anyone else touching you. Touching what's mine. Draco grabbed Harry's hips and pressed himself forward. He leaned in and beeped hard on the side of Harry's neck. Now you know, God, now you know how it King feels. Draco growled and whirled them around so that Harry's back was pressed against the tree. He lunged forward, dotting Harry so hard their teeth clacked together. Harry's tongue thrust into Draco's mouth. All the while they rubbed furiously against each other, pressing, squeezing, taking. Want you? Draco Ned before attacking Harry's neck with his teeth and tongue. Harry growled in the back of his throat. He pivoted his foot and whirled them around, slamming Draco into the tree. They rubbed against each other hard and fast, the friction on the cusp of painful. They went faster and faster, their breaths whistling and wheezing as they scrabbled against each other, needing to be closer, needing to find release. Draco came first, his body arching from the tree, pushing further into Harry, his mouth open in a silent scream. Harry followed soon after, grunting as his orgasm washed over him. Draco slumped against the tree and both of them slid down until they were sitting on the ground. As the frenzied need they'd both felt dissipated, weariness set in. Harry was so very, very tired. He closed his eyes. He felt fingers carting through his hair. Harry smiled. He shifted a bit. The fingers stopped. Lips pressed lightly against the top of his head. We should get back. We can sneak in the side door and clean up. Hopefully everyone will be too drunk to notice that anything's off. Harry nodded. Look, I'm sorry about tonight. And last week. I should have. God, Harry, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. It's nothing to do with you. You know that, yeah. Harry swallowed. He was too tired and too content at the moment to get into things with Draco. Yeah, sure, he said, disentangling himself and getting to his feet. Draco stopped him before he could start walking back. Harry turned, his expression questioning. Draco stared at him a long while, looking as though he wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. In the end he leaned forward, giving Harry one of his long, slow keys, the kind that made Harry forget things for a little while. Harry fell into the key. Harry's hair fluttered in the breeze, imaginary fingers tugging at the wayward tufts. His teeth worried his bottom lip, his tongue darting out occasionally. He sat hunched over his book, his warm coat pulled around him. Draco knew by the way his brows furrowed or rose whether Harry had read something intriguing or trite. There was a softness about him when the masks fell away. Draco thought him beautiful. Sometimes on days like this, when the sun was just right, framing life with bucolic haze, he wanted to tell the world that he thought so. And then declare that Harry was his, and his alone. Harry looked up from his book and stared across the expanse of the grounds and the lake. You're staring again, he said, his expression bemused. Draco dropped his gaze. I am not. I've just noticed that it's rather cold and was checking to see if you had early signs of hypothermia. Your cheeks look awfully flushed. Liar. You wanted to come out here because you said it was unseasonably warm for a February. Yes, well, it's still cold. It's February. It's not supposed to be balmy. About that, it's my birthday this week, you know. Yeah, Draco. I know. I'm going to be 16. Yes, I know. That means I can have say. Harry laughed, the sound rich and golden like the sun. You've already had say loads of it. Yes, well now I can have it legally. Planning on a romantic tryst with anyone I know. Draco leaned in and nibbled Harry's ear, smiling when Harry shuddered. His book fell to the ground. Someone you know quite well, Draco whispered before giving a final nip. Harry pulled away. Careful, someone might have seen. What if they did? Draco asked. The moment was caught in perfection, making it easy to be brave. Harry ducked his head, the shy turn of it just as alluring as his laugh. You don't really mean that. Draco shrugged. I do right now. I wish I did all of the time. Harry drew his knees to him. You don't look. What you did, what you've done about McLaggen is enough. You don't have to be all girly or anything. I'm not being girly and I'll thump you if you say that again. You could try it, Harry said, his appraising gaze saying all too clearly that Draco didn't stand a chance against him. Shut it, you. But seriously, I should have done something earlier, said something earlier. I'm sorry. Stop saying that. Harry pursed his lips and looked out across the lake. Draco had seen the same pensive expression on Harry's face often enough in the last few weeks, but hadn't called attention to it. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what words lay behind Harry's pursed lips. I forgot to tell you, but Mum's planned some trip to France and I want you to come, too. We can French key. In France, Draco said with an exaggerated waggle of his brows, hoping to pull Harry from his thoughts. This summer. You want to talk about this summer? Yeah, why? Harry bit his lip and looked away again. A familiar sense of dread curled in Draco's stomach. We don't have to go to France. I mean, I'm sure I can convince her to go somewhere else. I'm going to Chile, Harry blurted. Oh, I hadn't thought about South America, but I suppose it would be fun to visit Belize and such. No, I mean I'm going as one of Professor Snape's research assistants. He's got a grant and he's allowed 2 assistants. Draco swallowed, feeling betrayed that Harry had kept this from him. When did you find out? I haven't yet. He's not making a choice until the end of term, but, well, he told me I didn't have to worry about where I'd be going this summer. So, I'm sure he'll pick me. He'd be a fool not to. Harry's gaze darted to Draco before looking away again. He was gnawing the middle of his lip, not biting the side like he did when he was reading. Sounds like a great opportunity. You might even get a tan. It was so hard to say those words. Draco wanted to tackle Harry to the ground and demand that he go to France with him, but Harry's answering smile made him forget all of that. You think so? Really? Course. And it's not, a big deal if we spend the summer apart. We're a part of each other's lives. Always have been. That doesn't stop because you go away for the summer. Harry lurched forward and Ed Draco hard. Thank you. Were you worried about the summer? Was that why you've been all moody? Partly. Yeah, I was worried about this summer. I can't go back there. I'd run away first. Before Harry could say anything else, Draco cupped the back of his head and pulled him into another key. Desperate to take away words about running away or going back to the Dursleys. Draco knew they couldn't solve everything with but any concern he had flew out of his head when Harry nibbled his bottom lip before beeping it hard. Draco could Harry forever, and he doubted that even that would be enough. Harry drew back after a few minutes. Thanks for that. Draco grinned. Prat. Well, what should we talk about now? My birthday. Harry rolled his eyes. For the last time, I'm not telling you about your present. Not that. The other thing we were talking about. A soft grin spread across Harry's face. You'll have to remind me again. I've forgotten. Draco licked his lips. Happy to, he said as he leaned in to show Harry exactly what he was talking about. So what are you getting Draco for his birthday? Blaise asked as he and Harry wandered through the small village near Woolsford. A few things. Nothing in particular. What are they? None of your business, that's what. Must be something kinky if you won't share. Harry reddened. It's nothing like that. It's just personal. Ooh, personal. God, Blaise. Can you not turn everything into a innuendo? Just once. Oh, all right. What are you going to get Ron, then? Dunno. Thought about a jersey for that football team he likes so much. Kind of boring, though. What about you? He gets the cottage weekend after next. What for? Blaise stopped. You didn't seriously ask that question. I'm not an idiot, Blaise. But everyone said all along that Hermione won't let him get near her until they're married. Maybe the fair lass has changed her mind. I heard she wasn't quite as upset about the knicker-touching incident as we'd been led to believe. Harry laughed. Ron'll be pleased. But why not give him the cottage after the party? They'll both already be there. Blaise shot a curious look at Harry, as if he wasn't sure whether or what to say. That's because Draco gets the cottage for the rest of the weekend. Oh, Harry had no idea what else to say. Figured the two of you might appreciate, personal things in a real room instead of a storage cupboard or the stables. Don't look so scandalized, Potter. I'm not stupid, there's only so many places the two of you could, be together at school. Consider it my bit to help Cupid. Harry shook his head. Thanks, I guess. Worried. Afraid Draco will have his way with you. Bloody wanker. No, nothing like that. Just it'll be weird, I guess. What? Doing it on a real bed instead of a floor, or something? No. Just the two of us for the weekend. Just being together. Doing normal stuff. I doubt you're going to be playing Snap or charades while you're there. Though, come to think of it, charades could get rather interesting. Harry cuffed Blaise's shoulder. You're a bloody menace. It'll just be weird, that's all. Well, if you don't want it, I can always tell Draco that my brother needs it. Harry blushed. That's not necessary, he stammered, ignoring Blaise's laugh. The party drew to a close as a very tipsy Ron carried an equally tipsy Hermione out of the cottage, the last stragglers following them out, egging them on to the heights of knicker-touching. Draco heard them leave, but he wasn't watching. His eyes were on Harry had been all night. It had been so difficult not to go over, push him against the wall and whisper very naughty things in his ear. Harry laughed and waved goodbye to Ron. Draco loved hearing Harry laugh. It made him shine as if he hadn't a care in the world. I think he's going to get to touch her knickers for real tonight, Draco said. Harry snorted. I think he already has. You're probably right. They did keep disappearing a lot. Have a good birthday party. Sad you had to share it. Ron's a good mate. I don't mind sharing in that respect. And so far it's been an okay party. Just okay. Yeah. Draco licked his lips, suddenly feeling nervous. I think the private one's going to be far more stimulating. At least he hoped so. Harry laughed. Do you think of these things before you say them, or do they just tumble out of your mouth? On second thought, don't answer. I don't know which proposition frightens me more. Draco's hand slipped behind Harry and rested in the small of his back, his fingers rubbing back and forth. You're going to regret that. I am. Draco's fingers ventured lower, massaging the top of Harry's bum. Oh, yes. How's that, exactly? I think I'll let you figure it out, Draco said with a pat before removing his hand as Blaze wandered over. Now remember, we can cover for you until dinner tomorrow night, but you have to be back by then. You have a way back. Draco nodded. All right, then. Happy birthday, Draco, and have fun. With that, Blaze sauntered off, shutting the door behind him as he left the cottage. Draco and Harry stared all around the room for a few moments. For the first time in memory, Draco was unsure of how to proceed. There was something he wanted to try with Harry, but he wasn't sure how to go about initiating it or whether Harry would be receptive. He felt a bit raw, a bit exposed, and it scared him. Harry cleared his throat. I suppose we should start cleaning up, he said as he ran his hands through his hair. Leave it. The cleaners will take care of it on Monday. Harry nodded. He bit his lip and looked away. Want a drink? Draco asked, wanting one for himself. He hoped it would calm his nerves. No. I'm fine, thanks. Draco shrugged. Suit yourself. Though I think it'd loosen you up a bit. I'm loose. I mean, I'm not tight or tense. I just for K's sake. Draco, stop grinning like that. I have no idea what you're talking about, Draco said, grinning even more, relieved that Harry was nervous, too. Yes, you do. You've been doing it all night. Stop it. Feeling more confident, Draco sauntered forward, a different sort of smile on his face. But you like it when I smile. Harry's eyes went wide. He stumbled backward, backing into the wall. Draco didn't stop moving forward. Do you know how hard it was to keep my hands off of you tonight? Harry swallowed. Yeah, I do. Thought you might. Draco covered Harry's body with his own, his hands poised on either side of Harry's head. What do you think you're doing? Harry asked, though the way he slouched against the wall with his head cocked to the side said he knew exactly what Draco was doing. And that he wanted it. Having some fun. What makes you think I want to have that kind of FUOMPHF? Draco let his key steal the words from his tongue. Knew there was a way to shut you up, Draco said before dotting Harry again. Draco groaned as Harry's hand cupped his beep and squeezed. Knew there was a way to make you groan, Harry said, continuing to squeeze and rub Draco's beep in between s. Terrible comeback, Potter. Not worthy of that sarcastic tongue of yours. Ah, God, you're wicked. Draco Mo.Ned as Harry rubbed the side of his beep and squeezed the top. Can't let you have all the fun. Perhaps we should move this elsewhere. Like the perfectly nice bed in the other room. You want to? Draco squeezed Harry's beep, excitement rushing through him as Harry's eyes glazed. Yeah, I want to. And suddenly Draco was nervous again. How about my present first? Yeah. Harry whimpered. Bed now. Present later. Draco laughed, hoping it hid his nervousness. Present now. I told you you'd regret your earlier sarcasm. Harry rolled his eyes. You're a bastard, you know that. Part of my charm. All right. Just go on, I'll be right there. Harry stared at the wrapped gift, hoping he hadn't made a foolish mistake. It had seemed like a good idea at the time, but now he hoped Draco liked it. There was something about giving this gift that made Harry feel more exposed than he'd ever been. There were times he felt beepedy when Draco stared at him. It was like Draco could see everything about him and know what all of it meant. Harry, you coming? Yeah, I'll be right there. Harry sighed. Please don't think it's rubbish, he said under his breath. Or total sap. That my present? Draco asked, his eyes roving over the wrapped box in Harry's hands as Harry entered the bedroom. No. It's for someone else whose birthday's today. Git. Arsehole. Enough with the verbal foreplay, hand over the present. Harry shook his head, but handed over the present nonetheless. You really are awful, you know that, don't you? Draco didn't answer, his focus entirely on the present. Harry gnawed on his bottom lip as Draco unwrapped the box, opened it, and pulled out the books inside. He examined them, his head tilted in curiosity. You got me journals for physics, Latin, and literature. Thanks. Open them, Harry said, cursing that his voice was far more timid than he would have liked. Draco looked at him oddly, but did as he was told. He opened the Latin journal and gasped. The Adventures of Bernard and Ollie, Draco murmured. He looked up sharply at Harry. How did you? You remembered. Yeah, I did. Harry scratched the back of his neck. I saw them, you know, and remembered that you loved them when, well, you know. When we were younger. And I thought you might like them. I couldn't find the others. Just these three. I had the bookbinder make a cover of sorts so that, people wouldn't notice. Not that it matters if they did. I just didn't think you wanted people to see books about two little boys going on grand adventures together. Draco traced the title with his index finger without a word. Harry began to panic. If you don't like them, I can take them back and get you something else. I just thought they're stupid, yeah. No, Draco whispered, pulling the book closer before closing it and setting it aside. You can't take them back. His fingers trailed over the other two, his expression contemplative. I just look, if you don't like them. Don't you know anything, Potter? You can't take back presents. That's horribly rude. I suppose I'll have to save you from yourself once again and keep these books. Forever, of course. It would be bad form not to. And Harry understood, then. His mouth quirked at the sides. Yes, of course. How would I survive the gift-giving minefield were it not for your guidance? Draco sniffed. You wouldn't. His fingers traced the lines of the Latin cover. Did you ever wonder what happened to Bernard and Ollie? Harry sat on the bed. Dunno. Grew up, I guess. Think they stayed friends. Course. Still had grand adventures. Think of one. What? An adventure. Yeah, what? Don't look at me like that. It's my birthday. I get what I want. Harry laughed, assaulted with memories of an 8-year-old Draco making little demands while stamping his small feet. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just remembering. Remembering what? Adventures. So what do you want, Draco? Draco was doing that weird staring thing again. The one that made Harry's insides squirm in a way that was both exciting and scary. The one that made him feel beepy while fully clothed. I want an adventure. Okay. Wait, you don't want to dig anything up in the garden, do you? Draco shook his head slowly, still staring at Harry. He stood up and started unbuttoning his shirt. Oh, that kind of. Should I? Yeah, Harry, you should. Draco licked his lips and looked Harry up and down. Right now, in fact. Harry's insides squirmed again, followed by a zoom of tingling heat. His hands flew to his shirt buttons, undoing them as fast as he could. Very large scene cut due to mature content. God, that was amazing, Draco said in between deep breaths. Yeah, it was. What was that, thing I touched? Draco opened one eye and stared at Harry. I think it was my prostate. He waved towards the book. It talks about it in there. Oh, did I touch yours? I don't think so. Draco opened both eyes. We'll have to rectify that. How about after a quick shower? We can take care of that, as well, Draco said, pointing to Harry's beep. Harry licked his lips and nodded. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Harry couldn't agree more. Harry stared at the small slip of creamy paper as he walked along Woolsford's stone corridors. A summons to the headmaster's office was never good. Ever. His mind raced, picking apart of all his recent transgressions, wondering if any of them could be why he'd been summoned. Not surprisingly, nearly all of them involved Draco sneaking out at night, ducking into broom cupboards, using the stable for illicit purposes and without Mr. Hagrid's knowledge. Had someone seen? Would Draco refuse to see him if someone found out? Would he be dismissed? Sent back to the Dursleys? Yes, can I help you? Harry started. He looked around and blinked, surprised to find himself in the administration office, staring into the eyes of a humped-over old woman whose face was as gray and lined as a statue. Yes, I received this, he said, pushing the slip of paper at her. She took it and read it over carefully before nodding. The headmaster will be with you shortly. She turned away without another word, disappearing into the vast antechamber. A door clicked open to his right. Harry looked around wildly, wondering what he was supposed to do. He bit his bottom lip. Well, what are you waiting for? The old woman asked, returning with a narrowed gaze and pursed lips. It's bad form to keep the headmaster waiting. Harry stood motionless for a moment, his eyes wide. The old woman huffed. Honestly, adolescent boys these days. What are you waiting for? It's not as if there's a secret password. When Harry still hadn't moved, she strode forward closer, making shooing motions with her wrinkled gray hands. In, you silly boy. Harry shook himself from his daze and walked into the office. The door closed behind him. Ah, Mr. Potter. Please join me if you would, called the headmaster from around the corner of a large pillar. Yes, sir, Harry stammered as he made his way to the headmaster's desk. He tried very hard not to stare at the gleaming paneled walls, the thick, antique carpets on the floor, and the vast array of expensive and useless artifacts and trinkets. Have a seat, the headmaster said. He was a wizened old man with thick white hair, half-moon spectacles, and the strangest tie Harry had ever seen. You are no doubt wondering why I called you here. Harry nodded, smoothing out the wrinkles in his trousers, as if that would somehow stave off his trepidation. We are coming up on the middle of the term. As you know, there is a short holiday for the students, and I noticed that you'd not made any travel arrangements. Harry blinked. This was why he'd been summoned. I'm not to stay here, sir. You certainly may, of course, but we'd need something from your guardians. The headmaster picked up a file and leafed through it. The Dursleys, I believe, permitting you to stay and assigning temporary guardianship over you to the school. We have not been able to contact them. Is there an alternative address or telephone number that you are aware of? Are they on holiday? Harry's mind reeled. He had no idea where the Dursleys might be, but more importantly, he couldn't imagine the headmaster taking the trouble to see him for something so trivial. I know, sir. It's a busy time of year for them, I think. Perhaps they haven't had a chance to respond. The headmaster stroked his short beard. Yes, I'd thought of that. An ancient brass clock tick-tocked in the background while a small, vermilion-colored songbird to the left of the headmaster warbled a soft melody. The headmaster continued to stroke his beard, apparently lost in contemplation. Excuse me, sir, but this seems like a rather small thing for you to bother with. Oh, yes. Quite right, Harry. Quite right. He picked up a small bowl full of yellow sweets. Sherbet lemo. No thank you, Harry said, wondering what was going on. What of your summer plans, Harry? I've applied for an assistantship with Professor Snape. He's got a grant to study a new plant in Chile. Yes, I've heard that. I wasn't aware that he'd chosen his assistants yet. He hasn't as such, no. But, what are your plans in the alternative, then? Sorry. Your summer plans. Where shall you be spending your summer in the alternative? Draco Malfoy's invited me to spend the summer with him. The headmaster leaned forward. Will the Dursleys agree to this? I don't know. Yes, I imagine. We'll need something in writing from them to that effect, of course. Yes, sir. I believe Professor Snape's been in contact with them about these things. The headmaster fished through the dish of sherbet lemo, and popped one into his mouth. He leaned back in his padded leather chair, the creak of the springs reverberating. Harry rubbed the back of his neck and looked away from the headmaster's gaze. Harry, I am most concerned that you haven't spent any holidays with your family this year. I understand that you've had a difficult time with them, but what teenage boy hasn't? Harry's face felt hot. I'd call it more than just a difficult time. Perhaps the time apart has healed past hurts. No, it hasn't. Are you certain that there can be no resolve? No, Harry shouted before remembering himself. He sat back in his chair. No, sir. No chance for resolution. The headmaster sighed and turned towards his bird, watching him sing and flit about his gilded cage. If summer arrangements have not been secured by the end of term, you'll have to go back to them for the summer. Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Potter? Panic gripped Harry, stealing his breath and making his heart feel as though it would tumble from his chest. You can't make me go back there. I'm afraid we would not have a choice. It doesn't matter. I'm going to Chile, he declared with all of the bravado he could muster. You haven't been selected as of yet. Perhaps you should look at other opportunities. Just what are you saying? Are you saying Professor Snape's already selected his assistants? Calm yourself, dear boy. I am not privy to Professor Snape's selection process, but I rather think it important you be prepared for the possibility that you will not be chosen. You have several years ahead of you at Wolsford. Many of the lads in your class do not. It would only be natural that Professor Snape would choose some of the older, more experienced students. Harry didn't know what to say. He felt as if he'd been struck dumb. He watched as the headmaster shuffled papers and mumbled to himself. Finally, he pulled out a sheaf of papers and colored brochures and held them out for Harry to take. Nevertheless, I understand that Professor Snape has asked all the students who wish to be considered to have their parents or guardians provide permission for their sons to go, with the understanding that the students will not be picked until very close to the end of term. Were you aware of this condition? Harry nodded and looked down at his feet. He knew it. The Dursleys were going to wreck everything for him. Every time he thought he might have a chance, that he might actually be something, they came around and squashed it. Am I out of the running, then? Is that what this is all about? Harry asked, his mind racing with plans for what he'd do if the answer was yes. No, dear boy, of course not. The headmaster hesitated. He dug around in the dish of sherbet lemo before finding another one that met his approval. Harry rather felt like the remaining sweets in the dish, the ones that had not quite measured up. Not yet, anyway. There are a wealth of study opportunities for a young man like you, the headmaster continued. I am merely counseling you on your options. There is far more in the world than Chile. But Harry didn't want anything else. He wanted Chile. He didn't know why, exactly, he just knew he did. He wanted to spend the summer with Professor Snape, wanted to prove that he was just as good as the Poncy Gilderoys prancing about Wolsford as if the world moved at their pleasure. Many are close to home, others far away. Applications need to be made this week or next. Harry's head snapped up. He realized that he'd not been paying attention. What? He blurted, cringing at how harsh the word sounded. Applications, Mr. Potter. You must make your applications. I realize Professor Snape's not mentioned this, so I'm meeting with each of the lads who've expressed interest in going with him. A research opportunity like this is a great boon to the school and it needs to be handled carefully. But don't worry about the cost. The cost of Chile. The headmaster chuckled. You're quite the determined fellow, aren't you? Harry supposed it was meant to be grandfatherly, but to him it sounded condescending. I was discussing all of the programs. No need to worry about cost, I was saying. Generally speaking, they have scholarship funds available. Harry's face colored with embarrassment. I don't need those brochures. I'm sure you don't. Yes, of course. The headmaster stared at him, a curious twinkle in his eyes. Your year mates might be interested in them. Mr. Longbottom, perhaps. There's quite a good horticulture and botany study program at Oxford. Would you mind passing these along to him? Harry took the brochures with great reluctance, shoving them into his school bag. Is that all, sir? He snapped. Severus said you had spirit, the headmaster mumbled to himself. Yes, Mr. Potter, that is all. Please keep my office appraised of your holiday plans. Harry gave him a short nod before turning on his heel and leaving. As soon as he was through the door, he ran as fast as he could, desperate to be outside. Once he crossed the threshold, he slumped against the wall and slid down, gasping for breath. What the hell was happening? Everything had been going just fine. But, of course, he was Harry Potter. He wasn't allowed an easy time of it. Harry thought about what to do. Should he confront Professor Snape and ask him about Chile? Should he apply to those other programs just in case? He snorted as he dug his fingers into grass. No, he wasn't going to do any of that. And he wouldn't tell anyone about his visit with the headmaster, though Snape would certainly know of it. And he wouldn't go back to the Dursleys. Harry stared at his bryophyte project with growing horror. The lichen on the left looked nothing like the lichen on the right, even though they were supposed to be the same. The goal had been to reproduce the lichen, not kill it. It was the damn headmaster's fault. If he hadn't summoned Harry to his office for some stupid, cryptic meeting the week prior, Harry wouldn't have gone looking for distraction. Draco provided wonderful distraction, but Harry's project had suffered. Professor Snape would never accept it. He was frantically reviewing his lab notes, praying that he'd find the reason for the disaster as well as a way to correct it in 4 hours' time. He was exhausted. He'd been holed up in the lab all night trying to finish his final report. Harry. Startled, Harry turned, knocking over several large beakers, wincing as they clattered and broke against the stone floor. What are you doing here, Neville? Harry asked, scrambling to pick up the broken beakers. Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you. Just came to check on my project. Here, let me help, Neville said, getting down on all fours and picking up the shards of glass. Thought these things weren't supposed to break, Neville murmured, beeping in a deep breath as a shard tip pricked his finger. Harry snorted in response, immediately feeling awful as Neville continued to help while holding up his injured finger to staunch the blood. Sorry about that, Neville. Thanks, for helping me clean this up. Neville shrugged. Of course I'd help. The boys cleaned in silence for a few minutes longer before Neville eyed Harry and asked, You okay? You've been, a bit testy lately. Harry sighed, dusting off his hands. Yeah, just worried about this project. Truth is, I've completely ruined it and I can't. It's due in 4 hours, Neville. I can't. What am I going to do? Neville stood, throwing away the broken glass. Well, let's take a look. It can't be as bad as all that. Neville gasped as he looked over the project. What did you do? Harry groaned. Maybe he could escape before anyone noticed he'd left. He had all the money he'd saved from Mrs. Malfoy's allowance she insisted on sending him every month. He might be able to get to the train by the time classes started. Harry. Sorry. I don't know what I did. That's the problem. It looked fine last week. Was that the last time you checked it? Last week. Harry flushed with embarrassment. I've been busy. Neville sighed. Where are your notes? Harry handed over his lab journal without a word. Neville started reading them, mumbling to himself as he did. He seemed to be close to the end when he stopped and looked up. And you're sure you recreated the moisture, light, and heat patterns exactly? I thought I did. Isn't that in there? Well, yeah, it is very nicely detailed, by the way, but if you'd done what's written in here, that bit of lichen on the left wouldn't look like it had been roasted in the Sahara. Did you do anything with it this last week? The notes, trail off after last Saturday. I've been busy, Harry repeated, his face flushing at the thought of what he'd been busy with. Neville sighed. Well, to fix it, you've got to remember what you did. Harry thought back. He'd been monitoring the moisture content, light, and heat meticulously for weeks. He gasped. The heat light he'd left it on for an extra hour the previous Tuesday because Draco was in the mood for dotting and he'd been in the mood for forgetting. Neville, would an extra hour under the lamp make a difference? That kind of difference. Neville bit his lip and closed his eyes. Yeah, I think it might, especially if you kept up the heat thereafter and, maybe forgot to water one day. Remember Professor Snape saying that the ecosystem was really, really delicate? I bet a change like that would make a huge difference. It'd fry it beyond recognition. Neville's shoulders slumped. Yeah, I think it would. Harry ran his hand through his hair. King hell, he swore. What am I going to do now? I can't turn this in. He'll humiliate me in front of the class, he'll fail me. He won't pick me to go to Chile. He'll regret bringing me here. He won't like me anymore. Well, there's one thing you could do. You know, he goes on and on about the delicate balance in the ecosystem and all that. In fact, that's why he's off to Chile over the summer holiday, isn't it? Why not say you changed around the project to show how just a minor environmental change can wreak havoc? He's going to go mental. Yeah, probably. But at least it won't be because you got distracted. With, Draco. Harry's head whipped around. What did you say? Neville looked away. I saw the two of you, last week, on the third floor. Don't worry, no one else saw. Saw what? Harry asked, his heart hammering in his chest, knowing exactly what Neville had seen. Neville shrugged and bit his lip. Forget I said anything. What did you see? Tell me. Neville shook his head. Nothing. I must have been. I didn't see. Nothing. Harry took a deep breath. Sorry. Come on, Nev, I'm not going to get angry. Promise. Neville looked up at Harry. Promise. Yeah, course. It's important. I really need to know what you saw. What you think you saw. I saw. He was key. Ing you. Harry swallowed. He didn't say a word. Neville took Harry's silence as acceptance and rushed to finish. He looked like he'd done it before. Loads of times before. Harry looked away. I wasn't spying. Honest. I needed a book from the library and somehow took a wrong turn. Wound up on the third floor. I'm sorry, Harry, It's okay. I know you weren't spying. It's just a shock, I guess. Listen, you cannot say a word about this to anyone. He'll not a word, Neville. So it's true. What I saw. Harry bit his lip and nodded. You can't. I wouldn't dare say a word, Harry. Believe me, I know what it's like to be different in a place where different isn't allowed. Are you? No. Not that there's a problem with you being like that. It's not, there's no problem. I'm just not like that, Not gay, you mean? Harry said. Neville laughed. No. I'm just stupid, clumsy Neville. Not to me, you're not. Don't let people say that to you. Don't believe them, Neville. Don't. You don't even get it, do you? What? You understand things, Harry. And that's what separates you from the rest of the people here. You know what it's like to be on the outside, even though here you're on the inside, it seems. I don't care about that shite. I know, but Draco does. I think he cares about it quite a lot. I have to say, I'm surprised that the two of you that you're friends, I guess. Why? Why wouldn't we be? Neville shrugged and looked away. He's never been kind to me, or many people, really. He was quite a little bully at 11. Got a nasty streak, that one. And you've never been anything but kind. Draco's got a reputation, or had. Neville gave Harry an appraising look. But, he's certainly shown better judgment lately. Harry looked away, blushing. Draco's alright. He's just fussy about things. Neville laughed. That's one way of putting it. Seriously though, the other day on the third floor, the way he looked at you. Yeah, Neville blushed. You'll laugh. No, I won't. He was looking at you as if you were the only thing in the world that mattered. It was nice to see that side of him, I guess. To know that something important mattered to Draco Malfoy. Harry fiddled with this lab report, smiling to himself. Never figured you for such a romantic. Neville shrugged. It's not like I'd want that to get around. I've got enough trouble as it is. Your secret's safe with me. And so is yours. All of them are. Perhaps it was Neville's knowing gaze, or the solemnity in his voice, or the fact that it was 4 o'clock in the morning, but Harry had a sudden urge to tell Neville all about the Dursleys, and his fears about the summer, and about Draco. About himself. He opened his mouth, not even sure what would come out, but Neville interrupted. Right. So we just need to adjust a few entries here. Thank God you use pencil, and then we need to restructure your final paper. Have you got it written in longhand? Harry nodded, the words he'd meant to say slipping away as he and Neville worked together to save his project. Professor Snape swept around the room, examining everyone's projects, making his usual cutting remarks. Harry had never felt more nervous in his life. When Professor Snape finally made it to his and Neville's lab table, Harry looked away. The audible inhale from Professor Snape was the only indication Harry got that he'd seen his project. Harry shot a glance to the side, cringing at the murderous expression on Professor Snape's face. He moved over to Harry's project and stood there, saying nothing. Harry watched as long fingers darted towards his report and journal before pulling back, hesitating. Professor Snape drew in a deep breath. Harry braced himself. Just when he thought he couldn't stand it a moment longer, He saw the long fingers retreat, heard Professor Snape turn to Neville. Harry felt like he'd been thrown from a tall building only to unexpectedly land a short distance later on a great big rubber cushion. In some sort of masochistic way, it was a letdown. Passable, Mr. Longbottom, Professor Snape said after he'd spent long minutes examining his project and journal. Harry's heart pounded as Professor Snape came to stand in front of his project again. Harry looked up for a fleeting moment, having to duck his head and shuffle away from the weight of Professor Snape's stare. "Do not disrespect me further by avoiding me," Professor Snape hissed. Neville gasped. Harry heard furious whispering behind him. Harry looked up and stared directly into Professor Snape's eyes, daring him to try to embarrass him, daring him to call him names and tell him he was worthless. If Professor Snape wanted a fight, Harry would give it to him. "What is the meaning of this, Mr. Potter?" "Which part, sir?" Professor Snape bent forward so fast, it was like a venomous snake attacking. Harry didn't move. "I will not tolerate insolence. Explain to me the utter failure of your project." Harry swallowed and launched into his prepared explanation. "It occurred to me that lichen, like most bryophytes, has an incredibly sensitive ecosystem." "Impressive, Mr. Potter. I believe I said the same thing only 2 weeks ago." There was a titter of laughter from behind Harry. He ignored it and pressed on. "Yes, sir. I know, and that's what got me thinking. Well, that, and your chili project. It seemed to me that heat, what with greenhouse emissions and global warming and all, might be the obvious reason for that spontaneous change in the specimen you're going to study. And I wondered how excessive heat might affect the lichen and whether there would be a viable specimen remaining. Perhaps something new." Furious whispering broke out. Harry thought he heard someone ask, "Why didn't I think of that?" "Quiet," Professor Snape said to the class, never taking his eyes away from Harry's. "You have failed on all accounts then, Mr. Potter. This is nothing but a shriveled mass that speaks more to inattention than creativity." "I was trying to go beyond the simplicity of the project, sir," Harry spat, adrenaline coursing through him. "And yet you failed to achieve even the simplicity of the assigned project. How disappointing. And, with regard to your decision to take creative license, that was not the project, simplistic or not, Mr. Potter. Your assignment was to recreate the conditions of your lichen sample and create a compatible specimen. You have failed to achieve that." Professor Snape swept away. "And let this be a lesson to all of you. Do not think you will get into my good graces by going outside the bounds of your assignments, lest you wish to receive a failing grade like Mr. Potter." A sharp, unbearable pain pierced Harry's chest. He thought he might pass out. He'd failed. He'd failed in the one class that meant a damn to him. "Class is dismissed. Mr. Potter, stay behind." Harry nodded, slumping onto his lab chair as the rest of the class gathered their books and projects and left. When the room was once again quiet and still, Professor Snape made his way back to Harry's lab table. "You will repeat this assignment over the spring holiday. For half credit only." Harry nodded. "And for lying." "I didn't lie." Professor Snape slapped his hands against the table, startling Harry and causing him to scramble off of his stool and away from Professor Snape. He thought he saw a brief expression of regret in Professor Snape's eyes, but it left as quickly as it came. "Do not interrupt me again." "Yes, sir," Harry mumbled, his arms wrapping around himself. "And for lying, you will serve detention every night for the next 2 weeks with Mr. Filch. I imagine he has some particularly onerous tasks he's been saving." "Fine," Harry snapped, still refusing to look at Professor Snape. "If you ever do that again, if you ever manipulate your work to cover up whatever monumental mistake you've made, I'll see you dismissed from this school. Is that clear?" Harry felt like he couldn't breathe. Everything hurt. "Yes," he bit out. "Do not take that tone with me." "Yes, sir." Harry heard Professor Snape sigh. "Sit down, Harry." "I'm fine." That was not a request. "Sit down. Now." Harry shuffled forward and perched on his lab stool, staring warily at Professor Snape. "What's got into you? Why would you do this? Why would you lie?" Hot tears prickled at the corners of Harry's eyes, followed quickly by the blush of mortification. He swiped at his face. "I just wanted to do well on the project. Do you think you're the first student who has overexposed his project to something, be it light, heat, or moisture? Do you think yourself so perfect that you must lie to cover up a mistake? Or is there something else at work here? Is this about Draco? Is he pulling you away from your studies? You leave Draco out of this. Professor Snape looked as though he wanted to slap more than the lab table. Harry cringed involuntarily. Unless you tell me what is going on, what happened, I'm going to have to consider removing you from this class. Harry gasped. You can't, you wouldn't, that's not fair. Professor Snape leaned across the lab table, his hand splayed against its surface. You're right. This isn't fair. If you were any other student, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. If you were any other student, you'd be on your way to your room to pack your things. I don't think you really want me to be fair, now do you? Harry shook his head. He looked down at his lap. I'm waiting. It's like I said, Stop. Don't compound the problem. Don't lie to me, Harry. I'm giving you one more chance. Tell me the truth. What's going on with you? You've been distracted in class, moody, irritable. Harry looked away and swallowed. He promised he wouldn't tell about his stupid fears about going back to the Dursleys. He swore he wouldn't mention his visit with the headmaster, though Professor Snape probably knew about that. Sitting under the scrutinizing glare of Professor Snape made him want to tell everything. But he wouldn't. He wasn't some little baby in need of comfort. He'd taken quite hard knocks without blinking. He was furious with himself for even thinking of crying to Professor Snape about his fears. Let's start with the easier question, then. What happened with your project? Harry sighed. I don't know what happened. I mean, I do. I left the lichen under the heat lamp too long one day and everything just fell apart after that. I just couldn't turn it in the way it was. You would have. What? I would have. What? Harry shrugged. I would have humiliated you in front of your classmates. I would have called attention to your careless research methods. I would have exposed your inability to be perfect. Harry nodded, jutting out his chin in defiance at the end. Well, I accomplished that anyway, didn't I? Your transparent lie didn't help you. What was the difference in the end? Harry bit his lip and made some non-committal sound in the back of his throat. What made you think you could get away with that? That I would believe it. You were quite correct in that this is a simple project, at least for me. I know how these samples respond, and I can spot overexposure in an instant. You can't possibly have believed that I would have bought your ridiculous excuse. Harry shrugged again, forcing down the words that he refused to say and unable to find others. Professor Snape sighed and sat. Why must teenage boys be so uncommunicative? He muttered under his breath. I didn't want to fail, okay. I didn't want you to think that. What? That you're a student who was working on his first bryophyte project. That you're capable of making mistakes. Harry pursed his lips. I didn't want to ruin my chances of going to Chile, he whispered. There was a long silence after that. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Long silences like summonses from the headmaster were never good. Everyone has an equal chance, Harry. That is to say, everyone is being considered on his own merits. One project would not have kept you out of the running. But lying will, right? Harry spat. Frankly, I don't know that this will have an effect in the end, Professor Snape said, sounding as if he'd chosen his words very carefully. Hope swelled within Harry. Does that mean I'm still in the running? Professor Snape's expression was unreadable. As I stated, everyone has an equal chance. But do understand, in this I will be unscrupulously fair. Do you understand what I'm saying? Harry nodded, his mind racing with ways to ensure that he did nothing less than perfect on his remaining assignments. He'd show Professor Snape that he could be perfect. That he was sorely needed on the Chile project. That he was the fair choice. You look terrible. When did you sleep last? Professor Snape asked. Startled, Harry replied, 2 nights ago, I guess. As I suspected. Overtired, over-emotional, you need a nap, just like a cranky toddler. I suppose I could rummage up a small cot for you. That's where cranky toddlers sleep, isn't it? I don't need a cot. Then stop acting like a toddler. Yes, sir. This will affect your final grade, you understand. Yes, sir. I need some help in the large greenhouse, nothing exciting, mostly cuttings, cleaning up, and monitoring experiments. Perhaps if you were to do those things and write a few additional reports, you might be able to make up for this project. It felt like charity. Harry had never liked charity, but he was so desperate that he knew he'd take whatever Professor Snape offered. Yet despite knowing that, the mere thought of it rankled. Would you do that for Neville? For someone else? Harry asked. Generally speaking, I would not. But there are always extenuating circumstances that must be considered. Yeah, and what's mine? You're a young man who's got far too few second chances in life. A young man who needs a firm hand to guide him, not hurt him. I fear that outside these walls you would fall into a life that is far beneath you. The hot, prickling tears were back. I'm not weak or delicate. I can take care of myself. Of that I have no doubt. It is the manner in which you would accomplish it that is worrisome. Harry opened his mouth, a hot retort ready to burst forth. We will not discuss this further, Professor Snape said, interrupting him. You will go back to your room and sleep. I will inform the rest of your teachers that you are ill and unable to attend classes the rest of the day. This also means no slinking down to the stables, either. Or any visits from Mr. Malfoy during classes. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Good. I trust we will never have to have a conversation like this one again. Yes, sir. Thank you. For not, having me expelled. It would serve no purpose in this instance. Rest assured, you will have to work very, very hard to bring your grade up and to earn my trust. This is serious, Harry. I'm very disappointed in you. Harry wanted to crawl under the table and disappear. The weight of Professor Snape's disapproval pushed him down, blanketing him with despair. He hated that he'd come to depend on Professor Snape's approval. Before, he'd never cared what people thought. Dependence made him weak. He'd learnt that a long time ago at Vernon Dursley's hand. But Woolsford had made him soft, had made him drop his guard. He was at a loss for how to regain that sense of isolation. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted to, though, because it would mean losing Professor Snape's regard, Mrs. Malfoy's lovely notes and trinkets. It would mean losing Draco. Harry wondered how people dealt with all of these feelings all of the time. He was exhausted. But first, he had his summer to secure. Then he could worry about everything else. I am sorry, sir. Truly. I'm sorry, Harry said, hoping he hadn't also dashed his chances at going to Chile. I'll do whatever you ask. No matter what the job is. Professor Snape's expression seemed quite sad, which Harry didn't understand. I'm sure you will, he said before dismissing him. Harry woke slowly, enjoying the warmth of his covers. He had no idea how long he'd slept and didn't much care about the time. In his bed, with the hangings closed, he was quite safe from the world. It was like his cupboard in some respects. How Harry hated admitting the comfort of that thought. Harry, you still asleep? A hand poked through his bed hangings, pulling them back. A pale blonde head slipped through, gray eyes staring curiously. Draco, Harry rumbled, his voice still thick with sleep. You okay? Uncle Severus said you were ill. It's nearly dinner. Do you want me to bring something back for you? Nearly dinner. Harry couldn't believe he'd slept the entire day. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. No. Just give me a minute. I'll get dressed. Draco's concern melted into a leer. Need a hand? Ha. Not if I want to get dressed. You'll get dressed. Eventually, Draco said, already crawling into Harry's bed. Harry held out his hands, as if to push him away. Sorry. I'm not in the mood just now. Draco paused with one knee on the bed. He cocked his head to the side. This must be serious. Perhaps you should go to the hospital wing. He reached out to feel Harry's forehead, but Harry ducked away. What's got into you? Draco asked, his face flushing with what Harry imagined was embarrassment. Question of the day, it seems, Harry muttered. What was that? Nothing. Sorry. I'm just I dunno, out of sorts, I guess. I'm just not feeling up to anything at the moment. Draco bit his lip and looked around. He looked down and his hair fell forward, obscuring his face. We could, just lay next to each other and, talk or something. What? Like a cuddle? Draco backed away from the bed. No, you stupid sod. I just meant forget it. Wait. Draco, come back. Sorry, You just took me by surprise. I wouldn't be adverse to, laying beside each other and just talking. A smile slowly curved across Draco's face. Now who's in the mood for a cuddle? Harry threw his pillow at Draco's head. Don't be such an ass. Draco caught the pillow with both hands and threw it back, snickering as it skimmed Harry's head, mussing his hair further. Hey, Harry yelled. Oh, shut up, Draco said as he crawled onto the bed and settled on the left side. He snugged up to Harry and propped his head in his hand. Harry sidled closer, feeling content for the first time in days. He took a deep breath, smiling at the smell of Draco's shampoo and soap powder and cologne. He didn't think he'd ever tire of that smell. So what's going on in that horribly mussed head of yours? Draco asked, his fingers sliding up and down Harry's arm. Harry shrugged. Stupid stuff. Nothing to worry about. I'd believe you if you'd been acting like yourself at all these last 2 weeks, but you haven't. Is it me? Are you, I mean to say, do you regret my birthday? Because we don't. Harry sat up and covered Draco's mouth with his fingers. I don't regret a minute of it. It's not that. It's like I said, it's stupid stuff. Stuff I have to work out. Oh. Harry settled back down, letting Draco's soft fingers lull him. You could tell me about it, Draco said. Harry couldn't, though. He'd come close to saying something to Neville, Professor Snape, and even Ron a few days prior, but he couldn't tell Draco. Perhaps, Harry thought, it was because he was sure Draco would leave him the second he realized what a pathetic, lying, up he was. He'd tried so hard to fit in, to be like everyone else at Woolsford, but the simple truth was he wasn't anything like any of the other boys. He never would be. Harry, sorry. What's going on? Oh, it's about Neville. What's nervous Neville got to do with anything? Sorry, slip of the tongue. He saw us. Harry watched as Draco's expression of confusion slipped away, replaced by horror. How? When? Who has he told? Draco asked in a breathless rush. 3rd floor. Last week. And he hasn't told anyone. He won't. Damn it, Draco swore, scrambling off the bed. He ran his hand through his hair. Damn it, he swore again as he started pacing in front of Harry's bed. Harry lay there, watching, a sinking feeling settling into his stomach the more Draco fretted and paced. That's it. No more snogging or anything at school. Too many people know as it is, and now stupid Neville Longbottom knows. He'll probably spill it at dinner or something in some sort of nervous fit. Harry sighed, suddenly tired beyond belief. He's not going to say anything. He's not like that. Draco stopped pacing and returned to Harry's bed. His fingers picked at the edge of Harry's green blanket. He'd better not, he said sullenly. He won't. Draco nodded, but didn't look up or stop fingering the edge of the blanket. He's not a bad guy. He's actually really nice. If you'd just take a second to get to know. Harry, I'm not going to be friends with Longbottom, okay? Just drop it. It's just that, well, he said something quite nice about you. Draco looked up, his expression questioning. He said well he said that you were a bit of bully as a child and that well I suppose I should get to the good part. Yes, please do. He said that when he saw us on the 3rd floor that you had a nice expression on your face. What? Harry blushed. He ducked his head. He said that you were, looking at me. Like I was important. He thought that was nice, that you could see me as important. Harry tensed and berated himself for saying something so stupid. Soft fingers trailing down his cheek caught him by surprise. He leaned into the touch, turning to Draco. The expression on Draco's face almost stole his breath. You are important. And I'm not perfect, Harry. I've done a lot of things that I wouldn't do again if given the chance. You don't have to be perfect, Harry said, meaning it with all his heart. He refused to think about the fact that he would never grant himself such clemency. Yeah? Draco asked. Yeah, promise, Harry murmured before leaning in and dotting Draco. He was tired of thinking so much. He needed to forget again. Are you sure you're going to be okay over the break? Ron asked as he hefted his luggage onto a small trolley in the Great Hall corridor. Yeah, course, Harry said with a shrug. At least it's only for the week. You'll get loads of work done. That's why I decided to stay, Harry said, the lie tasting like ash. Ron licked his lips and looked around. You could always come home with me, mate. With so many of us, Mum would never notice another teenage boy running around. Ron's eyes flicked up. Though the black hair might be problematic. Rotten luck you're not ginger-haired. I don't really see that as a problem, Harry said, laughing. There's nothing wrong with ginger hair, Ron said, shifting his luggage and clearly trying to fight the blush blossoming across his face. No, there's not. And certainly not for one Miss Granger. Harry snickered as Ron's blush deepened. See if I ever invite you home again. Sorry, Ron. You know I don't mean anything by it, yeah. Course you stupid prat. I'm not an idiot. I mean, have you met Fred and George? Harry laughed again, remembering his one and only meeting with Ron's devious twin brothers. I still don't believe that they did half of that stuff. They did, Ron said with his serious face in place. Trust me, mate, they did. Harry smiled. Ron cleared his throat. I should go, don't want to miss the coach into town. You'll be okay. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm staying at school, Ron, not being thrown into the jungle. It's just that. Ron hesitated. You've been, you know. Harry stiffened. Been, what? Ron shrugged. You know. Quiet, moody you've just seemed off, I guess. Harry tilted his head to the side, willed his body to relax, and affected a lazy grin. A classic Harry Potter pose, one that he'd begun to use again with increasing frequency. Funny. He'd thought coming to Woolsford meant he wouldn't have to do such things anymore. I'm fine. Harry laughed lightly. He relaxed as Ron's troubled expression cleared. You know, you'll make a good mummy one day. Ron pushed Harry's shoulder. Bloody prat. Okay. Then. See you. See you, Harry said, watching Ron walk away, relieved that he'd made a brilliant escape once again. He watched the other students leave, most getting into fancy cars and only a handful taking the coach into town to the train. He wished he was one of the boys scrambling around with trunks, ducking his mother's attempts at hugs. Fingers brushed his side, making him shiver. Alcove in the hall, Draco whispered as he passed by. Harry sighed watching as a boy got into the backseat, his face split by his beaming smile before turning away and following Draco at a safe distance. He waited a few moments before ducking into the alcove, making sure no one saw him. As he entered, hands grabbed him and pushed him against the wall. Jesus, Draco, Harry said before Draco started dotting him. Someone's happy, he murmured in between s. Got to get them all in now, before I go. Not much time, Draco said, nudging Harry's head to the side so that he could his throat. He pulled back, his eyes shot with panic. No one saw you, right? No one saw me, Harry said with a bitter sigh. Draco's attack and subsequent panic at being found out was becoming something of a ritual. Good, Draco said, his hand caressing Harry's cock. It'll be forever till we can do this again. Harry let out a hiss of pleasure. It's only a week, he got out before giving up on conversation altogether. Somehow in the end, they wound up on the floor with their trousers undone and Harry's jumper half off. I'll never get tired of that, Draco said, sprawled against the wall. Harry replied, irked and feeling quite confused as to why he was upset. 7 days without that. How will we stand it? It's just a week. Yes, well, you've the whole school to yourself. I'm off with Mum on some insane trip to visit cousins I've never even heard of. Harry hated thinking about Draco's trip, the abruptness of it, that he wasn't invited. He hated it almost as much as he did the confusing sense of discomfiture that seemed to well up inside after each secret meeting. He stood and started writing his clothes. Draco followed suit, fussing with his collar and shirt cuffs until he deemed them presentable. I suppose this is it, he said, reaching out and skimming his fingers down Harry's arm. You're off, then. Draco bit his lip and nodded. I'm sorry about this. I didn't think Mum would schedule this imperative family trip over the holiday. Are you going to be okay? Harry huffed. I wish everyone would stop asking me that, and yes, I'll be fine. It's a week, Draco. Not eternity. I know. I just thought we'd spend the holiday together. Harry waved him away, smiling and trying desperately to maintain a facade of nonchalance. We'll have loads of holidays together. Besides, Professor Snape has lots of work for me. That's great that he asked you to help him in the greenhouse, says a lot about what he thinks of you. Harry nodded, looking away. He hadn't told Draco about his failing grade or Professor Snape's punishment. Thank God his detentions with Filch had been out on the grounds. I'll get you something, a souvenir from Vienna. Harry licked his lips. Some chocolate, maybe. Already on the list. I know all about your chocolate fetish. Perhaps I'll get the liquid kind. Draco smiled that smile that only Harry ever got to see. Sure, Harry said, kicking himself, wishing the suave words he could hear in his head had come out instead. Draco laughed. He reached out, his hand squeezing Harry's shoulder. I'll see you in a week. Yeah, a week. Draco stared at him, as if memorizing every line, every hair, before turning away and darting out of the alcove. Harry watched him go, remaining in the shadows until the school was quiet and still. I need the cuttings to be extraordinarily precise. 2 centimeters, nothing more, nothing less. Yes, sir. And only from the tips. Anything lower than that will be useless. Yes, sir. Find the healthiest stock from each specimen. I don't want any shriveled cuttings. Yes, sir, Harry said with an exasperated sigh. 2 centimeters from the healthiest tip. I get it. Professor Snape looked over the top of his readers. Watch it. And don't forget to place them in the solution. Harry nodded, following with a mumbled, yes sir, as he placed a cutting in a small beaker of preserving solution. How is your project coming? Fine. The lichen on the left looks exactly like the lichen on the right. No creative license taking. No sir. Very well. Mind that cut, it looks a bit ragged. Harry stared at the cutting. It looked like all the others to him, and he liked to believe himself quite fastidious about something as important as a cutting. With a shrug and a promise to mind his cuts, Harry returned to work. They worked in companionable silence for a long while, the sound of snipping and chopping creating a soothing rhythm. That was until Professor Snape started taking in gulps of air as if he meant to say something. Harry shot Professor Snape a furtive glance, wondering when he'd just get on with saying whatever it was he was avoiding. It made Harry very nervous. The headmaster mentioned that he'd spoken with you. Harry stared at the stock he was getting ready to cut, not moving. Yeah, funny bloke. Professor Snape glared at him, but Harry just shrugged in response. Have you made any applications? Harry continued staring at the stock, making no moves to cut it. Applications to where? Professor Snape didn't say anything for several long seconds, instead concentrating on a delicate graft. I would be very careful if I were you, he said at long last, making a final, precise cut. I've been playing games much longer than you've been alive. Harry's face colored with embarrassment. Now I'll ask you again, have you made any applications? Harry shook his head. Why not? Harry shrugged again, the tenor of the conversation making him anxious. Don't need to. And why's that? Harry took a deep breath. I applied for Chile, he said, not daring to look up. Professor Snape didn't reply. If that doesn't work out, I'll stay with Draco for the holiday. The headmaster has encouraged everyone who applied for Chile to apply for other opportunities, as well. You're not the only one. Yeah, I know, Harry said, his heart hammering in his chest. I would hate to see you waste your holiday when you could be learning something that will help you later, both here at Wolsford and in your career. Harry made a particularly vicious snip with his shears, trying to get out with action what he didn't want to say with words. Mind your cuts. What's it matter? It's not like I'm going to Chile, yeah. Isn't that what you're trying to tell me? I've told you time and time again, no decision has been made and you will be considered along with everyone else who has applied. But it would do for you to have a backup. Draco is not a backup. He is an indulgence. He is not. He loved Harry stopped himself in time, glad he'd not said something so ridiculous as no, he wouldn't even think the word. It wasn't like Draco had ever said it. And why would he? It wasn't like Draco wanted anyone to know about them. What? Professor Snape asked, as if he'd been asking it for some time and Harry had only just noticed. What? Professor Snape put his knife down with a heavy thud. What is wrong with you? Are you on drugs? Has Draco gotten you mixed up in something? No. How could you even think that about him? About me? What? Because I've got knocked around in life, I'm automatically a waster. Some sort of smackhead. Well, thank you very much. Don't try to play the indignation card with me. You're sitting there staring off into space, glassy eyed and slack jawed, refusing to respond to my repeated questions. You've been distracted and anxious for weeks now. Just what was I supposed to think? Maybe look, just stop talking. Surprisingly, Professor Snape did. He pursed his lips so hard Harry was sure they'd fall off, but he didn't say anything else for a long while. Harry thought he'd like that, but instead it just gave him time to think. Why didn't Mrs. Malfoy want me to come with them? He blurted some time later. Professor Snape's hand jerked, almost causing him to miscalculate his cut. Excuse me. Does she not want me to come this summer, too? Is that what this is all about? Are you ill? If it's not drugs, are you seriously deranged? Never mind, don't answer that. You would not have been permitted to leave for the spring holiday even if she had invited you, so why does it matter? It wasn't lost on Harry that Professor Snape had completely ignored his question about the summer, making him feel more anxious than he already was. So, it matters to me. Why didn't she want me? Not good enough for Draco, am I? Harry sneered. What is wrong with you? Talking to you is like dealing with a toddler. Harry didn't know what was wrong with him. He just had all of this anger, these feelings, none of which he had any idea what to do with, except that he wanted them out. I am not, he retorted, sounding like a child even to his ears. I refuse to talk to you when you are like this. Leave. You can return this evening and work alone. The words ripped through Harry, hurting deeply. Even Professor Snape couldn't stand to be around him. Whatever, he snapped, blindly pushing away his specimen tray. Don't do my NEF. King favors, he snarled as he slammed the door to the greenhouse, running as fast he could. Harry didn't know how long he ran. He stopped, gasping for breath, and doubled over. Once he could breathe without painful contractions in his side, he looked around. It really wasn't surprising where he'd wound up. "Lo there, Harry," Mr. Hagrid bellowed, yelling from the front of the stables once he'd caught sight of him. Harry waved back, wishing Mr. Hagrid hadn't spotted him. He wanted to be alone. What was wrong with being alone? Mr. Hagrid beckoned him over with a huge grin on his face. Harry sighed and made his way over. "Hello, Mr. Hagrid. Saw you runnin' out there. Like a house off fire, you were. Like old Buckbeak on a tear. I saw you and thought to myself, what's got that lad's back up, Lee, that? You all right there, Harry?" "Yes, sir. Sorry. Harry shook his head. "I was working with Professor Snape, and..." "Bah, say no more. One word from Professor Snape's enough to get any man's back up. He swoops round Lee, a damn bat sometimes." Harry's jaw fell in utter shock. He'd never heard an adult utter a bad word about Professor Snape. But then Mr. Hagrid's description caught up with him. Harry clamped his hand over his mouth, desperate to stop the giggles begging to get out at the thought of Professor Snape with massive wings sprouting from his back. Mr. Hagrid didn't bother hiding his mirth. "Go on, then. Let it out. A bit of a laugh never hurt a man. Even one as prickled as Professor Snape. Why, he's like some of them persnickety plants oh his." Harry couldn't stop the sniggering laughter. Mr. Hagrid chuckled right along with him until finally they both stopped. Harry felt immeasurably better. "Prickly as they come. I say, but make no mistake about Snape," Mr. Hagrid said, sounding very serious all of a sudden. "He cares quite a bit for ya. Never thought I'd see that man take to anyone. But you scruffy and scrappy as that damn horse in there he takes to. Ain't that a right sight?" What do you mean?" Mr. Hagrid waved away his questions. "Nothing particular. Just he's always coming down, making damn sure you've not got on Buckbeak, that the tack's in order, that you know how to use it all proper, that you're not spending too much time here when you should be learnin'." Mr. Hagrid shook his head. "Like I said, never thought I'd see that man take to a soul. He has a funny way of showing it," Harry mumbled. "And you've got a right smart mouth on you. I do not." Mr. Hagrid gave Harry a look that said, quite clearly, I shovel shit for a living. I know what it is when I see it. That was what Harry liked about Mr. Hagrid. He was honest, no airs, no snobby words, he was just Mr. Hagrid. And Harry was just Harry. He didn't have to pretend. He just makes me so angry, Harry said. Probably about as angry as you make him. Harry opened his mouth to retort, but Hagrid's heavy hand on his shoulder startled him. It's what lads do, it's what all lads do. Tearing through the world, eager to make your own way, so sure you know every damn thing. Hey, but Snape'll keep you straight. He's got his eye on you. Taken to you, he has, just like I said. Never thought I'd see the day. Why are you telling me this? Mr. Hagrid shrugged. Because a smart lad like you gets a little too smart for his own good sometimes. I don't, what do you mean? Mr. Hagrid huffed. You'll have to figure that out for yourself, now won't ya? Before Harry could press him, Mr. Hagrid was shooing him away. Off you go. I've got work to do. And you've got prickly plant things to do. Come round tomorrow if you like and I'll let you tend to Buckbeak. Thanks, Mr. Hagrid. And, thanks. Mr. Hagrid nodded and turned back to his work. Harry started the slow trek back, wondering what Mr. Hagrid had been trying to tell him. The leaves were long and glossy, the green of them a brilliant lime. Gold flecks dotted their centers, the variegation looking like sprinkled fairy dust instead of mottled cream. The stalk was tall and graceful, standing impossibly straight. Regal. The small, waxy flowers at the end in profusion were popping like white starbursts and crackling with fire in their ruby-red throats. Harry's fingers ran along the edge of the leaves, not daring to touch any other part, mesmerized by the plant, completely baffled as to what it might be. How he wished he'd had something like this in his little garden behind the Dursleys' house. He'd have kept it secret, coveting it, not caring a whit about the jasmine and 4 o'clocks, jealousy. His eyes fluttered closed, remembering his garden, remembering a time when his plants had been his escape. How had he gotten so far off track? Plants didn't expect things, but people did. Even Harry had come to expect things, to hope for them. He missed the simplicity of his life from before. Somehow the bad parts seemed bearable now, covered as they were with the pleasant haze of distance and time. Sure, his room was small and his aunt and uncle unbearable. Okay. He didn't get to eat that much and there were, of course, Uncle Vernon's fists and moods to contend with. But he was invisible for the most part. No one cared a whit about his life or his future. When he escaped totally. That wasn't so bad, was it? There were times when he wanted that again. There were times when he even longed for it. That terrified him. And what of Draco? Mrs. Malfoy? Professor Snape? What of them if Harry were to go back to a life less lived? They don't matter, he said aloud, his fingers still tracing the edges of the leaves, shoving away the voice that told him that was his greatest lie. What doesn't matter? Harry started, knocking over a few clay pots in his surprise. He scrambled to his feet and turned around. You startled me. Professor Snape's eyes lingered on the broken pots. So I see. I'm sorry about the pots. No harm done. Harry nodded and fidgeted with the hem of his jumper while the silence stretched. He looked up and saw Professor Snape surveying the greenhouse. You've done some cleaning, Professor Snape said. I got done with the cuttings. Figured I'd sort things out. Where are the cuttings? In the far corner. Best light in the greenhouse as near as I can tell. I was very careful moving your things. So I see. Professor Snape walked over to the cuttings and inspected. And the empty pots. Here. In the back. Near these, other plants. You mean, near my failed experiments. Heat crept across Harry's cheeks. He dropped his head. You've done a good job. Thank you. Harry shrugged. Nothing really. Just moving some things around, stacking empty pots. Nevertheless, you were not required to do so and you've done it on your own. That deserves a moment's thanks. Yes, sir. Professor Snape moved around the greenhouse, inspecting things, making comments here and there. Talking about everything except what had happened earlier in the day. It was a strange dance they were doing, but one that Harry knew quite well. There were times when Aunt Petunia seemed almost sorry for some of the things Uncle Vernon did. She never said as much, but after particularly difficult nights, she sometimes gave Harry pudding or commented that the kitchen floor was especially clean. It was as close to an apology as he ever got. He supposed that's why he'd cleaned the greenhouse. It was the only apology he knew how to give in situations like this. Especially after what Mr. Hagrid had said. I see you've found my Plorothallis Marthae hybrid, Professor Snape said, gesturing to the white flowers that had captured Harry's attention earlier. Yeah, I found it with the other I found it here in the back. It's all right. You can call it what it is, one of many failed experiments. But it's beautiful. And yet, still a failure. Why? Why is it a failure? Harry heard his voice rise and was disgusted by his whinging. No wonder Professor Snape thought him a child. Because it didn't do what I needed it to do. Therefore the experiment was a failure. Just because it didn't behave the way you wanted, it's a failure. It did something different and look at it, it's just as good as if it had done what you wanted. I know that, Harry. What? I said, I know. I know that it's fine the way it is, even if it didn't do what I wanted, or meet my expectations. Oh, you do. Why do you think it's still here? Obviously cared for and not wild and overgrown like these others. Oh, my experiment was a failure. The plant wasn't. Do you understand the difference? You should take care of it, I think. It's too beautiful to stay locked up in here, neglected. It needs good light, daily misting with water and a thorough soak once every 3 weeks. Nitrogen is incredibly important, so its soil must be cultivated lightly with a variety of minerals. The flowers must be pinched off as soon as they're spent, and at the end of the blooming season, the lower leaves must be removed. Do you think you can remember all of that? Harry nodded, wide-eyed. Good. I expect you to take very good care of it. I've always had a soft spot for it. You'll take it with you this summer and look after it regardless of where you spend your summer, he said before Harry could interrupt with more questions about Chili. It's rather delicate looking, I know, but it's as hardy as a conifer in some respects. It can live anywhere. Yes, sir. All right, then. Off to bed with you, I think. Tomorrow we'll start on my next experiment. Professor Snape didn't wait for a reply as he swept out of the greenhouse, trusting Harry to lock up for the night. Harry turned back to the Plorothallis Marthae and fingered its soft, lower leaves, grateful for Professor Snape's apology, the only one he likely knew how to give, as well. One moment, Harry was walking down the corridor, thinking about everything he still had to look up for his literature essay. In the next, he'd been yanked into a broom cupboard, pushed against the wall and devoured by Draco's lips. What the bloody hell? He managed to ask in between keys. Wanted to surprise you. How'd you know? Stop that. How'd you know I'd be here? Simple. Near the end of the holiday and I knew you'd leave your literature essay to last. Bollocks, Harry said, trying to push Draco away. All right, and I saw you walking up and down the corridor, completely oblivious to everything around you. Just how many trips back to our rooms did you make? Harry turned away, accidentally burying his face in a musty mop. Oh, for the loves of you, what, popped in here? Waiting. Figuring I'd show up again. Exactly. Draco's face beamed with pride. He leaned in for another key. You talk too much, did you know? He pawed at Harry's jumper and tried undoing his trousers, but the space was so small and cramped that he knocked over several metal buckets in the process. Harry wanted out. There's no one here, Draco. You could have just stopped me in the corridor. You could have ed me there if you wanted. Draco drew back. What's that supposed to mean? There's no deep meaning to it. Draco straightened his jumper and smoothed back his hair. His face had shuddered and taken on the sneering quality that Harry disliked. Great. This again. Well, someone's in a right mood. Harry sighed. He didn't want to fight. He'd had enough tension over the holiday with Professor Snape. He didn't want that with Draco, too. I'm just saying, isn't there somewhere else a bit more, comfortable that we could say hello? Like where? Our room, for starters. Blaise and Ron won't be back before tomorrow afternoon. I'd forgot that. Yes, well, good thing you have me here to do your thinking for you. Pratt. But you can't seem to keep your hands off me, can you? Pratt and all. Oh, so that's the way it's going to be. There was an amused glint in Draco's voice. Harry laughed. Yeah, it is. You've got to work for it. That won't be a problem. Draco leaned in for another key. But this one was slow and confident. Harry groaned and clutched at him harder, bringing him as close as he could. He could feel Draco's beep and part of him urged him to finish them off right there, right then. But the bigger part of him wanted to do this in the open, like normal people in a normal relationship. He was tired of sneaking around and having clandestine meetings in broom cupboards. Back to the room. Now, Harry said, his voice rough. Draco pulled back and opened the door, taking Harry by the hand and tugging him into the corridor, but not before looking both ways, Harry noticed. The minute they were free, Draco let his hand go. The loss of it left Harry feeling cold. Have a good holiday, Draco asked as they walked side by side. Fair, I guess. You. Draco rolled his eyes. Bloody fantastic. Harry sniggered. He stopped walking a moment later. Hey, you're back early. Just figured that out. Wanker. Why? Why are you back early? Draco looked a bit ill at ease. No reason. Just finished up early, he said, the evasiveness of it practically smacking them both in the face. But that doesn't make sense. You had tickets and things. Hotels. Obscure relatives to see. How do you finish up something like that early? Draco's lips pressed into a thin line. I had to finish my literature essay, didn't I? But you finished that. Oh. Harry smiled, knowing it was goofy and shy, but he'd just realized why Draco was back early. He grabbed him round the middle and ed him soundly. You missed me. Maybe I did, Draco said, not giving anything away, which only served to make Harry smile even more. Want to show me how much? Draco smiled in response. It was cool and calculating and made Harry shiver in a very good way. He leaned in and nibbled the shell of Harry's ear before whispering, You have no idea. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along, promise held fast in the grip of his fingers. Harry sat at his lab table, nervously rearranging his journal and pencils. After having done it the third time, he scowled and shoved everything to the side. He glanced around the room. His eyes narrowed. Whitehorn looked a tad too smug for his tastes, like he knew something. His heart beat uncomfortably fast. He tore his gaze away, letting it fall on the disarray of journals and pencils. God, it looked terrible. He was about to start rearranging again when Professor Snape swept into the room. Quiet, he said, quelling the class chatter. Today was the day it had to be. There was only 1 week left in the term and Professor Snape still hadn't announced who he'd chosen as his assistants. You okay? Neville whispered out of the side of his mouth. Harry nodded. Before we begin, I have an announcement to make. I have chosen my assistants for my research in Chile. Harry leaned forward, anticipation roiling through his gut. Thank you to all whom applied. Your applications were exemplary. Harry caught Professor Snape's eye for a moment, but it was Professor Snape's gaze that skittered away. Harry barely held back the whimper because that was the only way a sound expressing a mix of silent desperation and helpless frustration could be described by digging his fingernails into his palms. However, I was only permitted to. Now, we have less than a week until end of term exams. I suggest we get started. Professor Snape turned towards the blackboard and began his lecture. That was it. Nothing more. A silent defeat. Furious whispering broke out, Harry noted with the detached glimpse of the world that accompanied shock. Professor Snape, sir, Dennis Coatfield called. Yes, Mr. Coatfield. When are you going to announce who you selected? A brief surge of hope kindled. Those who have been selected have been made aware. If they choose to share it with you, they may. Before dying again. Now, as I was saying before your ridiculous interruption, the Bryophyte classification system is an elegant response to. Harry had stopped listening. He sat there, blinking, feeling as though ice water had been poured down his back, or more aptly, his brain. This couldn't be happening. There had to be a mistake. There had to be. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. Neville was gone, as were all of the other students. He twisted around and looked at the clock. Class had ended. He looked up into the expectant face of Professor Snape. I didn't get my letter, he said, his muscles shaking from nerves. I'm sorry. My letter. Telling me that I was one of your assistants. I didn't get it. Professor Snape glanced to the side and Harry's stomach clenched. He felt like there wasn't enough air in the room. I never told you that you would be picked. Harry knew he figured he'd known for a while, now but still he gasped. Why? He choked out, swiping at the corners of his eyes. This is not the project for you. In the end, I felt that it did not suit your strengths. The other two students selected were a better match. I'm sorry. But. Harry's laughter shot out in short, percussive bursts, the sound raw and angry. You're sorry. Isn't that rich? You're sorry. Do you have any idea what this means? Do you? If you would just stop acting like an idiot for a moment and listen to me, you'd understand. Oh, I understand loads. I understand, Professor. I get it. Harry leapt from his lab stool and began shoving his books into his satchel. He staggered backward as Professor Snape's hand reached out and tugged his elbow. Don't touch me. Don't you ever King touch me, Harry said, surprised at the shrillness and fear in his voice. Professor Snape pursed his lips and took a step backward, a cold wave of indifference washing across his face. I will not talk to you when you are like this. There are things we need to discuss. If you would only listen to me, you would see that there is no need for these. Listen to you. Why should I? Why should I listen to you anymore? You can K yourself, Snape. And, yeah, go ahead and expel me for that if you want. Not like it's going to make King difference. Harry ran from the room, slamming the door behind him, pushing aside the voice that hoped Professor Snape would run after him, and forcing back the bitter disappointment when he didn't. Harry sat in the corner, nursing his third lager, figuring out ways to stay out of sight from the Dursleys over the summer. Perhaps Mr. Wells would let him keep guard over the nursery at night. He didn't need much in the way of lodgings. Besides, it would keep him from getting soft again. He glanced across the room, envious of the way Draco moved so easily among their classmates. Harry still hadn't told him about Chili. He wondered if he'd get away with not telling him at all. Of course, Draco wasn't looking at him. Harry had told him to K off earlier. For once Draco had listened, stomping off and leaving him to sulk. Alone. And that guard from the Pembley Phoenixes. Have you seen him play? He'd do as well if someone tied his feet together, McLaggen said. A burst of drunken laughter broke out at his ridiculous attempts at talking football. Harry couldn't believe that idiot was back again. The cottage should be sacred from the likes of him. Of course, it might have something to do with him being a bloody shirt-lifter. Did you hear? He and his partner are to have a civil union. A fairy stuck with a ball and chain. The Pembley Phoenixes will never get off the ground. A few more titters of laughter followed. Harry felt angry, humiliated. Why don't you just shove off, McLaggen, he said, leaping to his feet. He must have been a bit louder than he thought, given the number of glances that came his way. In the corner of his vision, he thought he saw Draco moving towards him, but he didn't care. What do you care if he's gay? What? That makes him unable to play, or something? Harry asked, undaunted by the tension in the room. He was angry, half drunk, and spoiling to let some of his anger go. McLaggen had started this, but Harry would finish it. Piss off, stable boy. This has nothing to do with you. I was merely discussing current events with my mates here and you shoved your dirty little lowborn nose where it doesn't belong. Though that's not surprising. That's all you know to do, isn't it, stable boy? Harry rushed forward with an indescribable sound of fury, his fist balled, ready to take a swing. Just before he could, someone caught him round the middle and pulled him back. Get the K off of me, Harry howled, working furiously to wrench himself free. Stop it, Harry. Stop, Draco said, pulling him backward. Let me go. That's right. Keep him away from me, Malfoy. Put your boy on a damn leash. McLaggen said. K.U. Harry said, struggling anew, swinging his fists wildly, hitting nothing but air. He's not my boy, you asshole, Draco said. Damn it, Harry, stop it. He deserves it. Let me go. What the hell is going on? Ron asked, pushing into the crowd. That little wanker barged into a private conversation, McLaggen said, pointing his finger at Harry. Yeah, one where you spewed, Harry began, but Draco interrupted. Watch yourself, McLaggen, Draco said, squeezing Harry hard when he tried to get away. Keep him the bloody hell away from me. That little thief should never have been allowed in. Harry wrenched himself free and charged McLaggen, enjoying the fear he saw in his eyes, enjoying the power it gave him. And it was that more than anything that made him stop. In that split second, he wondered if fear was what his uncle had seen. Relished. With a strangled cry, he ran out of the cottage. Draco turned up hours later. He didn't even ask how Harry had got back to the school. You okay? He asked. Harry nodded. Draco sighed. I'm tired of this shit, Harry. What the K is wrong with you? What do you think? Why do you let McLaggen get to you? He's a stupid jerk who doesn't know what he's talking about. Funny, it sounded like you agreed with him. I didn't agree with him. I didn't even say anything. I just wasn't in the mood to get into a gay rights discussion with someone who doesn't give a shit about gays. And I didn't see you clamoring to come out. You know what? It's not even about him. It's about K it. Never mind. Harry turned away and leaned against the window. What's it about, then? I said never mind. Just leave it, Draco. Oh, no you don't. You've been a right Burke all week and I want to know what the K is going on. No, you don't. Harry gasped as Draco gripped him by the shoulders and spun him around, knocking his back into the window. What the K is wrong? Draco snarled. Why don't you want to tell anyone about us? Are you ashamed of me? Draco staggered back for a moment, before regaining his composure. He sighed. Christ, not this again. No, I am not ashamed of you. Harry didn't believe him. Fine, whatever. Are you ashamed of yourself, then? Ashamed of being gay? Draco shushed him with a furious wave of his arm. Not so loud. How many times do we have to go over this? I'm not ashamed, but I don't see any reason to shout it from the rooftops. Do you know what they'll do to us when they find out we're gay? That we're involved. They'll try to hurt us. They'll shun us, make us feel different, like there's something wrong with us. So what? Ron knows. Blaise knows, even Neville knows. So do Professor Snape and your mum. No one's crucified us yet. And I don't care about the others. You can go to an all-boys boarding school, Harry. We talked about this. We agreed. King agreed. I don't care. If you thought us worth it, you wouldn't either. There's nothing wrong with what we are. Draco turned away, staying silent. Draco. Don't you? It's not that simple. It is. I mean, it is if you believe it. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Don't you believe it? Draco stared at the floor. Draco. You don't understand. Harry fought to keep from running across the room, slamming Draco into the wall, and pummeling him until he felt the way Harry did at that moment. Draco didn't believe they were worth it. Harry was fine for broom cupboards and horse stalls, but not the dining hall or posh garden parties. The familiar, bitter tang of being expendable rose in his throat. He swallowed it down before it could choke him. I think I do understand. Draco turned at Harry's icy whisper. You don't understand. This isn't about you, Harry. Believe it or not every King thing is about you. It's about the rest of the world. It doesn't understand people like you and me. There's no reason to flaunt it in their faces. Then we're only inviting trouble. Harry found it hard to keep his breathing regular. I'm not going to let pricks like McLaggen make me feel like there's something wrong with me. If it happens again, I will come out right then and there. Harry took a step forward. I need to know if you're with me in this. It's not that simple. It is. It's not. You don't understand. What is there to understand, Draco? We beep each other's cocks. I let you shove your fingers up my ass on your birthday. We're gay. There's not much more to it. No one wants to hear that. Christ. No one wants to hear Ron get all moony over Key. Dotting Hermione. Stop changing the King subject. What's the problem with coming out? What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid. Then stop acting like a damn pansy and stand up for who you are, for who I am. You don't get it. You can't just force me to come out when I don't want to. I don't want people to know. Harry took a step back and dropped his gaze to the floor. He let the silence hang for a long while. Please leave. Harry. Get out. Don't want you to have to spend any more time with that sick poof, Harry Potter. How dare you tell me? Harry backed away. He could feel the walls pressing in. Draco had to leave. Harry couldn't stand to see him. Get out. I don't want you here. You don't get to decide. Get out. I'm not. Get out. Harry. Stop. You're not making. Get the F. K out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Harry threw his water glass, watching it shatter inches from Draco's head. Draco ducked to avoid the spray of glass shards. Have you lost your effing mind? Don't answer that. I'm going back to the cottage. Without a second glance, he turned on his heel and left, slamming the door behind him. Harry felt like he couldn't breathe. He slid down the wall and dropped his head to his knees. In 1 week, his world had upended. First Professor Snape and the dread of having to go back to the Dursleys for the summer holiday, and now this. He should have known what little happiness he had would be snatched away. Harry pulled at his hair, holding his head in his hands. His eyes rested on his school books and journals. His botany journal sat on top, ready to be turned in for final grading. He snorted as tears blistered at the corner of his eyes. He spent forever fretting over his stupid botany journal, that stupid class, and bloody stupid Professor Snape. His insides turned and squeezed in embarrassment as he thought about the time he'd told Snape that he thought of him like a father figure, and how he'd done those things with Draco. Poor, stupid, delusional Harry. He swallowed. None of that mattered, now. He'd wasted too many tears over these stupid people and this stupid school. If they didn't want him, then fine. He didn't want them either. He would leave. He would run away and never think of them again. Harry leapt to his feet. Could he do it? Could he really run away? His heart raced. He imagined living a quiet, bohemian life in a groundskeep cottage at a large nursery. Maybe a small coastal town. Surely he'd find work at a nursery. He could buy a bicycle with the money he saved and go to market every few days, trading pleasantries with the old woman minding the register. He ran his hand through his hair and looked around at all of the stuff he'd managed to accumulate in less than a year. He started packing. Harry approached Buckbeak's stall with caution. Hey there, boy. It was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. He'd managed to pack and leave before everyone had returned from the cottage. Harry made to pet Buckbeak, but as if he could sense Harry's impending hysteria, he snorted and stamped his hoof, shuffling away from Harry's hand. Come on now. No reason to be like that. The other horses were already gone. Mr. Hagrid had given Harry the key, asking him to keep up with Buckbeak while he was away. Harry felt a twinge of guilt at abusing Mr. Hagrid's trust, but he had to get away and Buckbeak was his only choice. He'd simply board Buckbeak in town once he arrived, explaining that he was there on Mr. Hagrid's orders. Once Mr. Hagrid returned and found Harry's letter, Harry would be long gone to any place that his small amount of savings would take him. He dropped his old knapsack on the ground as he lifted the latch to Buckbeak's stall. He'd left most of the fancy things Mrs. Malfoy had bought for him behind, taking only a few changes of clothing, an extra pair of shoes, and the few personal items he had. He'd almost left his Parkinson book behind out of spite, but couldn't bear to leave it. Buckbeak snorted and stamped his back hoof again. It's okay, Buckbeak. Time for a little ride, yeah. Just you and me. Harry pulled the apple slices from his pocket and held them out. Buckbeak stared at him for a moment, as if trying to figure out what Harry wanted, before he tossed his mane back and forth and stepped forward. He started eating the apple slices, whinnying as Harry brushed his other hand through his coat and told him what a beautiful boy he was. After 2 apples and nearly half an hour of brushing and soothing words, Buckbeak consented to being saddled and bridled. He stamped his hooves and swished his tail back and forth throughout, but didn't pull away as Harry cinched the saddle tighter and made sure the bit and bridle were properly fitted. Harry hitched his knapsack over his shoulders. Buckbeak stared him down, as if he knew Harry was apprehensive. And why wouldn't he be? Buckbeak was a massive black Arabian, full of fiery temperament and largely uncontrolled. Harry could not handle this horse. But it was the only way. He had to get away. With that thought in mind, he steeled his nerve and took up his mount, hoping to God that Buckbeak didn't kill them both before they made it to town. Draco. Ron and Blaze stumbled into their room, glad to have snuck past Filch. Shish, Draco said, as Ron started giggling. You'll wake Harry. Oh, yes, mustn't wake the little princess. Draco jerked his head back and glared. Don't you ever call him that again. What? Oh, come on. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant he's been a temperamental snot for the last week. Oi, what have we done to him? Ron hissed. Shut up. Yes, Your Highness. Not like you've been much better, by the way. What's got into you? Nothing, Draco said, feeling his way towards his bed, pissed off at Harry. Harry and his insane insecurities. Harry and his refusal to be anything remotely conventional. Harry and his goddamned unflinching principles. Couldn't he see that not everyone was as fearless or reckless as him? Couldn't he understand that Draco could love and be proud of him without wanting the world to know he was a gay 16-year-old? There were things about Harry that Draco feared he would never understand. Just shut up. Let's go to bed, Draco said. Blaze moved to turn on the lights. What are you doing? Draco hissed. I can't bloody see, you idiot. Besides, Harry sleeps with his curtains closed. I doubt a little light'll disturb him. Before Draco could stop him, Blaze flicked on the light. Draco's gaze shot to Harry's bed, hoping they hadn't woken him. He gasped at the sight of the made bed, piles of folded clothing and stacked books. What the bloody hell? Ron said, as all three of them made their way over to Harry's bed. Propped on the books was a note addressed, to whom it may concern. Draco's heart stopped beating for a long, painful moment. He picked up the note with a shaky hand, ripping it open. What's it say? Blaze asked. I, Harry James Potter, formally withdraw from Woolsford Academy. Ask the Dursleys. They'll agree. I've taken the liberty of removing myself from school and have made my own travel arrangements. I leave my final projects for my courses, my textbooks, and my uniforms. Thank you. Draco couldn't breathe. He read the note again, sure that he'd mistaken some of the words in the darkness and that it couldn't possibly say what he thought it did. When he couldn't make the words change or rearrange themselves or mean something different, he threw the note to the floor and began ransacking the uniforms and books and journals, frantic to find another note, one addressed to him. Books fell to the floor. The green cashmere throw knocked over Ron's bedside lamp. A journal landed on his chest. Oi, Draco, Ron said, ducking out of the way of flying objects. Draco spun around. He's run away. Harry's run away. I'll get Professor Snape, Blaze said, turning towards the door. No, don't. We've got to find him. No one else. They'll expel him if he's done what I think he's done. What do you mean, what he's done? Blaze asked. We don't have time to debate this. Let's go, Draco said, striding towards the door. Where are we going? Ron asked, trying to keep up. The stables, Draco answered tersely, hoping that they'd make it in time. No more talking and stop your shoes from making that squeaking sound, Blaze. It's louder than your bloody alarm. What do you suggest I do, then? Blaze whispered furiously, already hopping from one foot to the next, removing his shoes. I expect you to figure it out, Draco whispered back, crouching low as they snuck past a now snoozing Filch. So far, Harry thought, things were going all right. Buckbeak, who thus far hadn't done more than a fast trot, was being remarkably well behaved. He seemed to only have short bursts of energy, spending most of his time standing still and eating grass. Harry had made the mistake of prodding him along only once. He twisted around. He could still see the stables in the distance. They'd not made it very far. I assure you there's better grass in town. Let's go to town. Don't you want to go to town? Harry asked, jiggling and snapping the reins in hopes of getting Buckbeak to move. Buckbeak ignored him, instead whinnying with delight at having just found what Harry suspected was a patch of clover. Harry cursed under his breath. I can't even run away properly. Frustrated, he pulled back on the reins far harder than he'd intended. Startled, Buckbeak reared back, nearly throwing Harry in the process. Whoa, boy, whoa, Harry cried, trying desperately to stay seated. Before he knew what was happening, Buckbeak took off at a full gallop. Stop. Whoa, Harry cried, pulling on the reins as hard as he could, kicking his heels into Buckbeak's sides. But nothing worked. Buckbeak ignored him completely. The few times when Vernon had been especially vicious, Harry had been quite afraid. Coming to Woolsford had been panic-inducing. But nothing compared to the terror of riding Buckbeak. They galloped along the fence line. Harry clenched his teeth and held on for dear life. As long as he could hold on, he'd be okay. He tucked his body closer and pressed his knees against Buckbeak's sides. An animal skittered across their path, a fox or something, Harry couldn't tell. Buckbeak roared and reared back, punching his hooves in the air. Harry could feel his fingers slipping, could feel his body sliding out of the saddle. His right ankle wrenched as it slipped in the stirrup. Buckbeak came down with a jaw-rattling jolt, before taking off again at a very brisk canter. Harry fell to the side, desperately clutching at the reins with one hand, while the other grabbed a handful of Buckbeak's mane. He kicked his right foot away from the stirrup as hard as he could, afraid his foot would be snapped in two if he fell. Just as he untangled his foot and tried to pull himself upright, Buckbeak burst into a full gallop. Harry was thrown forward. "Stop it, you goddamned horse." Buckbeak sailed over the small creek that marked the boundary between the upper and lower pastures. Harry knew even before it happened that this was the end. As his fingers slipped out of Buckbeak's mane, his body was thrown forward and to the side. He felt himself sail out of the saddle, his body twisting as he fell off. His left arm and shoulder took most of the blow, but then his head collided with something large and sharp. Unreal pain surged through him. Blackness followed. His last thought was that he hadn't even made it off the grounds. Damn it! I knew it, Draco said, as he found Buckbeak's stall empty. "There's Tack missing," Blaise called from the side. "He's left a note," Ron said, pulling a piece of folded paper away from the post. "It's to Mr. Hagrid, from Harry." Draco darted forward and snatched the note from Ron's fingers, reading it quickly. "He's going to town. He must be taking the route through the upper pasture." Draco looked around. "All of the other horses are already gone. What should we do?" Blaise asked. "Run. And hope to God we catch him before he does something monumentally stupid." "Are you mad? It's almost 10 miles to town. It will take us forever to catch him," Blaise said. "Then I suggest you start running," Draco said as he sprinted out the door. Something was licking him. Harry didn't like it. He tried to roll away, but the explosion of pain kept him where he was, panting and hoping the world would stop its violent spinning. "Cry baby. You've got to get up. You've got to get out of there. You can't let them find you like this. You can't." Harry struggled to push himself up. He cried out as he moved his left shoulder, immediately flopping back onto the sodden ground. Hot tears trailed down his cheeks as he bit his lip to keep from screaming. "Get up. You can't let them find you like this. They'll take you back there. You can't go back." Harry Ned as he pushed himself forward, his right hand clawing at the ground and dragging him farther. He made it less than a foot before collapsing again. The pain was becoming even worse, so much so that darkness crept in. Harry rasped as he tried to heave himself forward. He managed to get a bit farther that time and pushed again and again, until his foot met with a broken section of the fence. The wood snapped and gave way. Harry lost all of the leverage he had and tumbled to his side. Unable to stop his movement, he fell through an open section and over the small embankment, coming to rest at the bottom, his left wrist burning with pain. His shoulder, his head, everything was on fire. He didn't curse the darkness when it came a second time. I think a horse. I see a horse," Blaise panted, as he pointed in the distance. Draco growled and put on an extra burst of speed, hoping to find that Harry had simply changed his mind and was sitting astride that damn horse. He scrambled up the small hill, coming to an abrupt stop as Buckbeak reared back, startled. Draco's heart stopped beating when he realized Buckbeak was missing his rider. "Stop that, you mangy beast. Where's Harry?" Draco demanded, not caring that he was talking to an insane horse. He heard feet pounding behind him, coming closer. Buckbeak went wild. Whoa, boy," Ron said, coming to stand by Draco's side, panting hard from the run. "Get back, Draco. Weasley. I'm here to find Harry. I don't care about that godforsaken horse." Ron waved his hand in a dismissive gesture, still trying to catch his breath. We've gotta get him calmed down first, or we won't be able to get near him. Can't find Harry if we can't get near him. Draco made to charge forward, but Blaze came up behind him and grabbed him around the middle, pulling him backward. Let me go, you sonophaby.ch. Shut it, Draco. Let Ron do what needs doing. You're not helping Harry like this. Draco continued to struggle, but stopped as he watched Ron approach the still rearing horse. Not here to hurt you, calm down, need your help, Draco heard Ron say as he crouched low and appeared to bow before the thing. Slowly, Buckbeak gentled, finally coming to rest. Quick as lightning, Ron darted forward and grabbed the reins, pulling them close, while still talking to Buckbeak in soft tones. I've got him. Find Harry, Ron said out of the side of his mouth, slowly leading Buckbeak away. Draco didn't waste a second as he struggled from Blaze's hold and ran forward. He thanked God it was a full moon. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to see a thing. Look there. Does that grass look all matted? Blaze said, stopping in front of a broken section of fence. Yeah, it does, Draco said slowly, his eyes following the line of matted grass, across the missing section of fence and down the small embankment. He gasped at what he saw at the bottom. No, Draco shouted, scrambling down, desperate to get to Harry. He skidded to a stop, almost tripping in the wet grass, and dropped to his knees. Harry lay unmoving. Harry, please wake up. You have to wake up. Now, Draco said, as his hands moved over Harry's body, looking for blood and other obvious injuries. King Christ, Blaze panted as he came to a stop next to Draco. Is he okay? He's unconscious, you bloody idiot. You figure it out, Draco snapped. Let's not do this right now. Let's figure out how to help Harry, okay? Draco nodded, not trusting his voice. Have you tried to wake him? Yeah, he's really hurt, I think. Let's roll him over and see if we can get a better idea of what's wrong. They worked in tandem, trying to roll Harry onto his back. As Blaze grabbed Harry's right shoulder, though, Harry Mo.Ned and tried to get away. Blaze said, snatching his hand back and then scrambling to keep Harry from hitting the ground. What's going on down there? Ron called, peering over the side of the hill, his hands holding the reins tight. Draco's mind raced. There was no way they could move Harry by themselves, and if any of the teachers found out that Harry had stolen a horse in an attempt to run away, he'd be expelled. Ron, get the horse back to the stable. You've got to get rid of any evidence that Harry took that horse anywhere. Do you understand me? What? Are you crazy? He's hurt. We've got to. I know that. But we've got to do this too. Draco, you're not thinking. Just do it. Do you understand? Yeah, got it. I've still got the key. What should I do with it after? Harry's supposed to have it. Just keep it for now. And get rid of that note. Ron patted his pocket. I have it here. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. When you've done that, get back to our room and do something with Harry's things. Just I dunno, shove them somewhere or something. We don't want anyone to know he was running away. What about his knapsack? Blaze asked, gesturing to the torn and tattered thing in the grass. Draco swallowed. Take it up to Ron. Right, Blaze said before scrambling to his feet. We'll give you a 10-minute head start, Ron, but no more than that. He needs to be in hospital, Draco said. Got it. What's the story, then? Draco looked at Blaze, hoping he'd have some inspiration. Ron, after you're done, you go back to bed, pretend you've been asleep this whole time, Blaze said. All right, Ron said, and we'll pretend that the three of us snuck out for a last hurrah at the stone circle at the edge of the upper pasture. Harry slipped in the wet grass, hit his head on something and tumbled down the hill, Blaze continued. Are you mad? You'll get detention with Filch, or worse. That'll be the end of sneaking out to the cottage or to the stone circle. Everyone will hate us. Blaze looked down at Draco and Harry's unmoving form. I'd say it's worth it, wouldn't you? Ron sighed. Of course it is. I just damn it. Harry. Why'd you choose now to go barking mad? Get that horse out of here, Draco snapped. He's getting colder, he said, his voice breaking on the last word. Come on, boy, Ron said, taking off in a dead run, Buckbeak trotting beside him. Draco, feel around his head. Is there any injury? Harry Ned again, seemingly trying to get away from Draco's touch, before he fell silent once more. Yeah, it's K. It's all sticky. He's losing blood, Draco said, pulling off his jumper, wrapping it around Harry's head, and propping it in his lap. We've got to get him out of here. We'll get him out. Is his blood going everywhere? No. Feels like it's clotted. That's one good thing, at least. Oh, and the slip and fall story will work. There's a big rock up here. Draco nodded, still running his hands up and down Harry's body, telling himself that he was being useful. Wake up. Please, just wake up. Let me know you're going to be okay. They fell into a desperate silence, each mentally counting down the clock. I'll get Snape. I assume you want me to get Snape, Blaise said. Draco nodded. Yeah, he'll need to get help. Course. Blaise pulled at the grass and checked his watch again. 5 minutes more. Draco nodded again, surprised it had only been 5 minutes. It felt like centuries had passed. Do you have any idea why he would do this? Blaise asked. Draco ran his fingers through Harry's hair, wishing that he would just wake up. We had a fight. He wanted to come out, or something, I don't know. He was really angry and McLaggen made some comment about the gay footballers' civil union and Harry he just lost it. That King idiot. It should be McLaggen at the bottom of that hill, not Harry. I think he doesn't want to. Be my. Oh, shut up. And no way does Harry not want to be your boyfriend, or lover, or partner, or whatever you call yourselves. He's a hard nut to crack, I'll give you that, but once you do, I don't see Harry letting you go. That's part of the problem, I think. He loves as hard as he fights. No middle ground with him, Draco didn't respond. That can't be all, though, Blaise said. The two of you fight about that shit all of the time. Must have been something else. Draco's head jerked up. You think? Yeah. Potter doesn't go insane just because you're too much of a little fairy to come out. Shut your King mouth. Blaise chuckled. There's the Draco I know. He stood, his demeanor once again serious. I'm going to go get Professor Snape. We'll call for help and be back in a jiff. It's not been 10 minutes. He can't wait any longer. Neither can you, I suspect. Blaise didn't wait for a reply as he stood and took off in a run. Draco pulled Harry closer, not caring as Harry whimpered that meant he was alive. Hang on just a little longer, Harry. Just a little bit longer. It seemed like time had stretched impossibly as Draco waited. He talked to Harry, begged him to wake, told him about the things they would do before they had to return to school. He promised Harry the world, if only he would wake up and be okay. And as impossibly stretched as time had been, it snapped back, becoming a dizzy whirl of people and questions and orders. Uncle Severus had shaken him hard and had asked desperate questions that Draco couldn't seem to answer. All he knew was that Harry was on a stretcher, things strapped all around him to keep him immobile, looking pale as winter and just as leaden. There was talk of concussions and dislocated shoulders and severely sprained ankles. There were heated whispers about the length of time he'd been unconscious. Uncle Severus had barked orders at the medics and called people on his cell phone. In shock, Draco curled in on himself, watching through someone else's eyes as Harry was taken away. Harry floated in darkness. Awareness flickered. He struggled against it, but awareness made him feel nice things, like the warm fingers tangled with his own, the sure sweep of a thumb across the inside of his wrist, and the brush of something soft against his brow. He could even hear a melodic voice murmuring near his ear and smelled a familiar perfume. He relaxed and allowed awareness to creep closer. But as he woke, pain made him gasp and choke. He retreated. Draco stared at the soggy toast in front of him. You must eat. He looked up at his godfather and then back to the toast. He pushed the plate away, ignoring Severus's exasperated sigh. This moping helps no one. I want to see him. You can't yet. Why not? Why can't I? Mum's in there with him right now. You were with him earlier. Why can you be with him, but I can't? He's still unconscious, that's why. So, I could talk to him. Hearing familiar voices helps people wake up. I demand to see him. Draco ignored the stares from the other families in the waiting room. The old lady in the corner clucked her tongue and muttered something under her breath before returning to her knitting. He didn't care what they thought. It had been hours and no one had let him see Harry. No one. He was entitled to be angry and loud. And scared. Draco, I don't want you to see him yet. That's why. He's had enough hysterics for one day and am not equipped to deal with you if you don't like what you see. Severus's clothes were rumpled and his hair stringy. He looked exhausted and wrung out. Draco knew that feeling. What's that supposed to mean? You just said he had a dislocated shoulder, a concussion, eh? Calm yourself. Severus demanded in a furious whisper. This is precisely why you're not going in there. Not yet. You'll act like a melodramatic teenager. Screaming, crying, disrupting everything. Gee, didn't know I'd turned into a 16-year-old girl. Thanks for that. Do not test me, Severus said, massaging his forehead in angry circles. The frenetic scurrying of the doctors and nurses and hurried conferences with Severus had long since passed. The pain of waiting bore down on them, allowing bone-deep lethargy to set in. Sorry, why isn't he awake yet? It's been hours and hours. Draco bit his lip. Is it a bad sign? That he's not awake? Is that why you won't let me see him? We've already gone over this. I know, I feel like I can't remember everything. It's so confused and I can't remember if you told me that he was. Draco stopped when Severus's hand covered his and squeezed for a moment before retreating. I know you're worried. We're all worried, Severus said. Draco nodded. Severus's eyes cut to the side. What were all of you doing up there, anyway? It must have been 4 o'clock in the morning. The solicitous tone of Severus's voice caused Draco to put his head down, quickly trying to gather his fuzzy thoughts. Just like I said. Just like I've told you every time you've asked me. Indulge me. Draco sighed. It's the last weekend of school. We thought we'd go up to the stone circle in the upper pasture and, have a last hurrah. The grass was wet and Harry slipped, landed on his right side and hit his head on a rock. He fell down the hill. I sent Blaze to find you while I stayed with Harry. Who? Draco wanted to scream. I told you already. He snapped. Me, Harry, Blaze and we just wanted to celebrate. Why wasn't Mr. Weasley with you? Draco kicked the leg of the table, hoping abusing the furniture would keep him from spewing obscenities or grabbing the knitting needles out of the old lady's hands and stabbing his godfather with them. Draco. He kicked the table especially hard and shrugged. Severus didn't say anything else for a long while, long enough that Draco thought he might have gotten away with the lie. Did you know that you have to fall quite hard, or from a distance, in order to dislocate your shoulder? Draco had been ready for this one. He fell hard and landed on it the wrong way. Happens all of the time. Yes, of course. Which side did he fall on again? The right, Uncle Severus. The right, you say? Draco pursed his lips and nodded. Isn't it extraordinary, then, that it's his left shoulder and his left wrist the doctors had to tend to? Draco's mouth fell open. Tears of frustration prickled at the corners of his eyes. So I got the side wrong. I just told you everything feels confused. And it's not like I've been able to see him since we arrived. It was a slip of the tongue. Happens to the best of us. Draco sneered, no longer caring whether his godfather was as scared as he was. I know you're lying to me and I won't tolerate it. Draco snorted. What if I am? Why would you care? Filch run out of summer help. Because whatever happened up there has a bearing on what's going on now. What could help Harry. Draco straightened at that, dread pooling in his stomach. I thought you said he was going to be okay. This is serious. I'm not in the mood to play these infantile games. I need to know what really happened. Why do you think Mr. Hagrid came back early? He called because he couldn't find Harry. It seems the tack room was a complete mess. Were you taking Harry out on a ride? Against my express wishes. Were you or were you not encouraging him to ride that damn beast of a horse? I did no such thing. Harry. Draco shut his mouth and went back to kicking the table. Harry, what? Draco, please, this is important. I apologize if I seemed angry with you. This could make the difference. If the doctors knew what had really happened. Draco groaned. You can't expel him. Promise me. Severus rubbed his hand over his face. I have no intention of doing such a thing, he murmured. But I need to know what happened. What really happened? Please. Draco swallowed and closed his eyes. After all of that planning, it had fallen apart because Draco couldn't keep his story straight. And what if Uncle Severus was right? What if what Draco knew could help Harry? God. Had waiting that 5 or 10 minutes made the difference? Had it? Guilt crept into his gut and made him squirm. I didn't take Harry out on a ride. He did that himself. Go on. We were out. Blaze, Weasley and I. We got in, really late. Harry and I had a row earlier that night and he left from where we were. I know all about the cottage. I'm not nearly as thick as you students seem to think. Get on with it. Right. Anyway, we got in and saw that all of his things were piled on his bed. There was a note. Severus leaned forward, fear in his eyes. What kind of note? Draco shook his head. Not like that. It said he was leaving Wolsford. Withdrawing. We figured he was running away. Severus sat back in his chair and blinked for a few moments. What happened then? I had an idea where he'd gone. So you went to the stables? Yeah, we started there. Saw that Buckbeak was gone and figured he was trying to make it to town. Did you see him fall? No. But Buckbeak was near where Harry fell and you saw the rock. I figure Buckbeak jumped the creek and Harry wasn't ready for it. Why didn't you tell me this before? Why not the medics? What does it matter how he fell? And why would I tell you that Harry had stolen a horse and was running away? He'd have been expelled. And yes, dead or a long-term coma are such better options. Draco stood and shoved his chair away. I hate you. Why would you say that? Why? You think I want him dead? Is that it? How dare you say something so awful to me? You don't know what it's like, sitting here, wondering what you could have done to keep this from happening, so just shut your bloody mouth. Quiet. The little old lady in the corner snapped, startling both Draco and Severus. You've already run out the rest of the poor sods with your bickering. Leave an old woman to peace. You, she said pointing at Draco, tell your father you're sorry. Lads shouldn't speak that way. He's not. The old lady made short jabbing motions with her knitting needles, the completed knitting flapping in the wake. Now, lad. Draco sighed. Sorry. He shot a glance at the old lady. I shouldn't have been disrespectful. But you. That's enough out of you, the old lady said, cutting Draco off. Severus's face was entirely too smug. Draco wanted to claw it off. Yes, son, you should always respect your elders, he said. You're not off the hook, young man, the old lady said, pointing at Severus. That boy of yours looks wrung out. Poor little lamb. And you're just snapping at him like a wolf, ready to pick his measly little bones. You apologize to that boy. Yes, father, do apologize. I apologize. Severus said nothing more. I suppose it will do. Now keep your voices down, the old woman said. Draco and Severus said nothing for a long while. The clack 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 of the old woman's knitting needles was the only sound in the room. Surprisingly, it was Severus who spoke up first. I knew that horse was trouble, he said softly. I told Rubius not to let Harry spend so much time with him. Of course he thought he could ride him. I should have seen this coming. I should have taken greater precautions. That dangerous animal should never have been allowed to board at Wolsford. I should have had him moved, or put down. I should have done something. Talked to him. Draco looked up, shocked. He'd never seen his godfather so defeated. So scared. He realized how much Harry meant to him, how he probably thought of Harry as a son. Draco reached out and squeezed his hand, grateful that someone else loved Harry as much as he did, and felt as helpless and powerless as he did. He's going to be okay. He has to be, Draco said. He'd better, or I'll finish the job for him. Draco snorted. I'll be there to help, I think. Severus made a noncommittal noise in the back of his throat and fished around for the morning paper. He gave a section to Draco and they read in silence. There was an article on how the South American rainforests were slowly disappearing due to environmental changes, and suddenly Draco wondered how Harry's injuries would affect his summer. Will this change when you leave for Chile? What? Severus asked, looking up from the business section with a perplexed look on his face. No, I don't think so. Why? Well, I assumed you weren't going to let Harry travel on his own if he's still bandaged up. Your mother can ensure he arrives safely. Mum's going to Chile. What? No, she's and Severus paused. Why would you think that? Well, isn't that where you're going to be? For that summer project. Have I got it wrong? No, I'll be in Chile, along with Severus paused again. Did Harry tell you he was going to Chile? Yeah, he mentioned it a long time ago, though. He's really excited about it, or he was. But I think part of it was that he didn't want to go back to the Dursleys. He hasn't said anything since before the spring holiday, though. Why? The confusion cleared from Severus's face. His shoulders drooped and he swore under his breath. Uncle Severus, Harry's not going to Chile. He's not. But are you not taking any assistance, then? Harry was not selected. He found out last week. I assumed he'd mentioned this to you. Draco felt as though he'd been punched in the gut. No, he didn't say anything. What's going to happen to him now? He's not going back to the. No, he's not going back there. I'd arranged for him to work with one of my colleagues for most of the summer. Oh, he didn't mention that, either. He didn't know about it. He didn't let me tell him. He was so angry after class that day and I refused to talk with him while he was like that. I should have talked to him. I shouldn't have let him affect me so. Sounds like he's been angry with the lot of us. Harry is Draco. Are you sure that you want to pursue something with him? He's not casual about things like this. He doesn't take rejection well, and if you're not sure about. Stop right there. Don't say what I think you're about to say. Something welled up in Draco. It felt raw and burned him clean through. I'm not sure about much, but I'm absolutely sure about Harry. I love him, Draco announced. The little old lady in the corner sighed. Draco's head swung around. Yeah, that's right. I'm in love with a boy, a man. I love him. Out of the corner of his eye, Draco saw Severus trying to shush him with slashing hand motions. Stop this, he hissed, but Draco paid him no mind. He's my boyfriend, and how dare you look at me like there's anything wrong with that, Draco said to the little old lady, his voice the snappy aristocratic drawl his father had used when talking to people who were beneath them. He'd said he loved Harry, he'd said he loved a man, and he'd meant every word. Draco's heart beat so wildly he thought it would fly from his chest. More of this again, Shut that smart mouth of yours, the little old lady said. It's none to do with me who you love, boy or girl. I read hello. I know what goes on nowadays. Just keep your voice down. You're making me drop stitches with all your wild pronouncements and hysterics. And you, she said, waving her knitting at Severus. Keep that son of yours under control. He's clearly had a shock. Look how pale he is, and how skinny, but that's no excuse. Children today, she muttered under her breath before returning to her knitting. Severus's lips quirked at the sides. I can see why you two like each other. Dramatic outbursts, hot tempers. It's amazing you haven't killed each other. Don't tell me that I don't love him, because I do, he said in a raised voice, daring the old lady to object. I do, he said to his godfather. Now that he'd said it, he wanted everyone to know. He couldn't believe he hadn't wanted people to know. Harry was everything. How could he have denied this for so long? Draco, I know you think that I can't possibly believe that you know love at 16, but I do. I know you love him. I've known it for a long while. But love, that first visceral feeling, is merely the first bloom. Draco rolled his eyes. God, I can't handle one of your plant analogies right now. Sustaining love is a far harder thing, Severus said, ignoring Draco. Especially at your age. Any relationship would be difficult, but one with Harry will be extraordinarily so. Draco snorted. You think I don't know that? What? You think I sit around hospitals, staring at soggy toast for laughs? I know exactly what a relationship with Harry's like. I'm living it. Right now. And he's in that room, And he won't wake up, and I don't know if he's going to be all right. His voice broke on the last word. He'll be okay. Draco nodded, his head bobbing up and down a little too hard. I just wish I don't know what's happening. It's like it's not real. I can't even see him. He heard Severus sigh, but it was a gentle sound, one full of sorrow and understanding. Please, just tell me again. Tell me what's wrong with him. Tell me he's going to be okay. Severus pursed his lips for several moments before beginning the litany once again. While his head injury was substantial and he required a great number of stitches, there does not appear to be lasting damage. The doctors aren't worried about the unconsciousness yet. It was actually helpful, because it meant the shoulder dislocation could be reduced without the necessity of sedation. Barbaric procedure. Really. His test results were normal. His wrist and ankle have been wrapped and iced and his shoulder immobilized. His abrasions and bruises have been tended to, and Severus continued on, detailing the treatments and tests that Harry had gone through as he'd done 4 times already. Draco closed his eyes and let the words wash over him. Harry was annoyed. He was perfectly content to stay where he was, but his body seemed to have other ideas. Sounds sharpened as if someone were pulling cotton from his ears. The smell of antiseptic and that familiar perfume assaulted him. But it was the pain that made him try to twist away and tumble back into darkness again. He groaned. He's waking again, someone said. The voice sounded so loud. Harry tried to tell whoever it was to shut the bloody hell up. His lips wouldn't move the way he wanted, though, and all he managed was a loud grunt and a cat-like yowl. I told you he was in pain. I demand you give him pain medication. The voice said, as warm fingers clutched at his hand and soft hair tickled his nose. It's all right, Harry. You're going to be okay. Just hang on a bit longer, I'll take care of everything, the voice said. It sounded like the voice of his mother, at least how he imagined she would sound. How many nights had he dreamt of his mother soothing him through a fever or a scraped knee? He tried to call out, tried to ask her if she was his mum, but couldn't. Agitated, he shifted, trying to get closer to the voice, to the soft hair and warm fingers. Can't you see he's in pain? Are you all sadists? The voice yelled, hurting Harry's ears. We can't give him any pain medication until he's awake and alert. He's been unconscious since he arrived and has a concussion. This was a new voice. One that sounded tired and as if she'd given this same speech over and over again. That is not acceptable. I want to speak to Dr. Marshall right now. Harry tried to tell them to stop yelling. Surely they knew they were yelling. He just wanted to go back to sleep. But now it felt like someone was shaking the life out of him and poking his shoulder with a pointy stick. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. Can you hear me? Harry tried to push the hand away, but found he couldn't move his left arm. And what little movement he accomplished caused incredible pain. He yelped and tried to get away. You're safe, Mr. Potter. Come on, now. Open your eyes for me, the second voice said. No, I don't want to, he told himself, but his eyes fluttered open as if commanded. Ah, there you are, dearie. That's it. Keep them open for me. Harry wanted to slug her. Go away, he slurred, letting his eyes fall closed again and trying to ignore the pain. Harry, it's time to wake up. Come on now, wake up for us. There was that soft voice again, and the smell of familiar perfume. Mum? He asked in a raspy voice. He heard a slight gasp and felt a hand brush through his hair. Oh, my sweetheart. I wish I were, the voice said. Hurts. I told you he needs pain medication. I insist you give it to him now. Or do I have to call my dear friend, Dr. Wilshire, the chief physician for this hospital? This is ridiculous. I'm going to get Mr. Snape, he'll see that this is rectified immediately. We'll give it to him as soon as the doctor comes in and assesses him. I understand that this is a trying time for you and your family, but we have procedures to follow, and they're in place to keep your son alive. Harry was confused. Was this his mum? Now that he thought about it, she sounded like Mrs. Malfoy. He's not. There was a long pause and a squeeze to his hand. Yes, of course. Can you send for Mr. Snape? I don't want to leave Harry. Harry closed his eyes and tried to snuggle closer, but the pain kept him from getting too far. Stay with us, Harry, the second voice barked. Why was she being so mean? Tired, he groused. Go away. Harry, open your eyes and look at me. Look at me, Harry. Why did they keep calling his name? Did they think he didn't know his name? Harry, what? He snapped, eyes still closed and his tongue thick. Open your eyes. Open your eyes, Harry. He opened his eyes again. He saw three blurry people. A woman in polka dots, Mrs. Malfoy, and a man in a white coat. Welcome back, Harry, the man said. Stop saying my name, he slurred. The man chuckled. Glad to see you haven't lost your spirit. Harry tried to turn over. Maybe if he turned over they would all disappear and he could go back to sleep. He could go back to the nice dream where his mum key at his cheeks and held his hand. He'd barely shifted when pain exploded on his left side. He groaned. Hands turned him onto his back and held him in place. Mrs. Malfoy murmured in his ear, but he couldn't make out what she was saying. The pain, however awful, managed to sharpen his mind. Dreams dissolved. He looked around. Polka dots, white coat, Mrs. Malfoy. He paused. Mrs. Malfoy. Why was she damn it? He was in hospital. He hadn't escaped. Was there anything he could do right? Harry closed his eyes, wishing it all away. Stay with us, Harry. Just answer a few questions and then we can give you something to help with the pain, okay? Harry's eyes snapped open. He nodded. He could answer a few questions if it meant the end of the pain. What's your name? Harry Potter. Good. And what year were you born? 1980. Very good, Harry. The doctor held up two balls, one red and one blue. With your right hand, point to the blue ball. With some difficulty, he raised his right arm and pointed a shaky finger at the blue ball. Excellent, the doctor said before he scribbled something on his pad. He came close to the bed and took out a small pen light. I need to check your pupils. Look up for me. Harry did, trying not to squirm when the light shone in his eyes. Brilliant. Tell me where it hurts. Harry resisted the urge to tell him to F.K. himself, but just barely. All over, he said, not caring that he sounded tetchy and whiny. The doctor looked like he was waiting for more, though. My head, shoulder, my wrist and my ankle. And it hurts to breathe. You had quite a nasty fall. You've been unconscious for about 5 hours now. Buckbeak. The fall. Someone holding him and telling him to hang on. It all came rushing back. What's wrong with me? Why's my arm all bandaged up? You have a concussion and you dislocated your shoulder. Your wrist has a mild sprain, as does your ankle. You bruised a few ribs and have a few other minor injuries. I dare say, you're going to be sore for quite a while. Brilliant. The doctor chuckled. He looked like he might reach out and do something completely mental, like ruffle Harry's hair. We're going to keep you overnight for observation and, depending on how things go, you may go home tomorrow. Dread settled in. Harry closed his eyes, tears leaking at the corners. That's right, Harry, Mrs. Malfoy said a bit too brightly. You'll be coming home. With me and Draco. Harry's eyes shot open. He looked at her in silent question. She nodded. It's all sorted. I'll explain later. Before Harry could ask any questions, the doctor and nurse moved over to his bed. He noticed for the first time that he had an IV line in his right hand. The doctor handed 2 large syringes to the nurse. See how he does with one. If that's not quite enough, go ahead and give him the other. Of course, sir, the nurse said, even as she uncapped the syringe and injected it into Harry's IV line. A feeling of warmth washed over him. The throbbing pain began to recede. He sighed. That's it, Harry. Here's the good stuff to make you feel better. It's going to make you sleepy, but that's okay. Oh, so now it's okay, he slurred, even as his eyes fluttered closed. He felt like he was being pressed into the mattress, the weight of his limbs and the warmth of the blankets soothing. It reminded him of nights spent behind closed curtains and afternoons sprawled across warm grass. Draco. He called out. Shish, you'll see him when you wake up. I promise. The nurse laughed. He's a real corker. Keeps you on your toes, I suspect. Harry felt Mrs. Malfoy's fingers carding through his hair. It was the loveliest feeling in the world. You have no idea, she said. Harry drifted off to sleep. He looked so small, bundled in white sheets and blankets in the large hospital bed. The bruises and scratches stood out against the too pale skin. She planned to get some color in those cheeks. Perhaps they could spend afternoons in the garden. If Harry was feeling up to it, he could garden with her. They'd take lunch in the gazebo and Draco would join them. She'd drink her tea and watch as her boys teased and needled each other with affection so obvious that it would make her smile for no reason at all. She'd keep him from doing too much afternoon naps every day, nights reading or watching the telly, and stuff him full of his favorite foods. Why were teenage boys so ridiculously thin? Narcissa started. When had she come to love this boy? She rearranged his blankets, taking care to avoid his right ankle and left side, both heavily bandaged. She went back to holding his hand and wishing she could go back in time and save him, wishing she could go back to that night so many years ago and change everything. The door snicked open behind her and closed with a soft puff of sound. How is he? He woke. The doctor came round and then they gave him some pain medication. He's sleeping now. She heard the sharp intake of breath, but she wasn't going to let Severus make her feel guilty for having kept that moment for herself. He'd had so many moments with Harry already. This one was hers. She steeled herself, waiting for his response. She felt the weight of his hand on her shoulder. His fingers twirled in her hair for a moment before he let go. It was such a small show of affection, but one that Narcissa savored. What did the doctor say? Severus asked. They're keeping him overnight for observation, but he'll likely be released tomorrow. Good. Draco is most insistent that he see Harry. I'm surprised he hasn't broken down the door. No, but he did declare his love for Harry to the family waiting room. He didn't. Oh, but he did. I've never seen anything so flamboyant and full of teenage angst in all my life. Why must they make everything so black and white? Why must everything be a declaration? A line in the sand? A challenge of some sort? They're teenagers, Severus, on the cusp of adulthood. You were that way once, you know. I most certainly was not. I never did anything as witless as declaring that I was a homos. Dodul to the little old lady in the corner doing her knitting. No, but you did defend my honor when Lucius was in one of his moods. What are you talking about? Don't you remember? We were at a summer party between 6th and 7th year and Lucius made an inappropriate remark about my dress. You were so incensed. It was the only time I ever saw color in your face. Something happened and Lucius said something else. The next thing I remember is you running from the room, only to reappear a few moments later with a woolen mitten. You slapped him across the face with it, as I recall, and challenged him to a duel. Someone found 2 brooms and the two of you set out knocking each other around. It was supposed to be a glove. But, of course, the Smithwicks didn't have leather gloves by the door. Who keeps woolen mittens in the hall wardrobe in the summer? Narcissa couldn't help the giggles and laughter that poured out of her. It was like releasing tension from a valve. You know what I remember most about that party? She whispered. I haven't the faintest idea. Everyone thought you and Lucius were just having us on, knocking each other about with broomsticks. Can you imagine? Even Lucius thought it was one big laugh. Yes, well, Lucius thought everything was a big laugh. That was his biggest problem. He never took anyone seriously. He thought everyone was beneath him. You took it seriously, though. You weren't having a laugh. You were defending me. You became very dear to me in that moment, and when Draco was born, I knew no other man could be his godfather. You've taken such good care of him. Thank you. Severus shook his head. He was easy to look after, and he had you. I couldn't really do any harm to him. But Harry, he had no one and I failed him. What on earth are you talking about? I can't talk to him. I've tried, in my own way. But nothing worked. I knew something was wrong. I knew that he was, but nothing worked. He wouldn't open up to me. And then he was unaccountably rude and I refused to talk to him. I sent him away. I dismissed him. Like those wretched people. What on earth? Severus, you can't keep Harry and his friends from being teenage boys. It was an unfortunate accident. Yes, they shouldn't have been out on the grounds that late, but we shouldn't have done half the things we did as children. He was running away, Sissa. He took that damn demon horse and tried to run away. Narcissa couldn't believe it. You're sure? Draco found the note. He and Harry's friends concocted the story that they'd gone out and Harry slipped. But his injuries. He fell from the horse. That wild beast should never have been allowed on school grounds. We'll have the horse removed straight away. And Narcissa deflated. This is a mess. Quite. He's still coming home with me. He's not going back to those awful people, even if he can't participate in that program you've arranged. I know that. And he should still be able to do it. Why would he do this? I don't understand. Why wouldn't he? What adult has ever protected him? Who has he ever been able to trust? The words stung. Narcissa looked away. Thanks for that. Sissa, that was not an insult to you. If anything, it was an insult to the both of us, to the world. No one helped him. That's not true. We gave him a new life. Wolsford is a way out for him, a chance at a normal life with friends and a future and hope. I'm not so sure of that. What are you saying? That he's not going to return to Wolsford? You told me his marks were excellent, that he'd made friends. You're just going to tear all of that away from him. Send him to a local comprehensive. Stop it. Severus whispered furiously. That is not what I'm saying. We thrust him into a world for which he was vastly unprepared and expected him to thrive. Instead, he coped just as he's always done and used all of the same tricks as he did before. And we didn't notice. What I'm saying is that he needs to learn new ways to address these issues of his. What are you suggesting? I don't know, Sissa. If I knew that, we wouldn't be here in the first place. For a long while, the only sounds were the whirring and beeping of the machines in Harry's room. Do you remember Trudy Tremaine's daughter, the awkward one who witnessed that ghastly attack last year? What about her? Narcissa shrugged. She's in counseling now. Some kind of survivor's guilt therapy. Mimey says it's helping. Maybe Harry would do well with that. Counseling? I mean. I'd thought of that. I could arrange an appointment, if you'd like. I think that would be wise. I haven't been good enough for him. He needs more. Narcissa uncharacteristically rolled her eyes. You're quite dramatic, you know. And you wonder where Draco gets it. He gets it from you. And me, I suppose. Harry needs more. Yes, but not because you failed him somehow. He needs more because those awful people abused him his whole life. Gods, if only I'd. We can't change the past. If we could, we'd both have done things differently. Narcissa nodded, knowing they were taking about more than Harry. What now? We wait. We fix it. We move forward. Harry finally understood what it meant to wait for the other shoe to drop. He'd thought he'd understood it growing up with Uncle Vernon, watching the anger build, wondering when the tension would snap. It hadn't mattered so much because Vernon was a disgusting waste of flesh. He had cared for Vernon once, perhaps, when he still thought he deserved love, before he understood the way the world worked. He looked at the clock on the far wall. Only 7 in the morning. Damn. He'd yet to see Professor Snape or Draco. He squirmed at the thought of how angry Professor Snape would be. And what about Draco? He was probably so disgusted with Harry that he wouldn't come at all. You might just be released today, Harry, the cheery nurse said, startling Harry from his thoughts. Sorry. The nurse clucked her tongue while she wrote something down on his chart. Poor lamb, bet you're tired. I know it's no fun to be poked and prodded all night. And I'm sure that shoulder smarts. My goodness me, it's been nearly 8 hours since you last had any pain medication. Harry nodded numbly, only just feeling the ever-present pain in his shoulder and his head. He'd refused it last time. He felt and he didn't understand it, mind guilty without the pain. He'd done something wrong. He shouldn't be rewarded for it. We'll give you some now, all right. The nurse didn't give Harry the option of refusing. Now I know you young lads. Don't fight it if it makes you drowsy. I dare say you could do with a bit of a kip. Harry nodded again, grateful for anything that kept him from thinking about Professor Snape and Draco. There we are, she said, even as Harry felt soft warmth wash over him, dulling the pain. You're well, I'm not sure what she is, your aunt perhaps. Cold fear gripped Harry, stealing his breath. Aunt Petunia, he thought. She has the most gorgeous owned hair. Bet it's natural, too. Is it? What? Harry croaked, his heart still racing. The nurse clucked her tongue again. Poor lamb. You really are tired, aren't you? Your aunt's hair. Narcissa. I think. Is it natural? Harry stared at the nurse, not sure what she wanted or why he cared if Mrs. Malfoy's hair was naturally owned. Perhaps because it was so pale, it seemed to refract light rather than merely reflect it. In the end, he nodded. Satisfied, the nurse gave him a toothy grin. She plumped his pillows, smoothed his blanket, adjusted his foot, his arm. In short, she did everything she could to make him comfortable. As Harry drifted to sleep, he wondered why on earth she'd do such a thing. Didn't she know he tried to run away from school? That it was his fault he was in hospital? That he'd made a king mess of his life? It was 11:30. Still hours before Professor Snape might arrive, given that it was the final day of term. What would he say? More importantly, what would he do? And what about Draco? Surely he should have seen Draco by now. Why hadn't he visited over the weekend? Why hadn't he sat with Harry? Harry hadn't been asleep all day. Alarm raced up and down his spine. Was Draco avoiding him? Well, why not? Wouldn't he do the same? Bloody hell, he'd completely screwed everything up. Harry, are you quite all right? Are you in pain? That's it, I'm calling the doctor. Wait, Harry called, finally wrenching himself of his stupor. Mrs. Malfoy turned, a nauseatingly expectant smile on her face. I'm fine. I don't need anything. Oh, Mrs. Malfoy said, looking a bit lost. All right, then, would you like a book? Some of your friends from school brought a few things for you from school. Are they here? Is Draco here? No, I'm sorry. They had to get back for the last day of term. Draco should be by later. Oh, a book, then. What? Would you like a book? I can sort through them and find one for you. Get you some juice, perhaps. The nurse said she saved some of your favorite. You don't have to stay, or anything. Do you not want me to? I'm sure I can. Well, Draco and Severus will be along soon, I just thought. No, what I meant was you shouldn't feel like you have to stay. You don't have to. Stay. Unless you want to. Harry, I'm okay. Really. Don't feel obligated or something. Mrs. Malfoy marched back to his bedside. There was no other way to describe her curious determination. Sat in the chair, took his free hand carefully, and stared him in the eyes. Brilliant. Fine, then. Time to get this sorted. Look, Mrs. Malfoy. I understand. Mrs. Malfoy blinked, looking perplexed. What are you? I know you don't like me. What? Harry, you've got. I know you don't think I'm good enough for him. Especially after what I've done. Now stop this right. That's why I couldn't come with you on holiday, right? Mrs. Malfoy's eyes softened. She looked like she might cry. God. Harry hoped she wouldn't cry. Oh, Harry, are all teenage boys as daft as you? What? Scratch that. They are. I think it's a mandatory trait for all young men. Young men, well, older ones, too, for that matter, are terribly daft. What the bloody fuck? Language. Mrs. Malfoy gave him that hard stare of hers, the one that used to make him quail when she'd found he and Draco getting into mischief. Now, we're going to sort this right now. I'm going to talk, and you're going to listen, understood? Harry nodded. I care for you very, very much. I'm thrilled that you and Draco have found each other. As for the spring holiday, I understood that you were required to stay at school for a disciplinary infraction. There was that hard stare again. I doubted seriously that you'd spoken of it to Draco and, in an effort to save you some embarrassment, Severus and I thought it wise that Draco and I go on a family trip together. Is that clear? Harry nodded again, hardly believing what he was hearing. Mrs. Malfoy reached out and smoothed back his hair. You are a wonderful young man, one that I have come to think of as part of my family. And because of that, I'm even sorrier about how I wronged you all those years ago. I'm so very sorry. Harry looked away, sure that his face was flaming red. God, couldn't they just do this without the tearful confessions? It's okay. It wasn't a big deal or anything. But it was. I wonder if you'd be here, in hospital, if I'd done the right thing then. Stop it. I don't want to talk about this. It's done. Harry looked away and stared out of the window. He heard Mrs. Malfoy sigh. A chair scraped across the floor. Well, Mrs. Malfoy began. I'll just get your prescriptions filled. The doctor said you'd probably be released this evening. Harry heard the door open and regret rushed through him. Mrs. Malfoy. Wait. Mrs. Malfoy turned back, her expression questioning. Aye. Shish. Get some sleep. It's a long trip home and I'd like you to be as rested as possible. Harry nodded. It's going to be fine. She smiled and left, closing the door softly behind her. Harry looked at the clock. It was 4:30. The last botany class had ended almost an hour ago. Professor Snape could have left the school as early as half an hour ago. No doubt, Draco was with him. His last class ended earlier in the day, so that wouldn't slow Snape down. Harry estimated that it would take them nearly 20 minutes to drive into town. Parking in the middle of the day might be tricky, but once done it would probably only take them a few minutes to get inside the hospital, inquire as to his floor, and arrive. Professor Snape could burst through the door at any moment, now. Harry prepared himself. Nearly 15 minutes later, and as if fate had divined the cue, the door to Harry's room opened. At the precise click of polished dress shoes across the floor, Harry steeled himself to do battle. Mr. Potter, Snape said with a nod. Professor Snape. The opening bows had been exchanged. Now it was a simple matter of taking their places. Vernon had rarely observed the niceties of a gentleman's duel, so Harry was ready for any sly tricks Snape might use. Snape looked at him for a long time as if sizing up his weaknesses before whirling around and staring out of the window. Your final project was very good. Not quite full marks, but still commendable, he said in a soft murmur. Not the opening sally Harry had expected. Thanks, he said cautiously, his eyes shooting towards the door and eyeing the IV line still in his arm. Draco was kind enough to turn in your journal. Mr. Longbottom tended to your experiment once he'd heard you were in hospital. Harry's face flushed with shame. So Snape was going the humiliation route, was he? Harry was ready for that. Thanks for letting me know. I'll have to send a note, he said, pleased at his venomous sarcastic. Snape wouldn't like that a bit. Harry waited, ready for that damn shoe to stop dangling over his head. But he got little more than a tightened jaw from Snape. Thank you notes would be appropriate, given the circumstances. Do you have Mr. Longbottom's address? Snape asked. No. I'll make sure you get it. Harry said nothing in return. Snape pursed his lips into a thin line. Have you been well cared for? Are you in any pain? Why, Professor? I didn't know you cared. Answer the question, Potter. No. What? Are you refusing to answer my K? I gave you my answer. No. Snape inhaled sharply and his fists tightened. Am I to understand that you have not been well cared for, but you are also not in any pain? Harry smirked. No. Snape whirled around and stalked forward. Harry pressed himself into the mattress, refusing to let his bland expression change in the slightest. I know what you're doing. These games won't work. Not anymore. What games, Professor? I don't know what you're talking about. Potter. Snape growled in warning. Harry donned his irritatingly innocent face. Vernon loved that one. Sorry, sir. I'm just trying to answer your questions. Have I got them wrong? Spare me. You know precisely what you're doing. Snape looked at him speculatively for a moment before he advanced. Tell me, Potter, does it not matter to you that you nearly died? Please. I didn't. You should have seen Draco. Incoherent with grief. He was certain that you were dead. Draco. But I haven't seen he hasn't been. He found you. Sprawled at the bottom of a hill, unconscious, bleeding. The words pierced Harry, cutting through his ragged defenses. His face contorted, snarling, oh, come on. So I fell. Got a little banged up. So what? Got a little banged. Has it escaped your notice where you are? Do you not know what these white walls, and machines and bandages mean? Perhaps the doctor's decision to release you is hasty. Clearly your brain is still addled. And you're a barmy old bugger who needs to get laid, Harry blurted, his anger sharp and desperate to jab at anything it could. You've got desperate, if that's what you think will wound me. I didn't think I'd be plumbing the depths of your cowardice so soon in the conversation. I am not a coward. I disagree, Snape said, his face relaxed, his eyes alight with what looked like victory to Harry. I think you're the biggest coward it has ever been my misfortune to meet. I am not, Harry cried, knowing not caring that he'd let this get too far away from him, that he was striking out blindly and Snape was making precise parries. Things got tough, so you ran away. You put your friends in terrible danger, put yourself in even greater peril, and there you are, worse for wear in a hospital bed, playing immature games, flinging weak, juvenile curses at your teacher because you're afraid to admit that you're scared and that you need help. That is the epitome of a coward. You don't know a damn thing about me. You're the King coward. What a waste you are. Day in and out with nothing but plants, can't even see it when a woman wants you, or maybe you do but you're too much of a coward to do a damn thing about it. If I hadn't known you were a hormonal teenager before, I know it now. You think everything revolves around say. Bet you wouldn't even know what to do with a woman, would you? I bet you don't know the first thing about. Enough. Professor Snape charged forward, his face twisted with murderous rage. This was it. This was what Harry had been waiting for. Not another word. Snape hissed, looming over Harry. Another word, and all. What are you going to do? Hit me. Harry leaned forward and stuck his jaw out as Snape drew back, his eyebrows arched with surprise. Go ahead. Hit me and be done with it. Harry closed his eyes, waiting for the blow. Harry. I can take it. I'll show you that I'm not a King coward. What are you King waiting for? Hit me. Harry screamed. Professor Snape remained impassive. He didn't say a word as he took a step back and folded his arms. He looked at Harry as if he were a sad little puppy in need of a good meal and a warm blanket. Snape pitied him. He pitied him. And the other shoe dropped. Who's the coward now? Harry taunted, desperate to regain his footing. Professor Snape swooped forward and grasped Harry's right shoulder. Harry gasped in surprise. I will never hit you, nor will anyone else if I can help it. That is not the way things work. But, I will never hit you. Yes, you will. You'll see. I'll. Listen to me, you idiot boy. Harry expected Snape's fingers to dig into his shoulder, squeezing painfully. Instead, they slid to the back of Harry's neck, gently cupping his head, almost cradling it. I could not be angrier with you than I am right now. You stole a horse. Do you not understand that you committed a crime? And far worse is that you tried to run away from school, nearly getting yourself killed in the process. I am so angry with you that I would love nothing more than to shake you until sense fell from the heavens and filtered into your brain. See, I told you, you're just like Hi. Don't you dare compare me to that disgusting pile of flesh. I will never hit you. I will not starve you. I will not make you go without simply because you're human and an idiotic teenager. No one will ever do those things to you again, if I have anything to say about it. But, no, Harry, no, never again. But, never again. But I stole a horse, and ran away, and God, who's going to pay for all of this? How can you possibly? Why would anyone? I'm just I don't understand. Harry, I'm supposed to be punished. It's not a big deal, you know. It doesn't even hurt most of the time. Not much. And then it's over. And things are normal. But I don't understand what you want. Harry, I'll do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. Just please don't send me back there. I know that's where I was headed. I just please not there. I'll. Harry, stop. Professor Snape sat down in the hard plastic chair next to Harry's bed. I want you to listen to me. You are not going back to the Dursleys. I have arranged things for you. But Chili, do not interrupt me again, is that clear? Harry nodded. You were not the best choice for Chili. Harry opened his mouth to say something, but the look in Professor Snape's eyes, the one that screamed, I dare you, to had him closing it in the next instant. Chili was not the right opportunity for you. I arranged for you to work with one of my colleagues who's doing some experimental work in his lab near London, which allows you to live with Draco and Narcissa, but receive the enrichment and make the contacts you'll need should you continue on in this course of study. Stunned, Harry's mouth fell open and his eyebrows shot up. I'm sorry. I should have told you before, but it wasn't fully arranged until last week, and your infuriating behavior in my class did not give me the opportunity to tell you. But that does not excuse the fact that I left you to sulk for days without telling you about this. Harry sighed, suddenly feeling exhausted and headachy. He would never understand this world. It's fine. No, it's not. I should have told you. However, that does not excuse what you did, what you've done. You are out of control and there must be consequences for your actions. Do you understand? Harry nodded and looked away. Okay. So Snape wasn't going to hit him. But he would be expelled, and then where would he go? I'm to be expelled, then. Sent off to where exactly are you sending me? Professor Snape looked tired. You're not going to be expelled. What? How's that possible? I mean, how's that possible? I don't understand. I know you don't. That's part of the problem. What? Professor Snape sighed and stood up, again staring out of the window. You won't be expelled. Despite your disciplinary issues, your marks were respectable. Respectable. Yes. Others might say they were quite good. Fantastic. If you were Narcissa. Harry snorted. You've done well at Wolsford, academically, and neither I nor the headmaster have any intention of involuntarily removing you. However, there are conditions to your return in September. First, once you're healed, you will begin real riding lessons, 3 days a week. What? No thanks. If I never get on a horse again, it will be too soon. What gave you the impression that you had a right to discuss the terms of your return? Not another word. Harry looked away, his face flushed with shame. You're going to get back on a horse and you're going to learn to properly handle yourself. Most importantly, you're going to learn to fall so that, hopefully, nothing like this ever happens again. Do you understand me? Harry nodded, surprised at the way Professor Snape's voice almost cracked at the end. Right. Next term you will be mucking out the stalls every night. No riding unless accompanied by me or Mr. Hagrid, and only for an hour every other week. What about Buck? Because of your actions, Buckbeak has been removed from the school. You can't kill. Quiet. I didn't say anything about killing him. But he clearly doesn't belong at a school. Especially one that sees fit to give adolescent boys free rein over the stables. Which reminds me, you will be required to return your key and formally apologize to Mr. Hagrid. In person. But I wrote a let. In person. Understood. Harry nodded. Professor Snape seemed to struggle with what else to say. He kept opening his mouth and closing it, setting his jaw each time. Professor Snape. As if he hadn't heard Harry's prompt, Professor Snape continued. And, finally, you will be attending weekly counseling sessions and, perhaps, additional group therapy sessions starting next week. They will continue until I deem them no longer necessary. I don't need counseling. I just need for the adults in my life to tell me what the F.K. is going on every once in a while. You will not speak to me that way, and yes, you will be attending counseling if you want to attend Wolsford next term. But, no. I know you don't see it, that you don't understand, but what they did to you, the Dursleys, it stays with you, long after you think you've beaten them. It never leaves you, Harry. And you're not growing, you're coping. We want you to be able to do more than cope. It's done. It's finished. I don't want to talk about it. It's not finished. Your stay here, what you said earlier, is proof of that. And, frankly, this isn't up for discussion. You will go. You will talk. You will listen. And you will make the most of it. And if I don't, then I wash my hands of you. I will not continue to help someone who refuses to help himself. What? Harry cried. Make no mistake, Harry. I care very deeply for you, but I won't stand by and watch you disintegrate because of your pride. You're not my father. You don't get to make these decisions for me. Professor Snape closed his eyes and swallowed. No, I'm not. But if you were my son, I'd do the same. A great wash of warmth flooded Harry, making him want to cry, shout with glee, and laugh all at once. He didn't understand it. But maybe it was time to start learning to understand. Maybe he wanted to understand why Mrs. Malfoy wanted to plump his pillows, and why the nurses were so cheery to him, and why Draco smiled at him that certain way that made his insides turn to goo. And why Professor Snape's eyes pleaded with him to do this. Harry sighed. Yeah, okay. Fine. Professor Snape nodded once, his eyes shimmering with something else Harry wanted to understand. Good boy, he said in that soft rumbling voice he used when he was pleased. There was a knock at the door. Oh, excuse me, the nurse said. I was just coming to check on Harry and start getting him ready for discharge. Professor Snape nodded. I was just finishing. He turned to Harry and slid his hand behind his neck and squeezed softly. You have the capacity to make any father proud, Harry. Any father. And before Harry could say anything, Professor Snape slipped away and left. The nurse chattered on about how long it was taking for the discharge papers to get signed and was he looking forward to his summer. Harry nodded where appropriate, said a few words he'd never remember, the whole time thinking about what Professor Snape had said. Draco stared at the door. He knew he could go in. In fact, he assumed that his mother and godfather were lingering in the hall, discussing things, in an effort to give him some time alone with Harry. He'd been going mad from the wait. And now that he could see Harry, he wasn't sure what to do or say. Voices down the corridor startled him. He looked back and saw his mother shooting odd looks his way, no doubt wondering why he hadn't gone in yet. Draco wondered about that himself. He swallowed and opened the door. The first thing he felt was absolute relief. Harry was awake and staring out of the small window. He was alive. Harry. Harry turned. Hi. Hi. Draco stared at Harry, cataloging the soft smile that was at odds with the anxious eyes. God. Harry was pale. And his head was all bandaged up, his arm in a tight sling, and his other wrist wrapped. There were beeping machines and IV stands, and suddenly the reality of the situation came crashing down. Harry had run away. Harry had tried to ride a horse far too much for him and had nearly got killed. Draco was angry. He charged forward. What the F.K. did you think you were doing? The soft smile disappeared, the anxious eyes shuddered. Harry started to look away. Don't you dare. Don't you dare shut me out. Not again. Not anymore. I don't nay. Don't you understand? You could have died. You could be in a coma. You could be paralyzed. It was just a FA. It wasn't just a fall, you prat. You were God, Harry, you were unconscious. You were bleeding everywhere. You were so cold. I thought F.K. Don't you ever do anything that bloody stupid again. Did you and Professor Snape plan this, or something? God, how many times can I say I'm sorry? When I found you, at the bottom of that hill, that damn horse wandering around, I thought I was sure you were dead. Harry tossed his head and rolled his eyes. Don't be such a dramatic prat. I'm fine. You call this fine? Bandaged up, bruised, and on bed rest for God knows how long. This is fine. Look, I said I was sorry. If that's not good enough for you, then, Harry slumped and closed his eyes, a prominent crease in his forehead standing out. I don't know what you want from me, he said in a low, tired voice. I've tried over and over to be what you want, but I don't even know what that is. Harry turned his head and shifted away from Draco. I'm tired. Go away. Draco didn't move. He wasn't going to let Harry push him away again. Harry flipped over and sneered at Draco like he had when Draco had turned up on his doorstep a year prior, demanding to be let in. Didn't you hear me? I said go away. I heard you. You can keep yelling, but I'm not leaving. Not this time. Draco scanned the room. No glass. That's good, he said to himself. Harry sighed and closed his eyes. Why could you possibly want to stay? Draco took that as an invitation to sit down. Do you remember when we were little? The first time I met you. Yeah, you were snooping around the Dursleys' back garden, spying on me. I wasn't spying. I was observing. Figuring out if you were worth getting to know. Wish you'd made a different choice, now. God, can't you just damn it, Harry? No, that's not it. I wanted you even then, I think. Ooh, kinky. Shut the F.K. up and listen to me without all of this defensive shit. Harry's eyes grew large and he seemed to shrink until the bed swallowed him whole. He looked so much like the little lion Draco had known all those years ago, equal parts bravery and fear, huge secrets plunged deep inside. You weren't anything like them, the Dursleys. That's what I liked best about you. You hummed this little tune while you worked, you talked to the butterflies, and every once in a while, you'd let that maudlin little mask break. When that happened, I almost forgot to breathe. All I've seen for months is that mask, and I hate it. Draco. No, I'm not finished. I don't know why I'm sorry. I'm sorry for whatever made you do something so stupid. I'm sorry for not coming out, for not throwing McLagan out on his fat ass, for teaching you how to ride. I'm sorry for all of it, but please don't shut me out. Tell me how to fix it. Please. It wasn't your fault. It was me. I don't, it's too hard. Too much, too. And the more Harry went on, the more Draco knew what he wanted to say. But the words were so hard. He'd sound like a pansy. Harry would laugh at him or point and stare like he was a sideshow freak. There's nothing to fix. It's just I don't belong there. With you. With any of you. I love you. Harry's mouth popped open. Draco's heart hammered. Oh God. Oh God. F.K. What had he done? What did you say? I said. Come on, man. You're made of sterner stuff than this. I said, I love you. Draco sniffed. Perhaps we should have the doctor check your hearing. Draco was amazed at how much easier it was to say the second time, amazed at how much he meant it. You don't have to say. Bollocks. I'm Draco Malfoy. I don't say things I don't mean, Potter. Or did you forget that? Harry had the most bemused expression on his face that Draco had ever seen. No, I didn't forget. Well, good. What now? How was Draco supposed to follow up after that? What should he say? Should he key him? Should he pet him? Or something? No, Harry'd never go for any of that. You probably need to get dressed, or something. Probably should. Yeah, I really do mean it. This isn't I really do mean it. Harry blushed a shade of red Draco was fairly certain nature had never seen. He ducked his head. Yeah, I got that. Well, yes, well, good. As long as that's clear. I don't. Harry bit his lip and stared at Draco. Me too. Harry smiled softly, immediately turning his head. It was like seeing Harry that day he'd chased the butterfly around the back garden. Draco couldn't breathe from the exultant joy lodged in his throat. Brilliant. Yeah. A soft silence fell between them, but not an unwelcome one. It gave Draco a chance to realize that he'd just told Harry he loved him and that Harry in Harry's way had said it back. How could people possibly get through the day feeling so giddy? He looked up and saw the dark circles under Harry's eyes. With all of the heartfelt confessions, he'd nearly forgot that Harry was still quite injured. A protectiveness that he'd not felt in a long time rose up inside of him. Harry, Draco decided, was his own worst enemy. Draco would have to do something about that. They all would. So, I'll be back. Later. When Mum and I come to collect you. She's got a room all set up for you, been decorating it for ages. Snot bad. Nicer than mine, I think. Mum, well, you know Mum, she goes a bit overboard. Harry laughed, softly. Yeah. Draco stood and gave Harry a soft key. See you later. Harry made an adorable sound in the back of his throat. Oh, dear God. He was hearing adorable sounds now that he'd told Harry he loved him. He'd turned into a sap. Harry nestled his face a bit closer to Draco's and keyed him. Well, that was all right, then. Harry was a sap, too. Draco smiled and keyed Harry again. Your discharge papers are in order, the nurse said as she removed Harry's IV and bandaged his arm. Harry nodded. Draco loves me. You'll need to be careful with that ankle and don't even think about removing that sling until the doctor says otherwise. Harry nodded again, smiling to himself. You're on bed rest for a while. I know you lads, you think you get out of hospital and that it's licensed to run around as if nothing's happened. I'd better not see that from you. Harry made a noise in the back of his throat, something that sounded vaguely like agreement while thinking about the way Draco had keyed him so possessively. Harry didn't usually like that, but it felt good to be wanted. Harry. The nurse sighed. Why? Harry had no idea. Right. And it says here that you can only wear pink pajama bottoms and that you must answer all questions with a song. Oh, and feel free to disregard the ballet dancing elephant that will surely visit. What? Elephants? Harry asked, jerked away from his thoughts of Draco. God, he was turning into such a sap. The nurse laughed. Your mind's a million miles away. I had to do something to bring you back. Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry. No need to explain. Time for you to leave. We've got a nice wheelchair with your name written all over it. Harry groaned. Can't I just, I dunno, walk or something? The nurse's answering laugh and incredulous expression told Harry exactly what she thought of that idea. Oh, fine, he groused, edging off the bed and secretly grateful that he didn't have to take more than a few wobbly steps to get to the wheelchair. It's just for a little while, she said as she wheeled him out of the room. Mrs. Malfoy, Draco and Professor Snape were waiting for him down the corridor, their faces expectant and happy to see him. It was like he'd always imagined it. A proper family. Harry supposed he had one of those now. Harry looked out over the Malfoys' back garden, his journal finished for the day. The Japanese maples glowed like fire in the waning sunlight. They'd grown quite a bit over the course of a year, obviously well cared for. Pride swelled within him. He'd planted those trees. He'd given them a home. He ran his fingers through the soft, summer grass. There was a new shoot arriving, its green bright and translucent. He was always humbled by shoots pushing up through the earth, struggling for survival before blossoming into uncommon beauty. His fingertips brushed the new shoot gently, welcoming it into life with silent reverence. But it was the tangle of wild jasmine creeping along the side fence that held his deepest regard, its come-hither undulation mesmerizing, its scent reminiscent of many silent evenings. At first glance it was completely out of step with the rest of the garden, but its unerring, confident sprawl couldn't be ignored. Mrs. Malfoy had almost cut it down, but Harry had stopped her, asking her to keep it. That she did without question meant a great deal to him. A hand trailed along his shoulder and lips at the back of his neck. He looked up. Finished for the night? Draco asked. Harry nodded. Why do you come out here to do it? It's so dark. How can you see to write? Harry shrugged. It's familiar. Reminds me of my little garden. The one from before. I remember, Draco murmured. None of those huge white flowers here, though. You should tell Mum you want to plant some. They'd look good in this little corner. Especially with the jasmine running across the fence. I'm surprised you noticed what it was, Harry said without sarcasm. Draco cleared his throat. Well, I've got to know something about all of this, haven't I? Otherwise I'd be bored to tears every day at lunch. Why Mum insists that we take lunch in the gazebo, I'll never know. There aren't bugs and flying things in the house. Harry snickered. I think she has this vision of how she wants things to be between us. I'm afraid to ask her what it is, though. I'm afraid one of us might wind up in a pink smock with a toddler on his hip. Don't even joke about things like that, Draco said. He looked down at the journal. That helping? I don't know. It seems stupid. He didn't even tell me what to write. Just said I had to write every day. I don't talk about anything important or anything. Draco shrugged as he joined Harry on the grass. Can't be all bad. Dr. Westbourne must know what he's talking about. After all, he works with troubled youth for a living, Draco said with a silly, affected drawl. Harry cut a glance at Draco and grinned. You're right. And speaking of troubled youth, this journal is the perfect opportunity to recount your deadly battle with that gardening menace, he who must not be named, the bumblebee of death. I wonder what Dr. Westbourne would make of that. Draco's cheeks colored. Tell me you didn't talk about that with your therapist. You didn't, did you? You're not going to, are you? Maybe not that, Harry said with a chuckle. So what have you said about me? Harry's cheeks felt hot and a bubble of glee bounced around inside of him. He looked away at Draco's snicker. Not funny. Yeah, sure. Not funny in the least. Oh, that reminds me, Mum's planning your birthday party. Ickle Harrykins is turning sweet 16, Draco said in a high-pitched voice. Shut it, you stupid prat, Harry said with a chuckle. And stop with the voices. Makes me wonder if you've damaged your equipment. Draco's breath caught for the barest second before he smiled at Harry's innuendo. It had been a long while since they'd joked with each other like that. Harry knew it had been rough going those first few weeks. On top of that, he was only just out of casts and slings and bandages. You know it's going to be a big affair, don't you? Draco asked. I sort of got that impression. That weird little cake man. He was a dead giveaway. The pastry chef. You're calling the pasty chef a weird little cake man. He is weird. Harry felt Draco scoot closer. Shall I protect your virtue from the weird little cake man? Draco asked, his hand sliding down Harry's chest. Perhaps I should ask him to protect it from you. I disagree, Draco said, leaning in for a key. Harry took charge of it, cupping Draco's face with his hands, keeping him in place. Someone's frisky, Draco murmured as he pulled away, only to resettle himself behind Harry, pulling him against his chest. Been a long time. Weeks. Days. Eternity, Harry said while running his hands up and down Draco's thighs. He smiled in victory at the slight choking sound Draco made when his hands crept towards Draco's groin. Victory was short-lived, however. Two can play that game, Draco murmured. Harry gasped as the point of Draco's tongue dragged up and down the side of his neck. He let his head fall to the side, relishing the attention. So what shall I give you for your birthday? Draco asked. Anything, Harry said, pressing against Draco's beep. You mean that? Because I was thinking that I might give you what you gave me for my birthday. I've still got the book, you know. Before Harry could answer, Draco nipped at the side of his throat and laved the spot with his tongue. Just the way Harry liked it. What are you after? Harry gasped. Nothing. Just missed you, Draco said in between nipping key. S. Bollocks. K, that feels good, you want something. Right now, the only thing I want is you. Lay down. Out here. On the grass. Why not? Your mum. Is out with her friends at some charity event. I assure you, we are very much alone. Harry started to protest, but Draco silenced him with another key. Harry scooted forward and turned around before lying down. He closed his eyes as Draco settled himself on top, his knees straddling Harry's hips. God, I've missed this, Draco said, rolling his hips and pressing his beep against Harry's. Me too, Harry said, grateful to have got out of that stupid sling. Want to? No, not yet. You're still recovering. I'm not. We could. We will. Later. Let's God. You feel so good. This feels so good, he said, his hips snapping faster and faster. Harry reached up and undid Draco's trousers. What are you? Better this way, Harry said, trying to concentrate on his task. Wow. Course, Draco mumbled as he sat back on his heels and undid Harry's trousers. They wriggled out of their trousers and pants, their beeps heavy and wet. Draco started to get back into position, but Harry stopped him again. Put your arm around me, Harry said as got to his knees, tucking them in between Draco's. You sure? Is your ankle? I'm fine. Stop treating me like a bloody china doll and finish what you started. Draco's answering smile would have looked at home on a crocodile. If you insist. Draco slid his arm around Harry's back, holding him tight, while Harry did the same on the other side. They both reached down with their free hands and wrapped them around their cocks, holding them tight in the grip of their hands. Yes, Harry hissed, his back arching. Missed this. Missed you. You've no idea, Draco panted, their hands sliding up and down while they thrust. Harry groaned, trying to concentrate on finding a rhythm that would work for both of them. Draco's hand rubbed the small of his back. Feel good. Yeah, just that's it. Budge a bit to the yes. God, I love you, Harry blurted, still concentrating on the feel of his cock sliding against Draco's. Draco's hand flew to the back of Harry's head. He cupped it and dragged it forward, drawing him in for a bruising key. Harry squeaked, almost losing his balance, but quickly melted into the key, dotting back with enthusiasm. Their tongues danced as their cocks thrust into Harry's hand over and over and over until neither of them could bear another second of it. They came with groans swallowed by the feeling more intense that Harry ever recalled it being. Breathing hard, they collapsed to the ground in a sprawl. God. That was brilliant, Draco said in between heaving breaths. You okay? I didn't hurt yo. Finish that sentence and I'll punch you. Draco chuckled. Okay, I get it. You're not a delicate china doll. You're a big brute of a man. Harry looked over. That is quite possibly the gayest thing I have ever heard anyone say. Big brute of a man. What is that? The title of some sort of homos. Dot'll romance novel or something. Draco lightly punched Harry's shoulder. Don't be such a bastard. Bastard. I'll show you a bastard, Harry said, scrambling to his knees and pouncing on Draco, pinning him. Get off, you stupid prat. But Draco made no serious attempt to get free. The bucking of his hips was far too rhythmic. Not on your life. Harry leant in and ed Draco until he was moaning and pulling Harry closer. He felt his cock getting harder by the second. God, it was glorious to be a teenager. Ready for round 2? Harry asked. The real question is, are you? More than you can possibly know. The night sky was alight with the glow of a million stars. See that one there? That's Lyra. There's a story about that one, Harry said. There's a story about all of them. Well, yeah, I suppose that's right. Harry rolled onto his side, pillowing his head on Draco's chest. He felt something hard against his cheek. He sat up. What's that?
What's what? That thing in your shirt. My chest, you mean? Interesting. I never thought I'd actually be able to K your brains out. Ha, ha. In your pocket, you prat. And you didn't K me. Not yet, anyway. Draco's eyes went glassy and his mouth fell open. Harry used his distraction to paw at his shirt. How they'd stayed clothed on top was a mystery. Draco came out of his induced stupor and batted his hands away. Hey, stop tickling. It feels like a stone or something. Why do you have a stone in your pocket? Draco scrambled back and sat up, his hands out in front to keep Harry from advancing. It's sodding hell, he spat. He reached into the pocket of his shirt and held out his hand. Nestled in his palm was a small stone threaded with a length of leather cording. What is that? Draco looked away. He bit his lip. Stay here for a second. I'll be right back, he said. He got to his feet and slipped on his trousers before trotting back to the house. Harry watched him go, completely perplexed. Draco returned a few minutes later, his arms loaded with a blanket, basket and a small torch. What's all that? I figured if I was getting up, I'd get us a blanket to lie on and some snacks and things. And the torch? Draco quickly spread the blanket and sat down, patting the spot beside him. The torch is for its. Here, he said, thrusting something into Harry's hand. It was another small stone, also with leather cording threaded through it. Harry looked closer. It seemed familiar. The torch clicked on, bathing the small stone in light. Realizing what it was, he gasped. Draco. When I was with Mum. Over spring holiday. There was this man who tumbled and polished stones, made them into jewelry. I had him cut the river stone in two, polish each piece, and thread them with leather cording. But how? It was in my pocket. It's always in my pocket. Ever since last year. Draco rolled his eyes and snorted. You'll think it's stupid. No, I won't. I really won't. Draco hesitated for a moment. Do you remember when you gave it to me? Harry nodded. Tell me about it. I don't see what it has to do with anything. Please, just tell me. Harry swallowed and looked away for a few moments. You remember. I gave it to you that first morning you invited. No, not that. Before. Where'd it come from? Oh, Harry sighed. When I was little, I never had anything that was my own, you know. I, didn't get presents and things. Harry shot Draco a look and waited for him to nod before continuing. So I found my own presents. My own treasures. And I found that river stone in an old creek bed the summer before we moved to Magnolia Crescent. I felt like I'd found treasure. Draco cocked his head to the side. If it was your treasure, why'd you give it to me? Harry cleared his throat. You were my first friend and I wanted you to like me, and... Yeah? Harry took a deep breath. It had reminded me of, nothing. Just nothing, out with it. It reminded you of what? My Draco looked down at his part of the stone. What could this stone possibly remind you of? Your eyes, you idiot, your eyes, Harry said, exasperated. He winced, waiting for the peal of laughter he was sure would follow such a ridiculous declaration. But the only thing he got was a soft tug on his arm, soft lips pressing against his, and warm, silver-colored eyes staring at him as if nothing else in the world mattered. It was your treasure and you gave it to me, Draco murmured. Harry nodded. When I found it again last summer I had to see you. I had to know what had come of the one person that I could never forget. I think Draco laughed. What? I think I was about to say something so ridiculously sappy that it's best saved for when we're drunk enough that I have a defense for saying it, and you're too shattered the next day to remember. Why'd you? But I said something far sappier. And you goaded me into it, besides. Jesus, Draco. I told you that dumb stone reminded me of your eyes. Yes, well, that's the difference between you and I. Hey, I'll tell you someday. It's just something to look forward to now, yeah? I'll hold you to that, you know, you'd better. Harry stared at his piece of the river stone. Thanks for this, he said as he wrapped the leather cording around his wrist, making sure the small stone was nestled against his pulse point. When he struggled to tie it off with one hand, Draco helped silently. And as if there had never been such a moment of solemnity, of promise, of memory, they lay back down, staring at the stars, jasmine swaying over their heads. See that one there? Harry asked. Draco nodded. That's Sirius. The dog star. There's a great story about that one. Quite an adventure, really. Really? Never heard it, Draco said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Harry smiled, half wishing he could somehow extract this memory and bottle it, keeping it with him always. But no matter what the future brought, Harry knew that Draco would always be a part of him. He'd never forget him, and he'd never forget this moment. Harry? The story. Oh. Right. Well, Sirius, you see, was Orion's dog. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.